we're just moving some name tags on the screen, but we'll get that done as we set up here. So we've got three groups with us today, and one of them in person, and that is the Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops Limited. We've got Mr. Peter Hardy, who's one of the directors, and we have Mr. Kevin Crush, who's the manager of communications. Then we have joining us by video conference on your, let's see here, on your left of your screen, we have the Red Hat Cooperative Limited. And there's been a change to the witnesses on the individuals appearing from that group. We have Mr. Albert Kramer, who's the chairman. He's on your right of that square on the screen. And then Mr. Dale Brandt, who is one of the board of directors, who's on the left of that panel. And on the right-hand side of your screen, we have the Assiniboine Credit Union. On the left side of that panel, Mr. Nigel Mohammed, who's one of the directors, and then Mr. Dale Ward, who is their corporate secretary. So what we will do is we'll move straight to our witnesses. And I have listed first here the Assiniboine Credit Union, so I'll move to them. As I say, they're on your right panel of your screen. I'll turn it over to you, gentlemen. Can you hear us all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I will turn it over to you. You have 10 minutes to make opening remarks. I'm not sure which of you will be making them, or both of you will, but the floor is yours for 10 minutes to do with it as you choose. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll take over here. Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. I'd like to thank the Special Committee on Cooperatives, firstly, for inviting the Assiniboine Credit Union to participate in this very important study into the status of cooperatives in Canada and what the Canadian government can do to strengthen the cooperative sector. My name is Nigel Mohammed, and I am the Director of Community Financial Center at the Assiniboine Credit Union in Winnipeg, Manitoba. With me today is Mr. Dale Ward, who is actually the Corporate Secretary of Credit Union Central of Manitoba, not with the Assiniboine Credit Union, just want to correct that. But I will be speaking from the Assiniboine's perspective as a financial cooperative, whereas Dale is here joining me today, and he will be able to answer any questions that may be related to broader Manitoba perspective. So firstly, let me start by telling you a little bit about the Assiniboine Credit Union. Like most credit unions, we were started by a small group of people who wanted to help themselves. In 1943, 15 electric company employees formed a credit union where they could save their money and, most importantly, get access to loans where they needed them. In those days, there was no safety net when it came to unemployment insurance, social assistance, or medical care. At the first credit union meeting, members invested $100 in the new cooperative. The first loan underlied the credit union's social mission. A member at that time borrowed only $50 to pay an outstanding medical bill. Over the years, Assiniboine attracted more members and grew through both sound financial performance and a series of amalgamations with other credit unions here in Manitoba. But we never lost sight of our commitment to our members and to our communities. Today, we're one of the largest credit unions in Manitoba and the 8th largest credit union outside of Quebec by asset size. Assiniboine holds over $3.2 billion in assets and employs over 570 people to provide financial services for over 108,000 members through 23 branches in Winnipeg, and including 2 additional branches in northern Manitoba. As a financial cooperative, we are owned by those who use our products and services. Our member owners elect from among themselves representatives to the board of directors. Each member has 1 vote when it comes to the board elections and voting on important matters put before the membership. As a cooperative, profits may be reinvested into the credit union, distributed to members in the form of patronage dividends, and or shared with the general community. While it's important for us to be profitable, to be sustainable over the long term, as a socially responsible cooperative, our core purpose is to provide financial services for the betterment of our members, employees, as well as communities. In March of this year, Assiniboine joined the Global Alliance for Banking on Values, or GABV as it's known, which is a membership organization of 19 financial institutions from around the world who share a genuine commitment to build a more sustainable future for underserved people, communities, as well as the environment. We have in common a business model that measures success by a triple bottom line approach. That is, measuring people, profits, as well as the planet in our decision making. We are proud to be one of 3 Canadian credit unions to be accepted for membership in GABV. The other 2 Canadian members are Van City, based in Vancouver, as well as the Affinity Credit Union in Saskatoon. Like other Global Alliance for Banking on Values members, and like many credit unions, we stretch to provide access to financial services for people and communities not well served by the mainstream. That includes financing for community projects and business startups, delivering social, environmental, and economic value to our communities. We know that financing can be the bridge between people who want to do something and having the resources to actually make something happen. I'd like to give you a few examples of how we at the Assiniboine use our skills and resources as a financial cooperative to make good things happen in our community. Firstly, bringing financial services to an underserved neighborhood. In January of this year, Assiniboine opened a branch in the north end of our city. The north end is a lower income neighborhood that has seen the closure of 10 bank branches and the rise of 16 financial outlets. Example, payday loans and check cashers, since 1996. We are working with community partners in the north end of our city to open accounts for unbanked as well as underbanked residents through our new branch, which is at the corner of McGregor and Mountain here in our city. Another example of how we use our skills is through our asset building programs. We are one of the founders of a growing network of asset building programs in Winnipeg as well as the northern community of Thompson. People living on low income receive money management training from nonprofit partners and are supported to save using our specially designed match savings account. Savings are matched 3-to-1 by the United Way as well as by other funders. Since 2000, participants have purchased over $2.4 million in assets to improve their lives. Another example of how we use our resources is through an Islamic financial product. Several years ago, we were approached by leaders from within the Islamic community here in the city, and we were asked if we would consider developing products for their community, as there was a lack of acceptable financial services. We worked closely with the community and an advisory board to design a home financing arrangement that would be acceptable to members of the Islamic faith. Our Islamic mortgage, we're proud, is the first of its kind in Canada. We also use our resources to deliver community financing. Through our Community Financial Center, we provide financing specifically dedicated to nonprofits, social enterprises, and cooperatives, so they have the resources they need to carry out their social and environmental mission. We also provide microcredit for business startups that would otherwise not qualify for conventional financing. We offer loans, mortgages, bridge financing, whether that's to bridge grants or pledges or accounts receivables, as well as letters of credits, as well as construction financing. We often work with community and government partners to reduce barriers to making financing available. Now I'd like to focus specifically on how our credit union supports the development and success of non-financial cooperatives. Like credit unions, they were formed by people who came together to address a shared common vision. Owned and democratically controlled by their members, cooperatives play an important role in Manitoba's economy. Beyond simply creating jobs, they collectively address important social and environmental issues and ensure affordable access to essential goods and services in many sectors. Many serve the needs of specific economically margined groups such as Aboriginal people, immigrants, as well as youth. In 2000, there were over 260 non-financial cooperatives in Manitoba. Of these, 70% were providing housing, daycare, and other important services. Recognizing the important contribution that these cooperatives make to the local economy and to our communities, Assiniboine looks for opportunities to support their success. I'm going to quickly just cover some of the barriers to financing cooperative development that we've observed at the Assiniboine Credit Union, as well as summarize and conclude by giving specific examples and suggestions how we think the Government of Canada can support cooperative development. While Assiniboine supports cooperatives in a variety of ways, I would like to share our experiences when it comes to financing and suggest ways that the government can help to strengthen the sector and help facilitate access to credit. Recognizing that there is a wide range of cooperatives, including those that are well established, such as Red River Co-ops here in Manitoba, I would like to focus financing on smaller, early stage co-ops, including those that are at the startup phase. The role of any lender is to assess the risk associated with financing requests, taking into account the strength of the cooperative's management, the governance, the capacity to repay, as well as the adequacy of collateral security. In our experience, there are two significant barriers that we've observed to financing small and early stage cooperatives, and they include the internal capacity as well as the lack of assets for security. In terms of the internal capacity, like any organization, strong management is vital to the overall success of cooperatives. Having the right skills and systems in place, whether it's financial, marketing, human resource, or inventory management skills, these are essential to the cooperative's long-term viability. It gives us confidence as lenders to know that the cooperative's ability to manage and repay the debt is viable and tested through some of these criteria. However, we find that many small and startup cooperatives lack these technical skills. The Government of Canada could address this barrier by providing capacity building grants or other support for cooperatives to acquire the technical skills or to establish the management systems necessary to be successful in achieving their social, economic, and environmental mission. Very quickly, the second area of barrier that we see in accessing financing for cooperatives is the lack of access to provide as collateral. The lack of assets to provide as collateral. It is difficult for the Assiniboine to provide financing when there are no assets to pledge as collateral. For example, many non-profit co-ops, such as daycare centers, are limited in their ability to secure financing because they don't have adequate assets on their balance sheet that would be deemed acceptable for security purposes. In the absence of these tangible assets such as real estate, and with break-even budgets that are often necessary and dictated by funding agreements governing or supporting these.
Time has elapsed, but I will give you about 30 seconds to wrap up briefly.
Thank you very much. The one point maybe I would leave on is one of the areas that we think would be important for the government to support cooperatives in accessing financing has to do with the Section 95 co-ops. These are co-ops, particularly the social housing co-ops, whose funding agreements are expiring, and they are limited in being able to refinance their existing mortgages with CMHC due to penalties in having to refinance those mortgages. The Assiniboine Credit Union would like to be able to support and assist the financing needs of these co-ops, bearing in mind that if they're able to refinance their mortgages in the absence of any penalties, ordinarily that would be charged through CMHC. It would make it easier both for the financing arrangements but also for the capacity of these credit unions to be able to refinance and meet their capital requirements as these housing stocks become older and require more maintenance. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I would certainly, myself and my colleague Dale, be in a position to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentation, and we certainly will look forward to hearing some of your responses to some of the questions. We'll move next to our other video conference witness coming to us from Medicine Hat, the Red Hat Cooperative. And I believe I apologize to one of those fellows. I think Mr. Brandt, I got your first name wrong earlier, Doyle Brandt. We're looking for some video here, I guess, but... Okay. If our folks joining us from the Red Hat Cooperative, if one of you would just say a word or two, so we can get you on the video screen.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. Now we have you on the video screen. Is that enough? So there we have you. So you have 10 minutes to make opening remarks as well. So I will turn the floor to you now, and you can make your opening presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, panel. I'll give you some history of the Red Hat Cooperative, and it gives you some idea of what we're about. Red Hat Cooperative grades, packages, distributes, and markets greenhouse-grown vegetables for grower members. At present, Red Hat Cooperative Limited has 52 shareholders and represents greenhouse owners and operators in southeast Alberta. In 2012, Red Hat Co-op will market over 5 million cases of greenhouse vegetables, representing over $55 million in annual sales. Each year, our growers will produce over 20 million cucumbers, 14 million pounds of tomatoes, and 4 million pounds of peppers. Within our packaging facility, we employ over 200 employees, as well as an additional 600 plus working in the greenhouses. Red Hat Cooperative was established in 1966 with 10 growers who saw the importance of coming together as producers and sharing resources. Not only have they been able to jointly operate a 100,000 square foot packaging plant, they have been able to invest in grading and handling equipment that it is first of its kind in North America. This ability to grow together has also helped in marketing two large national retailers that demand volume, quality, and service. Today, Red Hat brand product can be found in Safeway, Loblaws, Costco, Sobeys, Co-ops, Overweighties, and many other grocery chains. The success of Red Hat Co-op can be attributed to providing value to our grower shareholders. In addition to providing an efficient method to marketing the produce, Red Hat also purchases bulk inputs for all its members. Trains and monitors food safety programs and support research projects to drive innovation in our industry. Over the last 5 years, the greenhouse industry has seen extensive growth and competition from domestic producers as well as from U.S. and Mexico. Because of its increased competition, it is important that co-ops similar to ours are given all the opportunities that traditional companies are granted. One example of where we see an unfair advantage to our competition within Canada is in temporary foreign worker program. These programs have proven critical for our industry since we are faced with seasonal labor demands as well as a hot and agricultural-based working environment. Our competitors that operate similar packaging facilities on their farms are able to hire temporary foreign workers under the farm program, where Red Hat is unable to apply since our operation is not considered farming. Even though we can argue that our growers cannot market their products unless it is graded and packaged. This process is considered agricultural and thus farming. So in this case, we feel that we are being penalized for forming a cooperative to collectively grade and market our agricultural product. In conclusion, we continue to be strong advocates for cooperatives and the value they provide for smaller producers to market their goods in a market dominated by large retail buyers. We ask that the committee not restrict cooperatives, but give them the same opportunity as traditional companies. Agricultural cooperatives have been the backbone of our nation for many years since they placed the ownership and control with the producer. We ask that policies that encourage and strengthen cooperatives continue to be the priority for the federal government in the future. So that's a bit of a history, and I think we want to stress about the part about the cooperatives not being like on the farm and not being able to hire foreign workers, and that's probably our biggest issue as a co-op, and it is quite substantial. So I think we were a little unprepared for this whole meeting, so we don't got a whole lot more. I think we rely more on you guys' questions towards us if that's what it takes, but if that's probably one of our biggest issues, and I don't know if Doyle wants to add it to that.
Yeah, our industry is heavily relies on the foreign labor program. So basically, without the foreign labor, we don't have an industry. So I guess coming to this meeting, I'm not sure what you guys are looking for, but we would like support for the cooperative in this manner. And if there's anything that's relevant that you can help us with, and a lot of the Cooperative Act, it'd be interesting to know what more we can utilize as a collective group. So far it works really well for us other than this one small issue. So it'd be nice if we can get some direction from you people as well today. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. And we'll now move to Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops Limited. And is it Mr. Hardy, are you making the presentation? Okay, so you have 10 minutes to make your opening remarks.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Richards and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing us to make a presentation today on behalf of the Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops. We are excited to be here because we want to demonstrate for you what cooperatives are able to achieve. Alberta is a great example because we have something that is virtually unheard of anywhere else in the world. Anywhere you live in Alberta, whether it is a farm, a town, or a cabin by the lake, a flick of a switch brings natural gas heating to your home. There are parts of our country where to get this service, you have to be living in a city or lucky enough to have a major natural gas pipeline running past your yard. Having heating fuel or propane trucked in to have heat is the norm in much of rural Canada. Rural Alberta is different. Over the past 50 years, a spider web of low-pressure natural gas pipelines has been constructed throughout all inhabited parts of the province. Just about any Albertan has the ability to have natural gas piped directly into their homes. Indeed, it is almost even considered to be a right that Albertans have. The reason Albertans enjoy this privilege is because 50 years ago this year, a group of farmers south of Calgary got together around a kitchen table and decided to build the very first gas co-op. They were tired of natural gas companies saying it was uneconomical to build a pipeline to a farmer's house. They were tired of seeing small communities die because their kids wanted to live where they could have city comforts like easily accessible heating. Instead, they built the Meota Gas Co-op for themselves. What they started became the gas co-op movement. Natural gas co-ops began forming across Alberta for the very same reason as the farmers at Meota. Volunteers signed up customers, they got an administration running, and they started constructing pipelines. A decade later, the province got involved and since 1973 has been providing grants to offset the cost of installing and upgrading pipelines. They even made it law that gas co-ops and private gas companies in rural areas had a duty to provide natural gas to anyone who asked for it within a franchise area. Today, what started from a kitchen table has evolved into the world's largest rural natural gas system, with over 100,000 kilometers of pipeline, enough to circle the Earth almost 8 times. The Federation, as an umbrella organization that oversees Alberta's gas co-ops, now includes 53 gas co-ops, as well as 22 municipally owned gas utilities and 6 First Nation systems. We have over 115,000 services spread from the BC to Saskatchewan borders and from the Denny tie in far northern Alberta right down to the American border. In fact, we even serve just south of the border at a U.S. crossing point. We estimate that between 350,000 and 400,000 Albertans, young and old, are kept warm by our gas co-ops. Just as important, our gas co-ops have been a key instrument in the economic development and sustainability of rural Alberta. We have kept people in their homes. We have made it possible for people and businesses to move into rural communities. Gas co-ops have made it possible for grain dryers to operate more economically and for farms in arid areas to survive because gas powers their irrigation pumps. Collectively, our co-ops directly provide approximately 850 jobs based in rural communities. Our offices and workshops are in the very communities that our co-ops serve. Their corporate structure is that they are locally owned by their neighbors. These are workers who shop locally, live locally, and play locally. Their presence helps sustain Alberta's rural communities and keeps them vibrant. Our co-ops invest $12 to $14 million in construction in Alberta's pipeline infrastructure every single year. Our gas co-ops alone, not including the municipalities and First Nations, possess over $243 million in assets. These co-ops in 2010 sold over $112 million in gas and another $32 million in secondary services, such as furnace installations. Our utilities own a gas brokerage firm called Gas Alberta Inc., which buys and sells gas for our member utilities. Each year they sell 25 million gigajoules of natural gas to Albertans. Some of our co-ops have taken the original goal of the gas co-ops of helping rural communities one step further by expanding into providing internet. Their wireless broadband internet company is following the goal that rural residents deserve similar services as urban residents, and so are bringing high-speed internet to regions that were either not available or not reliable. These are progressive co-ops. We are looking forward to the future with projects such as taking 50 years of infrastructure history and moving it on to a web browser-based geographic information system database. In 2011, we were one of the first in Canada to gain approval to install wireless meter reading devices. After just over a year, we are now able to read approximately 40,000 gas meters from remote readers. We are collecting these readings by driving by flying over, or through wireless internet. We have eliminated thousands of kilometers of driving off the road every month, reducing pollution, reducing time, reducing accidents, and helping prevent the spread of agricultural diseases. The Federation remains the only gas utility in the country to have Measurement Canada accreditation to inspect and re-verify RMO station meters in the field. Every other utility must send their station meters to a meter shop to have them re-verified. What the gas co-ops have been able to achieve is nothing short of remarkable. We have helped build a better Alberta and created a system that people elsewhere envy. To be fair, we did it with the help of the Alberta government. In the 1970s, when most of our co-ops were formed, we needed that help to get us started. Their Rural Gas Program grant, which today is worth $3 million per year, has been instrumental in offsetting the cost of installing new pipeline and upgrading old systems to handle larger populations. We believe that our gas co-op system can be emulated in other parts of Canada, giving more Canadians the same privileges rural Albertans enjoy, while reducing the energy costs and giving them a cleaner alternative than some of the options they currently must use. The cooperative model, we believe, is the best option to help build gas systems, as there is little economic benefit to private companies to take on the expense of servicing rural customers. But just as the gas co-ops in Alberta required help, so too would other areas of the country. We believe the federal government can play a powerful role in the formation of not just gas co-ops, but any kind of cooperative. The federal government needs to recognize that the cooperative sector is a sustainable and viable economic model with the potential for economic growth, diversification, and community sustainability. The federal government should take a more active role in the formation and development of cooperatives. Staff at the regional economic diversification offices should be trained on the nature of the cooperative sector, including their economic potential. This training should also include how to form a cooperative. This knowledge can then be used to help establish cooperatives across Canada or to connect fledgling co-ops to existing cooperatives providing a similar service. A fund should be started to help initiate co-ops, potentially through the regional economic diversification offices. Seed funding is often difficult to gather, but once a co-op has begun, then its economic potential will be a benefit to its community. These steps would allow the federal government to help the Canadian cooperative sector grow. As you can see from the example of Alberta's gas co-ops, allowing co-ops to thrive can create achievements that can't be accomplished in any other way. And with the assistance of the federal government, we truly believe that co-ops can help build a better and stronger Canada. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that concludes all the opening remarks. I appreciate the contribution of all of our witnesses and all the groups this morning. We'll move now to the questioning. And in the first round, first up, we have Mr. Harris, and you have the floor for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the witnesses for coming in today via video conference and in person. It was interesting to hear among the witnesses this morning talking about the role that the federal government can play in helping new cooperatives to start up, as well as with, I believe it's mentoring and training so that they know what they're doing so that they'll be successful. And we really think that that was a product that was offered through the CDI, and that we would have liked to have seen renewed as well as possibly expanded or modified to meet some of the growing needs. For the Alberta Gas Co-ops, I just want to commend you on bringing high-speed internet access into rural areas. That is absolutely the greatest barrier to business and economic prosperity that rural regions face. So congratulations, and keep up the good work there. Now, I wanted to actually speak to Assiniboine, so I think we'll have to hear them speak so that we can get them up on the video again. Yes, so I can certainly go and ask the questions. First off, near the end of your presentation, Nigel, you were talking about two of the barriers for smaller and early startup co-ops, one being internal capacity and, of course, the second being assets. And that's where you talked about federal government capacity building grants potentially. Perhaps if you could expand on that. But then as well, a really important issue for me is in an urban area. I've got over 600 co-op housing units, and many of those buildings are in that 30, 35-year range where they're facing some rather hefty infrastructure needs and having troubles refinancing their mortgages. Exactly what you were saying with the issues to do with CMHC and perhaps excessive penalties. Now, I believe the co-ops all expect to pay some form of penalty, but I think they're looking for middle ground. Do you have any suggestions to make on that? With respect to how we can work with CMHC to get that done? Oh.
Is really this imbalance, if you will.
Mohammed. There was
Yes.
a little bit of a technical difficulty there, and we missed the first part of your response. So if you would just
Okay.
maybe start over, and we'll give you an extra 20 seconds or so, Mr. Harrison.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On the first question around the grants and capacity building, one of the things that we've observed in financing co-ops is this imbalance, if you will, between some of the senior leaders within the co-ops tend to have more of a focus on the cooperative values and principles as opposed to having some of the core business acumen that's needed to develop or make an enterprise viable. So the grants that I referenced that may come from the federal government would be able to provide the training and the technical assistance needed to ensure that the right skill sets are developed and trained and are able to be identified to recruit the right sort of management within the credit unions, within the cooperative sector, to develop and make these enterprises viable. Both at the, I would say, both at the management level, but also at the governance level, because it's important with the structure of the co-op that the governing body or the board of directors also understand the limitations, but also the opportunities that govern co-ops in terms of the act and so on, for them to be able to exercise, take decisions to be able to take advantage of market opportunities. So the federal grants that I referenced is really to be able to provide technical assistance and training to balance the management skills and acumen that's needed to make an enterprise viable, rather than simply just focusing on cooperative development information and technical assistance. The other issue around the co-op housing and the expiring subsidies, we have a few co-ops here in the city of Winnipeg that are Section 95 co-ops that are going to be having to deal with infrastructure maintenance issues, and the 30 and 35-year maturity dates on these CMHC mortgages is making it a challenge for these co-ops to be able to come to a credit union like ours, for example, and to, number one, pay off that penalty, to be able to refinance and then take equity out to be able to do the upgrades and capital requirements. So I think the hope here is that if those penalties can either be, number one, eliminated, it gives those social housing co-ops more capacity to be able to take on debt to deal with the capital requirements, the capital upgrades, rather than adding those penalties in there. Or finding, to your point, finding some way of determining what is a reasonable and affordable and viable debt level that they need to take on that may incorporate some level of penalties. But certainly we've seen in some of them already who we've had preliminary discussions that having to deal with the entire penalties associated with those CMHC early renewals would make it prohibitive for them in taking on the level of debt they need to deal with their capital improvement requirements.
Okay, thank you very much. And time has expired on that round, and we'll move now to Ms. Rempel for the next 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions are also for the Assiniboine Credit Union. As a proud former Manitoban and once member of your illustrious cooperative, I'm really glad to see you here today. It's interesting. I note that your net income, I have your figures from 2007 through to 2011. It's actually increased. So I think in 2000, my understanding is in 2007 your net income was $11.7 million, and as of last year you were up to $17.4 million. Is that correct?
You know what? I'm going to have to trust those numbers. I don't have the financials in front of me. My apologies.
My other, looking through your annual reports, I also noted that your assets increased from, in the same time period, from $2.1 billion to $3.1 billion. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that's a really great success story, especially for an organization in Manitoba, and you're to be congratulated for that. Was your organization, because we're talking about government assistance, was the Assiniboine Credit Union ever given federal funding to support your asset or income growth?
I can't think offhand in terms of federal funding to support our asset or growth. What I can say is we have had support from the federal government related to specific programs and partnerships that we deliver. So, for example, the asset building program that I mentioned, where it's a 3-to-1 match, that program started initially with federal dollars, and we've now expanded to include the United Way, for example. So, I am sort of stretching to think specifically as to, in our history, whether there has been federal dollars to assist our overall growth in assets.
It would be fair to say that the Assiniboine Credit Union story, which is a great story, is one that's really a build-your-own success story, correct? A made-in-Manitoba success story? Absolutely.
Yes.
So, some of the things that we try and do as a government to encourage the further development of those build-it-your-own success stories is look at things like the tax rate for small business. Were you aware that since our government has come to office, we've increased the income limit for small businesses, the small business tax rate to $500,000 from $300,000?
Yes.
How would some of your,
yes, I am aware.
Have you had any feedback on that from some of your clients as far as that impact on their competitivity? Actually,
we have not. One of the things I can say that in our center that we provide financing for small business really would be those businesses that have a hard time getting conventional financing. So the financing that we deliver to our small business members quite often would be supported through loan guarantee programs. So we have special partnerships with whether provincial or in the case of formerly Western Economic Diversification to support business startups as well as expansion. So the individuals that we serve through the Center of Small Business really are those that really have a hard time to begin with in getting financing through conventional means.
On that note, were you aware that our government invested an additional $75 million in the Business Development Bank of Canada to support the formation of late-stage venture capital fund in Canada? As well, in 2009, we invested $450 million in the Business Development Bank of Canada to support small and medium-sized enterprises and firms. In fact, since 2009, our country's seen the growth of jobs by over 750,000 new jobs. Do you think that Canada is well positioned now in terms of global competitivity, especially for small business growth?
Yeah, and I would like Dale to step in here as well from a more provincial perspective. But what I can say from what we've seen in terms of financing small business, certainly the demand for small business, whether it's home-based or otherwise, has been growing. So we have been having a lot more requests for small business financing to be able to start and expand businesses. So I don't know if Dale wants to make any comments about sort of what he has observed through Credit Union Central of Manitoba from a Manitoba perspective that might shed some more light on that.
Yeah, I don't know that I could connect the dots between the specific programs that you're referring to, but in terms of the Manitoba marketplace and economy, small, medium-sized enterprises are clearly a backbone piece and a real driver of our province. In Manitoba, the Manitoba
I'm sorry to
credit union
interrupt you.
system.
I just want to get one more point in before my time expires. And I wanted to ask if you guys were aware that the Canada Small Business Financing Program is celebrating its 50th anniversary as of 2011. And since 1999, we've seen loans totaling about $1 billion each year. Do you think that program has been helpful to some of your clients?
I would say yes.
Time has expired, so I'll just ask that you keep your response as brief as possible. Thank you.
Okay. The answer is yes. We continue to use the Small Business Financing Program as one of the tools, one of those loan guarantee programs to be able to provide access to financing. So that program certainly, I would say, has been important together with the formerly mentioned Western Economic Diversification Microloan Fund. They have been important in allowing us to be able to support the financing needs of our members.
Okay, thank you very much, and I appreciate your brevity there. We'll now move to Mr. Belanger for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to, gentlemen, thank you for being here, and thanks for the panelists on the video conference. Indeed, I've had the pleasure of meeting representatives of the Gas Federation and electricity, rural electrification, and the water, and that's a phenomena that is unique to Alberta, unfortunately. And it speaks to a will to make sure that the rural communities can thrive. Technology changes, as you mentioned, and you're now having your meters read by wireless technology, and I believe it's the same is true of the electrification, the RIAs. However, we have not yet, no government in Canada has managed to completely go to a wireless high-speed throughout the country. Rural communities are still waiting for that to come to them. Is that part of the business plan of your federation to perhaps eventually offer the wireless capacity to clients in the rural Alberta? Because I know that the La Co-op Fédérée, which operates in 4 eastern provinces, is indeed interested in doing just that, and they're investing a substantial amount of money.
No, it's not through our Gas Co-op Federation. We looked at the possibility, put it forward to our members. The members turned it down, and then a group of our members formed a private company, and they have formed a company called Corridor Communications, Inc., and so they are putting that wireless broadband internet in place as a private company, but it's not part of the co-op. The idea started there, but as a co-op, it's one member, one vote. Not enough members agreed, so a minority of our membership took it on themselves to form a company and go ahead with that incentive.
And are they being profitable?
Well, they're still in the expansion stage. They've got 147 300-foot towers up, and they're
Okay.
going forward.
All right. I've only got 5 minutes, so I've got to direct a question to the Assiniboine. Yesterday, the matter of the Section 95 co-ops came up, and I'm of the view that when a business arrangement is made, that only if it's beneficial to both parties should it be broken. And we found out in one instance yesterday where the mortgage rate for 4 years outstanding was at 1.2%. And in that case, I would have thought that the CMHC could easily replace or arrange for a small penalty or no penalty even, so that the the co-op could borrow more, do the repairs that are required, generate more economic activity by doing that, at the same time get a higher than 1.2 return, but just buy a Government Canada bond, for instance. So would you agree that where there's a lower mortgage rate, and that could be where the money that's basically the loan is being repaid could be reinvested at a higher rate, that is the circumstance where indeed there should be flexibility?
Yeah, I would agree with that argument for sure. And I think the other advantage, if I can say, in terms of when we look at the wider co-op development impact, is that many of these housing co-ops, I think probably, certainly in Winnipeg, we have been, the Assiniboine Credit Union has been the first choice for these co-ops to look at getting that refinancing done. So I think more than simply being able to benefit the housing co-op in terms of having access to the financing to do their capital improvements, it also being able to get that financing secured.
I got a question. Did your co-op, your credit union, make use of any of the $125 billion that was made available to the financial institutions, and the $67 billion of it was mostly taken up by banks? Did your co-op make use of that government assistance through CMHC?
No, I have to say that I'm not familiar with our credit union accessing or taking advantage of that. To your question,
would you have a sense of the percentage? I'm not able to respond. Okay. Would you also have a sense of the percentage of the money that we've just heard about, the $450 million being made available to small businesses in this country, have been taken up by small business co-ops, or have they been excluded in many instances from accessing those funds?
Yeah, again, sorry, I'm not familiar with the level of our accessing and utilization of those funds that you referenced.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And did you have something to add there, very briefly, Mr. Ward?
I was just going to add, in terms of that question, I think that in trying to determine what level of uptake there may have been in these various programs may be a question that can be addressed through some of the associations, the Canadian Cooperative Association or the individual provincial co-ops associations that may have tracked that. But from Assiniboine's perspective or from Credit Central Manitoba's perspective, we wouldn't have that data.
We could also ask our analysts to do that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
And we'll now move into our second round of questioning. And up first there we have Mr. Payne. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to thank all witnesses for coming today. And certainly I want to talk to a few of my constituents, the Red Hat Co-op, surprisingly enough, and I want to welcome Doyle and Albert to our video conference on cooperatives. And I wonder, maybe you could just give us a brief outline. I know you talked about the 52 shareholders, and just what kind of assets does Red Hat Co-op currently have?
Good.
That's a question we weren't thinking about either. But this year alone, we put up a new facility. We doubled our size. We spent $4 million on a new building. We spent $2 million on new equipment to package our cucumbers. It's all done robotically now, so it's a pretty neat piece of equipment. And as a co-op, of course, we can do that collectively. And as assets, I would say $10 million.
Yeah.
Maybe more.
Okay, and certainly I'm assuming that did your membership add additional funding in that, or did that come right out of the general reserves of Red Hat?
Well, the way the cooperative runs, of course, we don't have a whole lot of reserves in the co-op, but the banks fund it. We just get loans for it, and it's paid for with every packaged product that goes through there. Okay.
And just in terms of your packaging, I know you must have started out trying to obviously sell your products to some of the local grocery stores. And could you just tell us what your process was to expand that process, and how far do you reach across Western Canada?
our product goes a lot further than, of course, locally. We're into Saskatchewan, Manitoba. We go into British Columbia also. Not as much British Columbia because they have their own cooperatives and greenhouses there, but it goes all over Western Canada. And that type of product with that volume needs to go the odd time we even go into the U.S.
Okay, so you're actually been very successful, and I'm certainly glad to hear that. I knew of the expansion, and of course I've been able to talk with some of you folks over the last couple of years. And one of the things that I understand that you have is a certified safety program, a traceability program. Maybe you could tell us a bit about that, and how has that impacted your business?
Well, right now, the traceability, if I pick a cucumber out of my greenhouse and it goes to Manitoba, they can link it right back to my greenhouse. That's how much the traceability has gone. And, we needed to do that for the stores and for all our customers. But it's become at a huge cost to us, too. We've probably spent $300,000 to put this all into place. And I don't believe that we had a whole lot of funding, like from federal or provincial, to do this. So it's been at a huge cost to the co-op, and yet on the same token, with the food safety that's in place now, we need to do that. And I think we're probably, if not, right up to anybody's standards.
So was that a requirement of the grocery stores, the Loblaws, the Safeways, the other co-ops that you may sell to, Costco?
Yeah, especially Costco. They actually have their own audit that they're coming out with. So through the Canada Gap program, we are being compliant and meeting the recommendations. And every year the recommendations are kind of pushed to a new level for food safety. And of course, if we don't comply with the retail's demands, they just don't buy from us. So we do comply because we need the market, and at the same time, part of the problem is we can't pass on the costs to the consumer because the competition in the marketplace is quite stiff. Like, we have lots of competition from BC.
Sorry to interrupt, Doyle, but I've only got about 30 seconds left, and I just wanted to get another question in terms of, I know you talked about temporary foreign workers, and I understand that is an issue because of the farm laborers can be hired, and as I understand, certainly the greenhouse are considered under farm labor, and so you're able to bring in temporary foreign workers to help in the greenhouse. And how would you see that in terms of benefiting the Red Hat Co-op if that were to be available?
The question was, how does the foreign workers benefit the greenhouse?
Well, I know that temporary foreign workers are brought into the greenhouses and under the farm labor. And how would temporary foreign workers help the Red Hat Co-op in terms of their employee base and being able to continue to produce and grow?
Yeah, we are actually bringing foreign workers into the Red Hat Co-op now, but the problem is we can't bring them in under farm status. So there's different rules and regulations, and what we want to see as a cooperative is that a Red Hat Co-op is recognized under farm status, the same as our greenhouses, because it's an extension of our greenhouse. And because of we're just not being seen or recognized at the Red Hat as farm, and that's what we'd like to see, because the Red Hat Co-op is farm, but they won't allow us to bring in workers under the farm status, because they consider it a package facility and they consider it to be commercial. So that's the concern we're having right now.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll now move to Madame Rousseau. You have 5 minutes.
Great. I'd like to thank you all for being with us this afternoon. It's always a pleasure. I just wanted to add, I guess, so the Red Hat Cooperative, I guess that'd be a recommendation you would like to have recognition under farm status to be able to have temporary foreign workers work in your greenhouses. Is that correct?
Yes. We would like them to recognize the Red Hat Co-op as being a farm entity, And because co-ops for farmers are farm entities, so that's our concern is make it the cooperative recognized under farm status, and that would alleviate a lot of our problems right now. So I hope that answers your question.
How many workers do you have come in and work in your greenhouses?
We have roughly 105 acres of greenhouses this year, and you can see, it's at least 2 workers per acre. So we have in some of the greenhouses, like Albert's greenhouse, they actually have about 3 to 4 per acre because they grow under lights. So we have well over 200 workers in our greenhouse industry, and we have probably 80 in our packing facility right at this moment. Pardon me, 200 at the Red Hat. Sorry.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to go and speak with the Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops. On the government website of Alberta, it states that grants are provided to rural gas co-ops to help defray the cost of installing natural gas services. These grants can be related to the installation of individual gas services on existing infrastructure, upgrading of the infrastructure, and to maintain gas supply, and for the securing of new gas supplies and related facilities. I was just wondering how you assist in administering these grants.
Each co-op has their own administration, and as they expand, like if they take on a new customer, they have to submit an application to the government saying how many new customers they expect to install that year, and then the government monitors it, and at the end of the year they have to submit their final numbers as to how many they have installed, what the cost was, and there's a base price that the co-op has to absorb, and then the amount in excess of that is split on a 25-75% basis, and the government will, once all your paperwork is completed, all your easements in place, then they issue a check for that portion of your costs for the year before.
I imagine you have a good relationship with on the municipal level, the provincial level. What is your relationship with the federal government? Do you have a lot of dealings with the federal government?
Not very much.
No. Are there any programs supporting co-ops? Because it seems like it's the gas co-ops in Alberta, it's really thriving. There was a need, and you guys have just expanded, and it's doing amazing. But what kind of relationship do you want to see with the federal government in the future with co-ops?
We did receive one grant through the ACCA to do a study on
GIS.
GIS
that was
system.
actually through the CCA, the CDI grant. That was for our Geographic Information System feasibility study. We got $51,000 to help out with that study. To date, that's been our only other previous dealing with the federal government. There's really nothing available for us as gas co-ops from the federal government. As far as moving forward, as we mentioned previously, economic diversification offices are probably the best way to have either mentorship programs or funding. We really do see ourselves as being small businesses. We're often not classified as small businesses, but we see ourselves as that. And we believe that these diversification offices can probably go a long ways to help supporting new co-ops throughout the country, as well as even through the gas co-ops. We can always use mentorship in our own programs, as well as we are constantly having new people coming on board as well.
I think it being the International Year of the Cooperatives, the federal government does have a role to play. We are working, and we're meeting with people from across Canada, getting amazing testimony on how co-ops are thriving. So I'm really hoping that with this report, there's something that comes out of it. You know, it's not the ending of the CDI. It's maybe we'll find something new, and so we're looking for recommendations as to what you see the relationship with the federal government should be as a report to cooperatives. I was wondering if you guys had any more recommendations. The credit union, Assiniboine Credit Union. Would you have any recommendations for the future of the relationship of the federal government with the cooperatives?
Yes, thank you. One of the things that I didn't mention in my delivery was the fact that there are within the co-op sector, there are both for-profit and non-profit co-ops. And one of the very important role that the not-for-profit co-ops make is, beyond, it's not just measured in terms of the economic impact, but it's the social impact that they make as well. And one example that comes to mind would be, whereas there are programs available for for-profit enterprises, such as loan guarantees, where these guarantee programs can be accessed through a lender to provide access to financing to support for-profit enterprises. The same isn't true for nonprofit co-ops or nonprofit organizations generally. So if, for example, a nonprofit organization or a co-op wants to build assets, they want to buy a building, a daycare, wants to relocate or to expand spaces in its own building, they have no assets, so they can't access financing to be able to get the capital they need to build that building. So my suggestion is a loan guarantee, much like Canada Small Business Financing Program that was alluded to earlier, but that would be specifically for not-for-profit co-ops to help them build assets and to build capacity and to access financing so they can then develop their planning and programming to strengthen their internal capacity.
Okay, thank you very much.
If I could add to...
Oh, sorry. If you can make it very brief, I've allowed time to go quite a bit over on this round. So, but if you do have something to add, but I'd ask it to be very brief, Mr. Ward.
Yeah, just quickly to raise the awareness and understanding and appreciation for the broadness of the co-op sector, the placement of co-ops and the responsibility for co-ops within the federal government being moved over to Industry Canada is I think, an important recognition of the spectrum of impact that the co-op sector has in this country, and that would be, I think, a good first move by the federal government.
Okay. Thank you very much. And we'll now move to Mr. Lemieux, and you have the floor for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'd like to thank the witnesses for joining us. This has been a very informative study that we're doing, and I appreciate you participating in it. I wanted to follow up with the Assiniboine Credit Union just about the CMHC mortgage loans. It's not my area of expertise, but my understanding is that a long time ago, the CMHC basically approved certain projects and funded the building of these social housing projects. So I would consider that to be a high-risk endeavor, just because, as you were mentioning, there was no capital that you could actually put your hands on. It hadn't been built yet. They then built into long-term mortgages, the loan into a long-term mortgage to reduce perhaps the cash flow burden on the social housing cooperatives. And then you made a recommendation that CMHC should negate the penalties when the social housing co-ops ask for their, basically to break the terms of their mortgage. So the question I wanted to ask you, as a financial institution, you've got clients that hold mortgages with you. And if your clients came to you and said, listen, we'd like to break our existing mortgages with you, would you negate the penalties?
Yeah, no, that's a valid question. I think the point with the social housing co-ops, I think, with the whole Section 95 discussion, is the recognition that these co-ops, unlike a for-profit enterprise, they serve a much bigger purpose here. And if one of our members that has a social good, in the case of social housing, was to come to the Assiniboine Credit Union and ask for some flexibility around penalties, fees, conditions, and we recognize that our decision is going to have an adverse or negative impact or restrict or limit that member in fulfilling its social mandate, we would certainly be flexible and open to looking at alternatives and solutions and working with that member to recognize that it's not simply a financial relationship or financial transaction, but there's a very real, practical social impact.
But I would put forward I do hope your socially minded clientele are paying attention, because this is an important thing that you're saying. But I think there's also sound business decisions that come into effect, and just as you must borrow money from other institutions, other people, bondholders, etc. So did the CMHC. If they break their terms with them, there are penalties involved there. So I think I understand what you're saying, but I think also from a sound business perspective, Canadians do expect the CMHC to operate under sound business principles, as your members would expect you to operate under sound business principles. And so anyway, I just wanted to make that point. The other one I wanted to pursue was the access to financing of co-ops, because over these 3 days, we've had some sort of generalities of, co-ops have felt that they are somewhat biased against when it comes to accessing financing. And but it's hard to determine whether it's the nature of their project or if it's because they're a co-op. And as I've asked this question, I've received responses. So let me just give you the scenario that you brought up with a daycare, for example. So you have a co-op daycare that doesn't really have a lot of assets, and I think you're quite right. Because they don't have assets or capital that would act in the role of collateral, they're considered to be perhaps a high-risk loan, and so it's hard for them to seek financing, and I see that. But I'm thinking, too, but there are non-co-op daycares that would be in exactly the same position. And so it's not really the fact that they're a co-op and the other one's not a co-op, so we would do it for the non-co-op but not for the co-op. I actually think it's just the nature of the field in which they're operating. Whether you're a co-op or not, you're going to have a struggle finding financing. And I've made this point with previous witnesses, too, with respect to new businesses. Like, they don't have a lot of collateral either. Finding financing, I think, is probably the #1 challenge of any non-co-op business as well. So I wanted to ask, as a lending institution, am I correct in what I'm saying, meaning that there isn't a built-in bias against co-ops? It very much depends on the nature of their business, and if they were compared to sort of a non-co-op business in the same type of scenario, they would be treated equally.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think the fundamentals of financing, of credit decision making and adjudication is really, it goes down to the 3 C's of credit, right? It's the collateral, it's the capacity to repay, and it's the character, the borrower. I think the challenge that co-ops perhaps may have that's unique to other structures of enterprises would be, I think there's still a lot of education that's needed, both, I mentioned earlier, within the co-op sector, the leadership itself, but also to financial institutions, conventional financial institutions, because this notion that you need to call a meeting to make a decision, and you need to pass certain resolutions before you make certain decisions based on the bylaws of the credit union, the bylaws of the co-op. I think there's that risk that from a lender or a potential investor, that decision making is slow, or it's not efficient, or it's not timely. So it affects whether the viability or the effectiveness of that organization. So I think you're right. I think the fundamentals of lending and credit risk is really not different between a co-op and a non-co-op. But I think where we maybe fall short, or where there may be perceived biasness in co-ops accessing financing, is I think the lenders, and hopefully credit unions are a little bit ahead of the curve on this, but certainly traditional lenders are not sufficiently aware of that environment, whether legislative or the act, that is sort of the enabling environment for co-ops in terms of decision making and opportunities and so on. So I think
you're making a valid
the
point.
Education,
yep.
You know what I mean? I think is also to us, the lenders in the marketplace. So we're able to integrate co-ops like any other business enterprise to be able to access forms of financing that would not make it restrictive for them.
Okay,
always good.
Sorry, we'll have
That's
to
fine.
stop it there. We've gone significantly over. And we'll move back to Mr. Harris now for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you. And it's interesting, of course, we've had some discussions now this morning about the Business Development Bank of Canada. And I think that's, of course, an institution that does a lot of lending to small and medium enterprises and startups and small businesses. But what I'd perhaps like through the chair to ask the analysts is whether cooperatives have access to that money in the same way that a sole proprietorship or a traditional business, whether they in fact have access to that money, because that could be one of the barriers when we speak about cooperatives being misunderstood and the education required around it. They are a viable alternative business model, and that needs to be recognized throughout our financial systems as well in the in the general public, so that more people perhaps look to that avenue when they're looking to start up a small business or to engage in community endeavors. Because community economic development, and especially in rural areas, co-ops have been critical in fulfilling that need, and I mean the Alberta Gas co-ops would be an example of that. Now, Mr. Ward, I noticed right at the end of one of your statements a few minutes ago, you spoke about the broadness of cooperatives and how perhaps they should be moved over to industry. And as we know, they're currently under the purview of agriculture. And I mean, that made a lot of sense when cooperatives were first founded. They were largely in agriculture areas. But we've heard from several witnesses now that perhaps while there is still a very strong agricultural component within many co-ops, there are many other cooperatives that have outgrown that, and that they also feel that industry would be the appropriate place for them to fall under. Could you perhaps expand upon your statement earlier in regards to why you think that change should be made?
Yes, in terms of the rationale is that, as you've heard from many of the individuals appearing before your committee, the spectrum of organizations, the spectrums of industries that co-ops are engaged in is extremely broad and is no longer rural-based or agricultural-based. There is still very deep roots that go into that area, but in terms of the financial cooperatives or credit unions across the country, including Caisse Populaires, they're deeply immersed in the cities. So in terms of looking at raising the recognition and essentially maybe integration and understanding of the co-op business model throughout government, placement in Industry Canada, I think, makes greater sense than saying, well, co-ops are only small, rurally based organizations. That is truly no longer the case, and the beginnings to raise that profile and have understanding, as you spoke earlier about Business Development Bank and a general raising of understanding of co-ops. I would argue that they're not just a business alternative model, they are a preferable model as it applies to so many organizations like daycares and so forth in terms of startup as being the model that it is proven to be, I think, statistically more sustainable over time. So I think it is a matter of raising the awareness, and it is a matter of raising the profile that would be served by moving under Industry Canada.
Thank you very much for that. And a preferable business model is certainly something that I'd be interested in saying, but perhaps have held back from that because I don't want to be pejorative in any way. And but they definitely, studies have been showing that 5 years out, half as many co-ops fail as regular businesses. So certainly, I mean, I think the business case is made right there that they are more economically stable. And the Alberta Gas Co-ops, in your opening remarks, had mentioned that as well, in that the federal government needs to recognize that fact. Do you believe there's a disconnect currently, that perhaps the federal government doesn't understand the power of co-ops?
I think it's more just in general. I'm not sure that most organizations out there really understand just what cooperatives are, how they work, or that they are a viable alternative. So I'm not going to say it's just the federal government. It's just about everybody. An example, because we're talking a little bit about financing, is a couple years back, one of our gas co-ops, a private company that ships gas out past them, they tap into their pipeline. They abandoned that pipeline. And so now this co-op, as well as the town, had to essentially plow 80 kilometers of pipeline to make sure that the towns and the communities had heating for the winter. Well, that was about a $1.5 million project. No bank would give them money. And the reason why is because if the co-op defaults on that loan, what bank is going to call that in? That pipeline goes to their neighbor's house. They're not going to say, no more gas. So it's very difficult for us to get financing as well. And we've had a number of issues where, yeah, we would like to get financing. It's just not happening. We're not considered to be a traditional business model.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move now to Mr. Bowen. You have the next 5 minutes.
Thanks, Chair, and let me welcome our guests here this morning, and thank you for sharing your expertise with us. Looking at or listening to what you shared with us earlier, Peter, can you kind of put a little more meat on the bones when you talk about how the kitchen table evolved into the organization it is today? Kind of the ups and downs and the successes, certainly.
Right. Well, that first co-op that I spoke of, south of Calgary, there was a pipeline going through that area that actually exports gas to California. And the local farmers wanted to know, if we're exporting Alberta gas, why can't we have access to it? And some of the people that actually worked for the companies and had some experience in pipeline construction, they got together and said, well, if we can get a contract with a company that will buy their gas, we can distribute it to our the people in the area. And it took a while, but they were able to get it started. And in fact, at that time, some of those original people had to put up personal guarantees. Like on a $10,000 project, one of them put up a $5,000 personal guarantee to get money to get that started. And over the next, after the first one got started, then their neighbors would say, well, hey, you guys got gas, we want it too. And they'd go to them for advice, and over the first 8 or 9 years, they got up to about 25 co-ops in basically in the southern Alberta, Calgary, mainly Calgary East area, formed small co-ops. And a lot of them, even when they went to the government would say, gee, that's too big an area, you can't service it. So they'd cut their franchise area in half of what they were applying for. And it took time to get even the government on board. But eventually there were enough of them going that they said it looks viable and will help.
And then since then you've moved into the electronic game with the reading of meters from with no wires attached?
Yes, as I mentioned just either a year or two ago, we got approval to do the wireless reading on the meters, and a number of, right now we're reading about 40,000 meters. Some of the co-ops have a handheld device that they can drive down the road, and the operator can push a button and read the meters, say 2 miles on each side of that road.
Neat.
And goes onto his laptop. Others are flying over their area on a plane and reading the meters from the plane. And then the others that have the wireless internet system on there, obtaining the meters through the internet, the readings.
Neat stuff. Thank you. Talking with Nigel and Dale, I'm just wondering, how do you measure success? You started as a small organization, you've grown. What factors do you look at and say we're a success here, we're not a success there? We should be putting more money into other credit unions that are maybe struggling, or to co-ops that may be struggling. Could you let us know what your views are on that?
Yeah. I mentioned earlier that, within the mission of the Assiniboine Credit Union, there are really 3 key stakeholders that we use to measure our success, really, and that comes down to our members, our employees, and the community that we serve. So the way in which we measure our success as a financial cooperative is using what we call internally, it's a balanced scorecard approach, where we have a number of indicators, financial being only one of those indicators, that we would establish targets and set objectives to achieving. Everything from, of course, growth, profitability, efficiency, all of the, delinquency, asset quality, all of the usual financial sort of indicators. But we also have a mandate and a responsibility to ensure that within the organization, things like employee satisfaction, things like whether our employees' profile represent the community that we serve in terms of diversity. We also want to measure our environmental, our carbon footprint as a company, the type of branches that we build, whether in fact they are environmentally efficient and using recyclable materials and so on. Our procurement policies, are we purchasing from socially responsible vendors within local, using local resources and so on. So I guess a very short answer is that our balanced scorecard approach looks at indicators including financial, but also looking at how we make a difference in the community through our partnerships, as well as within the company in terms of our employee engagement and representation, reflecting the community demographics, as well as ensuring that how we lend our money, in terms of my specific goal, how we lend our money is actually making not only an economic but a social and environmental impact positively in the communities that we serve.
Okay, thank you very much.
On the provincial
that round. And we'll now move to Mr. Allen for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all. Mr. Hardy and Mr. Crush, do you have competition in Alberta for gas in the rural area, or are you, in the sense, have you basically, we end up with Enbridge, my neck of the woods, so not my favorite guy in the world, but. Are you competing against them in rural areas? I know where I live in the city, I have Enbridge. I have a rural property. Enbridge won't give me the time of day. So it's a long pipeline from Alberta to my place in southern Ontario, so I'm not going to be your customer, unfortunately.
Well, 50 years ago, the private companies of the day picked the small towns, the cities, the concentrated areas that were close to their pipelines. They served them. The areas that were uneconomical, they didn't serve. So when the co-ops were formed, the government of Alberta gave franchised areas, and where the ATCO of the day was serving, they got a franchise area for that area, and then the co-ops were beside them. So if a load is over 10,000 gigajoules, even if it's in their area, we can bid on it. If it's in our area, they can bid on it. But for loads below that amount, we have a franchised area that we have to serve, and they have their franchised areas.
So when you do this, because you're a federated system, so you actually have below you are individual co-ops. I mean,
Correct.
I'm looking at your web.
Correct.
There's a large number of them. I didn't get a chance to count them all. Just fly through them very quickly. There's a fair number of them. So when you look at that infrastructure that's in the ground, because clearly some of it's been in the ground now for 50 years, what's the model you use to financing when it comes to renewing or repairing or doing that? Does each individual co-op be responsible for its area, or do we do it in a larger scale under the umbrella of the Federation?
Each co-op is responsible for their area. They set their own rates. They carry their own reserves. They have a limit, like if somebody wants to build a new house and have gas to it, they have an amount that they pay for a connection. And then if the service is more than that, as I said, the government will have a grant that splits the cost above that basic price, which is now about $5,500. And for expansion, we have reserves, and we can get sharing grants. But it's limited to the amount that's available each year. And if the amount that is applied for is greater than the amount available, then it's proportionate to what there is.
So there still is today this combination of the co-op working with the provincial government to certain limits and levels, but there is still that financial tie between the two. Mr. Mohammed, and I'm going to use Mr. Hardy as an example because as well to the comment you made earlier about the differentiation between, to Mr. Lemieux's question about sole proprietor enterprises or even small incorporated businesses versus the co-op model in financing. You talked about in the co-op model the sense of the decision-making process is spread out, if you will, because it's a democratic process for the co-ops versus if I'm a sole proprietor, I'll make the decision. So if I want to go ahead, I go ahead. And the reason I'm not picking on Mr. Hardy, but I'm using you as in your group, it's when your decision-making body said no to wireless internet. Now, if they'd come to you if the board had thought, geez, I think folks are going to go for this, and had come to you for money and said, we want to do wireless broadband, rural, we want to follow the model that we were successful with the co-op and gas distribution. When you're looking at that, you've got two things to consider. Is that right? You've got a board that you probably would ask, have you made the ultimate decision, or are you simply out there looking for something? And so is that part of the process that you would look at as a lender as to what happens? Because clearly if you'd said yes to their suggestion, you'd have found out later on that actually their members said, no, thank you.
Yeah, and that's one of the things, and it's a good example. It's one of those, it's a classic example of what we said earlier about almost normalizing this structure called the co-op structure within the financial sector. So there seems to be such ambiguity about decision-making process and how decisions are made within co-ops. So traditional banks or lenders, even some statutory government boards like a BDC, because of their unfamiliarity about the decision-making process, they may feel that there's more risk attached to it. So if an opportunity, as you just expressed, comes to us for financing, before we would focus on two things: the viability of that business idea, so whether the numbers make sense, and then of course the other important aspect is the security. Peter mentioned earlier that in his example, one of the individuals had to provide a personal guarantee for $5,000 in his example. Well, a lender if they're satisfied with the viability issue in the business case, then the question is, what's the security? And with a co-op structure, lenders want to tie someone or something in terms of a guarantee, even if it's an incorporated company. So with a co-op, because there are a number of owners, therein lies the challenge for a traditional lender to say, well, I want to have 100 personal guarantors because they're all legally owners of this co-op. So that is a role that perhaps the government can play in the absence of having each individual personal member provide a guarantee for security purposes. Perhaps that's the role where the government can play by way of a loan guarantee, to say we would provide a loan guarantee to negate the need for individual members providing personal guarantees for whether startup or an expansion project. But we would assess, to your question, we would assess the viability, the business case, and of course the collateral. But before any decision is made and executed legally in terms of the document, we need to know that resolutions are passed appropriately to be able to enter into that legal contract with the co-op, which means a board decision in most cases.
Okay, thank you very much. And that concludes that round, and it also will conclude our panel this morning. So we appreciate all three groups for your contribution. It's been very informative. We appreciate your testimony and your answers to the questions. And I'll now suspend the meeting until 10:45. So we'll call the meeting back to order, and I apologize that we're a little late getting started. We're having some technical difficulties with our video conference, but it's being worked on as we speak, and we're hopeful that by the time the other witnesses are required, they will be available and be able to hear. There's just some difficulties with the audio. So we do have with us, though, Ms. Jody Stark, who's Vice President at Concentra Financial Services Association. So we'll be able to have your opening remarks. And then if we're able to get the technical difficulties worked out, we'll have the Community Health Cooperative Federation Limited. We have Mr. Tim Archer and Mr. Patrick Lapointe. And so hopefully we'll be able to get those sorted out and have their testimony as well. But we're confident we'll sort out something. So we'll start with you, Ms. Stark, and you have 10 minutes to make some opening remarks to the committee. So I'll turn the floor over to you now for up to 10 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, committee members, my name is Jody Stark, and I'm Vice President of Legal and Corporate Affairs at Concentra Financial. Our head office is located in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to present to all of you today. Concentra Financial is a successor of the Cooperative Trust Company of Canada, which has been operating since 1952. Concentra Financial is the only federal retail association in Canada operating under the Cooperative Credit Associations Act. Concentra has the broad powers of a national bank and is federally regulated by OSFI, CDIC, and FCAC. Concentra was designated as one of Canada's 50 best managed companies for the 9th consecutive year in 2012 and employs 287 staff across Canada. Concentra exists to enable credit unions to optimize their financial performance and to provide full service offerings to their members. Recently, the federal regulators have expressed concerns that regionally based credit unions may be at greater risk than banks as their operations are local and subject to economic conditions within that region. Concentra is able to mitigate that risk by acting as a financial intermediary through offering syndicated loans and investment opportunities for mortgage pools to credit union partners, which in turn diversifies their investment portfolio. In addition, Concentra offers advisory services to assist our credit union partners in managing their operations. We also operate a liquidity bulletin board, which allows credit unions the ability to post and acquire liquidity when it is available within the system. Concentra Financial's wholly owned subsidiary, Concentra Trust, provides trustee services to almost 80% of Canada's credit unions outside of Quebec, so that registered plan programs can be offered to credit union members. The credit union system supports the initiatives of the federal government in developing these savings programs so that Canadians can save for the future and be self-sufficient. Concentra enables credit unions to service these registered programs. Concentra Trust also provides trust and estate services to members of credit unions. Concentra's profits are returned to the system through charitable donations to community-based initiatives across Canada and through dividend payments to its owners, who are credit unions, centrals, and other cooperative entities. SAS Central has provided to you a brief which outlines the statistics showing the strength of the credit union system in Saskatchewan. I'd like to take this opportunity to share with you the importance of credit unions and cooperatives to Saskatchewan residents. Prior to the formation of our province, our land was populated by First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. These cultures were governed by primarily the same principles as today's cooperatives, with an emphasis on self-government and self-sufficiency. It has been said that they were the first cooperators to exist in North America. By 1910, the first credit union in Western Canada was developed in Wapella, Saskatchewan. From there, the cooperative movement blossomed and provided insurance, financial services, and retail products. And throughout the Great Depression and the drought of the 1930s, consumer and producer cooperatives ensured the survival of many Saskatchewan communities. In 1928, the Saskatchewan Cooperative Youth Program was formed, Remarkably, that youth camp continues even today, and my daughter attended their program just last summer. The Federated Co-op was also formed that same year and is now one of the most profitable businesses in Saskatchewan. One of the advantages that cooperatives and credit unions have over larger traditional institutions is the ability to be innovative and creative in finding solutions. The Cooperative Commonwealth Federation, or CCF Party, was formed in the 1930s and was instrumental in the development of the Universal Medicare program, which was launched in our province in 1962. Coincidentally, my family was one of the first in Saskatchewan to be issued a health card at that time. The Centre for Study of Cooperatives was established at the University of Saskatchewan in 1984, and in 1985 the first debit card in the world was piloted in Swift Current, and I recall my father explaining to me how to use the new ATM machine at our local credit union. He told me that electronic banking would change the way we do business, and how true that is. 3 years later, my father walked me down the aisle wearing a wedding gown purchased from our local Pioneer Co-op. Credit unions and cooperatives not only provide innovation to benefit Canadians, but for many communities they provide the infrastructure. From gas stations to grocery stores, retail outlets to credit unions, cooperatives are the very heart of so many communities. Many of my friends graduated from college and went on to be employed by cooperative entities, which enable us to remain in our home province. I do my banking at the credit union, which is managed by people I personally know and trust. My groceries and fuel also come from Co-op. In Saskatchewan, credit unions build buildings and operate the only financial institution in many communities. They sponsor sports teams and arenas, and almost every major centre has a credit union name attached to it. It's no wonder why 5.2 million Canadians are members of a credit union. They represent community, giving back, and a sense of belonging. Not only have credit unions been instrumental in establishing an infrastructure in developing nations, along with the early settlers in Western Canada, they have survived and flourished in the face of economic crisis. From the stock market crash in 1929 to the recent economic crisis in 2008, banks and shareholders suffered great losses. However, credit union members took comfort in knowing that their money was safe and being managed locally by people that they know and trust. Scandals continue to erupt involving executives of large banks and investment firms, something which is unheard of in the credit union system. Saskatchewan credit unions do not rely on government funding or bailouts, and these credit unions provide 100% guarantee on members' deposits. Credit unions also offer financing to farmers and small business owners when traditional banks turn them away. Cooperatives also ensure cultural traditions are sustained while still engaging the youth and provide opportunities for development of First Nation communities, small towns, and large urban centres alike. They are all-encompassing and are embedded in the very fibre of what makes Saskatchewan the successful province it is today. It is no coincidence that Saskatchewan has grown stronger in the last few years, while many other provinces have struggled to survive the crippling economic crisis. Our reliance on our own people, our greatest natural resource, guarantees resilience in the face of diversity. It is our spirit of cooperation and self-sufficiency that creates our own success. On behalf of Concentra and our partners in the credit union system, I ask that the federal government support the unique governance principles that make up the framework of our credit unions. Now that we have the ability to form federal credit unions, I ask that the government refrain from considering and treating these credit unions simply as banks. To do so would be to threaten the very structure that has provided members with stability in the system for the last century. I also ask that the government consult with the credit union system on all matters relating to financial legislation. Although we have 5.2 million members, we are not always recognized as having a collective voice. However, we do have trade associations that represent us and are available for consultation purposes. It is critical that we be considered when legislation is being developed or amended. I have provided a more detailed brief for this committee's review, which is being prepared. And Mr. Chair, Concentra Financial wishes to thank this committee for undertaking this study in recognition of the International Year of Cooperatives. In conclusion, I want to thank you for this opportunity to provide a Saskatchewan perspective, and I'd be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Stark. Appreciate that presentation, and look forward to giving you the opportunity to answer some questions in a few minutes. But first, and hopefully our technical difficulties have been worked out. We believe they have. Can you hear us, Mr. Archer and Mr. Lapointe? presentation from our video conference witnesses, and they expect it'll be very shortly, and I will certainly advise the committee as soon as that does happen. So in the meantime, we'll move to our first round of questioning. And Madame Brosseau, you have the first round, so you have 5 minutes.
I would like to thank all three witnesses for being with us, and I'd just like to thank the clerk for the timing of the two, because they kind of go hand in hand. You mentioned the CCF and how instrumental it was for universal health care, and then we have like this co-op also. It's kind of shedding
Sorry,
light.
Madame Brosseau, I'll just interrupt there, and your time is stopped. I will not be using your time. Just to inform the committee, we have corrected the difficulties, and we are now being televised once again.
Perfect. We go again. Okay.
Start over.
Do I get to start over? Or? Okay. Hi. Okay. I would just like to thank the three committee members the three witnesses we have today, and thank them for their testimony and how great it was to have the two pairing here. You touched on, Ms. Stark, the CCF and how important it was for universal health care, and then we have a cooperative here that's talking about their work and the cooperative health care that they're doing in Saskatchewan right now. So I would just like to start with you, Ms. Stark, quickly on, given the social and democratic mandates of cooperatives, I was just wondering if you could talk about the importance of credit unions and how they are different from just a regular financial institution.
Certainly, thank you for the question. The main difference between credit unions and traditional banks or other financial institutions is in their governance model itself. So credit unions, generally speaking, have a membership within a certain region or area, and because of that, the people who work in the credit unions generally know their client much better than they would in a banking system. So that gets into things like, the initiatives to stop money laundering and that sort of thing. It certainly has an advantage that way because they do know their clients a lot better. The governance of a credit union is done locally with a board, so that decisions that are made in the best interest of the people within that community. So there's some assurance and some accountability between the members and the people who are governing their credit unions, as opposed to, say, a traditional bank where shareholders are usually great distances from their boards and have very little or no say in how their money is being used and managed. Because of that, the credit unions more often will support local initiatives and community projects. And in fact, based on 2010 statistics, will actually donate about 4 times as much of their pre-tax earnings to community-based initiatives and charitable matters. So those are some of the differences between a credit union and a bank.
You also said in your opening statement that scandals that erupt involving executives of large banks and investment firms, it's completely unheard of with credit unions. They're really community-based. You get to know the people at your credit union. It's very, very personal, and it's very different, at a big financial bank. I was just wondering if you could explain what kind of role the federal government has to play with cooperatives. We're helping them from the ground up, because it's not just, giving them money. They kind of need follow-up. It starts with education and, kind of like a follow-through.
Well, I certainly applaud the government's initiatives with regard to financial literacy. I would like to see more consultation with the credit union system. I think on the first go-around there wasn't the opportunity for credit unions to be consulted on financial literacy models, and yet that is certainly an initiative we've seen specific credit unions across Canada take an interest in, and have certainly come up with some very innovative ways to offer financial literacy programs to their membership and also to the youth and young people, encouraging them to save for the future, for their education and for retirement as well. So that's one thing we would like to see, is the government perhaps allowing a little bit more dialogue between our trade associations and the government, so that we have some input into it. Because sometimes the way we look at those issues are going to be different than the way that other traditional financial institutions will look at them.
Great. Consultation is very, very important. We don't see that very often, especially lately. I was just wondering if I could talk with the Community Health Cooperatives Foundation just quickly. We know that about 5 million Canadians don't have access to a family doctor, so I find these healthcare cooperatives absolutely amazing, and the future of maybe how we can do things. Do you think it would be very important if this committee went to the international meeting in Quebec City in October to kind of meet with players to kind of find out best practices in other countries and how we can maybe apply them here?
there's a tremendous amount to learn about how to provide health care available through the Japanese experience at serving people who are underserved. For instance, the cooperatives in Japan started because people in the fisheries industry didn't have access to healthcare service delivery, and they formed these cooperatives to make sure that people had access to that kind of delivery. In Canada, in particular, the focus tends to be on the access to physician services. In the cooperative model, we've tended to focus on interdisciplinary approaches to healthcare. For instance, we really engage nurse practitioners as being often the first point of contact and the ongoing point of health service delivery for people, particularly with chronic diseases. We think there's other disciplines that need to be active parts of the health care, particularly in primary health care, that can give people access to the health care that they need. Also, we're finding in the work that we do in health promotion and disease prevention that the engagement of nurses and health educators and dietitians can have people more actively participate in supporting their own health, so they don't need to have as much access to physician services. We don't think in Saskatchewan, for instance, we'll ever be in a situation where there will be enough doctors to serve everybody that wants to have access to a doctor. So we need to bring into play other healthcare professions to make sure that people get the quality of healthcare that they need.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that. We'll now move to Mr. Payne for the next round, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and my questions through you to the witnesses. And first of all, I'd like to thank all the witnesses coming today. It's important that we hear your stories and get the information that's important for this committee's work to be done. I'll have a number of questions, and I think I will start with the community health folks, if that's okay with you. Just maybe you could tell me, or tell the committee here, how in fact your co-op works within the provincial system, and does it contradict anything or conflict with anything in terms of the provincial legislation or requirements under the province?
Sure, I can address that. We have a formal partnership agreement with the Ministry of Health, and we actually get the majority of our core funding through the Ministry of Health, about 72% of our funding. We also have a strong partnership with the local regional health authority. So we are surrounded, in fact, living within the regional health authority of Saskatoon, and we have a very strong and positive relationship with them. They contract with us to provide certain services, and we partner with them in many ways. So we actually have a very strong relationship, both kind of provincially through our core funding from the ministry, but also through the local health region. And that relationship is vitally important to maintaining what we do and the ability for us to do what we do effectively. Because we are a separate organization, it actually gives us some autonomy to address the cracks in the system, is the way I put it. Because there are a lot of underserved populations, we have the ability, because our staff are salaried, to direct the services where they're needed. So rather than most of the primary care physicians in the city are funded and paid through fee-for-service and can set up their shop where they choose, we have made strategic decisions to set up a clinic in the core neighborhoods of Saskatoon, for example, to address the underserved population, where there's essentially a ghetto of physician access. And in that way, we're able to address an epidemic of HIV that is taking off and established in Saskatchewan.
Sorry, I have a limited time, and I need to ask a couple more questions.
Sure.
What you said you had some core funding from the province. Where does the rest of the funding come from? And then my second question is, your health professionals, do they provide services through any other types of organizations, through their own clinics, that sort of thing?
So we also generate some revenue through partnerships. We have a federal grant to address diabetes prevention through the Aboriginal Diabetes Initiative, for example. We generate some revenue through a pharmacy that we own and operate. And we also generate some revenue through some membership services. So that's kind of addressing the funding piece. What was your second piece of that?
Do your health professionals provide services outside of your co-op, maybe in their own clinics or that sort of thing?
Vast majority of our health professionals are employed just by us, but we do have a few physicians that are part-time and provide services through other programs. Yes.
My next question is, I understand you don't have to be a member to be able to get services from your organization, and so why would you become a member? I don't quite understand.
That's a good question. So really, the biggest reason to become a member of the co-op is that you would believe and ascribe to the philosophy of a cooperative, and that is that you would have a say, because if you're a member, you have a say, you have a vote in who sits on the board, you have a say in how we offer our services. That doesn't mean that we don't ask non-members who are clients what they believe, but essentially it's a belief in the philosophy of cooperatives and the concern for the community and having an integral voice in how the services are offered.
Because there isn't a real financial
question, if I might.
We have 35. Okay.
I have one final question.
We have 35,000 people we serve, and 10,000 people choose to be members of our organization in order to support it.
Yes, if I could just ask one final question, that is, in terms of your membership, do they get profit returns or dividends from the federated co-op?
All they gain is a little advantage on the cost of pharmaceuticals.
Okay.
Like if they purchase drugs from us.
All right. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. And we'll now move to Mr. Belanger for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following up on the sources of revenue for the community health co-op, in the film industry, product placement is a fairly substantive way of getting revenue. I was wondering if you have revenues from product placement of your coffee cup in front of you.
Oh, I was going to put that away.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to use some of my time here for a business matter. So, I was the instigator of this motion in the House, and I have to admit that the last 4 days, 5 if you include July 10th, have been rather instructive in terms of getting a better understanding of the width and breadth and importance of co-ops in our country. And so I wanted to raise a couple of questions that may be addressed later. One is the matter of the draft report. Well, they're both dealing with the draft report. One is its timing. And since the resolution that we had adopted calls for the final report to be finalized on the week of August 27th, or 28th, I was hoping that we could confirm that the draft report would be available the week before and perhaps no later than the 22nd. And I've had discussions with the analysts to that effect, and they may be prepared to do that. So I'd like confirmation of that. And second, in terms of the structure of the report, 2 things. One is I would hope it would contain, and I would imagine it wouldn't be of any controversy, a very thorough report of what we've heard, and perhaps a reflection also of the submissions we'll have received by August 7th, so that the document itself becomes some sort of a reference document for anybody who may have an interest in cooperatives, but also that it would address the 5 items that were itemized in the resolution that Parliament adopted on May 30th unanimously. That is the outlining of the identifying the strategic role of cooperatives in our economy, outlining a series of economic, fiscal, and monetary policies for strengthening Canadian cooperatives, as well as for protecting the jobs they create, exploring the issue of capitalization of co-ops, its causes, effects, and potential solutions, exploring whether the Canada Cooperatives Act of '98 requires updating, and finally identifying what tools the government can use to provide greater support and a greater role to Canadian co-ops. So, Finally, I would hope that also in the relaying of what we heard, that we would also include in that the recommendations that we've heard. Whether we agree with them or not as a committee is something else, and I respect that. So I just wanted to make those. A quick question for Madam Stark. You mentioned in your statement that the federal, and I quote you here, the federal regulators have expressed concerns that regionally based credit unions may be at greater risk than banks. Can you comment a bit more on that in maybe a minute?
My understanding from reading information that's gone around, and I believe it may have been some of the regulators involved with the federal trust legislation, have been speaking, I believe it was in, I could be wrong, but British Columbia, I believe. And I think I've seen it on a couple of occasions where comments were made that the question came out to credit unions, what are you doing to diversify your risk, mitigate your risk, when all of the mortgages that they provide, for example, are all in one particular city or area, and that area gets hit particularly hard. Say it's an agriculture community, gets hit hard, and you see a lot of defaults.
It's strange because everything we've heard points to the opposite. So that's why I was wondering, could you give us the reference on that? That might be very useful.
We can submit that to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I just need to understand how you structure or how you work. Am I to understand that individual cannot be do business with Concentra Trust, or can they?
Yes, they can. We
Even
do
if
have
they're
the
not a
federal
member
power.
of a co-op?
That's right. We have the federal powers to do anything. Now, initially, we were doing a lot more work directly with consumers. And what we've done is in the last couple of years, at the request of credit unions in the system, is moved away from that and become a more of an intermediary.
Servicing co-ops.
Servicing credit unions in particular as a financial intermediary. But certainly our trust work, a lot of it is still direct with members, or direct with people.
And go back to the community health, if I may. I got a very short time left. The 116 other health co-ops in the country, are you aware if they are also have agreements with the provincial authorities and the local health integration networks and so forth? And could we see a copy? Would you be willing to send us a copy of those agreements so that for those of us who are not really familiar with health co-ops, we can get a better sense of how they work? Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Can I get a quick answer to that?
Did you have a response? Make it brief, please, because
we're really thinking it through because we'd have to contact the federations and the other in Quebec, for instance, to see if they'd be willing to give us examples of the contracts that say their paramedic services or home care services have with the provincial government. And we can't necessarily say that they would provide you that. We'd have to consult our board, but it could be that we could provide you with a copy of the partnership agreement that we would have with the provincial government.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the first round of questioning. We'll move now to our second round. And first there I have Mr. Preston. So you have the floor for the next 5 minutes, Mr. Preston.
Thank you very much, and thank our witnesses for coming today. And Mr. Belanger is right. We've learned a lot in these days, and today I think I'm going to learn something new. You fit a different role than anybody we've had before us. I think we've heard credit unions and the great job they do, from both small and large. We've heard them talk about centrals and the job that they help credit unions do. Where do you fit in this? I'm trying to make it hierarchical in some way, and maybe it's not that way at all. Where do you fit in this?
Well, I wouldn't suggest that we fit within a hierarchy. Basically, most of what we do at Concentra is we act as an intermediary or a wholesale provider. So we are the intermediary between the credit union and the credit union's members. So if a credit union member comes forward and needs a large commercial loan, and it exceeds the capacity of that credit union or the regulatory capacity, then they can come to Concentra and we can help fund that through a participation or syndication.
So the member would come to you, or the credit union would come to you? We've heard many of the credit unions say there's a seamless process in place if the loan is bigger than the capability of a single credit union, that they would go to their central or bring other partners into the table, but that the member or the person applying for the loan wouldn't really see that. It would just happen above and beyond the credit union. So are you that?
Yeah, most of the transactions we do are set up that way so that the ultimate client doesn't see our involvement in it, and the agreements and the relationship are between us and the credit union, and sometimes other credit unions. There might be a consortium of various credit unions that are involved in the lending.
And I recognize that we're dealing with a system that is one person, one vote. And even yours is a cooperative that has that type of a system. And we've heard from many of the groups that that's a risk-adverse type situation, or helps manage risk. I won't say risk-adverse. It helps manage risk because there's more minds, if you will, looking at a problem, may be the best way to put it. But how does that happen then when you're bringing together 5 or 6 groups of members where it's one person, one vote? Do you have to get consensus, or at a management level you can assume consensus, and that includes the members of all of the organizations that are attached?
We don't consult with the members on the various specific transactions that we do. It's more on the overall strategy that what strategy and how we position ourselves in the credit union system that the members consult with us on that, and with our board, through our board. The board is structured such that there is representation from the various regions across Canada.
So that's bringing...
And that's how you bring that in, is we have people from one end of the country to the other. They vote in who they want representing their region, and various regions have certain numbers of representatives on our board, because we do have 164 members altogether, and that's growing all the time too. So. Okay, well,
so I get that, and we've heard a lot about certainly the credit union system, and we recognize, and even you mentioned that your profits go back to your partners, to people who are members of Concentra, or back to community projects. And even, I think in your speech you talked about how credit union or on-the-ground cooperatives, whether they're credit unions or not, tend to be so grassroots involved in their communities. That's who is involved. I mean, and I recognize it from who the sponsors are of baseball teams and those types of things in all of our own communities. That's what happens. And whether it's a local business or a local cooperative, it's far more likely to be involved locally, because that's where they make their. But you talk now about your profits also going back down to that level from a community project point of view. Give us some examples of that.
Sure. Some of the examples we have is we've restructured our social responsibility platform at Concentra over the last year and a half. And what we do is we will set aside a certain amount of money each year, and then we allow credit unions from across Canada to submit basically submissions about particular initiatives that they're interested in helping their community with. And if they're successful, they're awarded, I think it's $10,000 each to each credit union, and then we have a ceremony to present the checks to them. And so that gives every credit union, big, small, the opportunity. And when they do that, they receive our money, but we don't ask that our name be posted on anything or anywhere. So it would appear as though the credit union is donating the full amount or sponsoring the full event. We just felt that it wasn't necessary to have Concentra's name everywhere. It was more important for us to have the credit unions get the exposure that they need in their own home communities. One other real quick question, if I can do it, and I meant to get it in the last panel, but I didn't have any time in it. We've learned a lot that cooperatives are a maybe more secure level of business. They're more likely to survive over at every benchmark we can come up with business.
Mr. President, your time has expired. If you have a question, I'll let you put it very briefly.
Yes. So do you give favorable lending to cooperatives because of that success rate versus a sole proprietorship or corporation? Would there be a easier way for a cooperative to get a loan through any credit union because of that success rate? Or is that taken into account?
Okay, and I'll ask that the response be as brief as possible as well, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't believe that, because we don't do direct lending to cooperatives so much, we have provided lines of credits to cooperatives and also been involved in social housing projects in Toronto to a great extent. But because that we partner with the credit unions on that, and so whatever the credit unions' credit risk policies is, I really can't speak to. But we do partner with them. We trust that they know which cooperatives they're going to provide financing to are worthy projects.
Okay, great. Thank you, and I appreciate the brevity. That was good. Mr. Harris, the floor is now yours for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the witnesses. Ms. Stark, at the beginning of your opening remarks, you mentioned that a more detailed brief is being prepared. Will that, in fact, be ready to submit to the committee before August 7th, which is the deadline for submissions?
The brief has been submitted to your clerk approximately 2 days ago, so I imagine it's just in the translation process right now.
Okay, so it has been submitted. Great, thank you. That clears that up. Now, following on Mr. Preston in terms of the reinvestments made, I believe you said that the credit unions and in partnership with you are reinvesting approximately 4 times as much back into the communities. Now, that's compared to the traditional commercial banks?
That's correct. I believe that the 2010 numbers I have, I believe it's around 4% of pre-tax earnings of credit unions nationally are given back to the community as compared to 1% for traditional banks.
No, that's phenomenal. I mean, that's how you build and grow and strengthen communities, which in turn helps to make the credit unions themselves more stable financially. You had also mentioned that you were happy to see more financial literacy programs and initiatives coming from the government, but that credit unions had not been consulted in that. Now, I'd personally hope that I think one of the recommendations we see coming out of this committee, based on what we hear, is a co-op literacy program to inform banks and lenders and the general public about the strength and the alternative and possibly preferential business model that co-ops offer. But I did want to ask, following up on being consulted, because in your recommendations, you said, I asked that the government refrain from considering and treating credit unions simply as banks, and this is with respect to the framework for federally chartered credit unions. How much were you consulted in that process when those rules and regulations were being made up?
Well, our National Trade Association, Credit Union Central of Canada, was consulted throughout the process, and I was also involved on a committee that dealt with that throughout the 2 or 3 years while that development of that legislation and regulations were underway. I guess the one disappointment that I have personally is that I was taken a bit by surprise when the decision had been already made that it was going to go under the Bank Act as opposed to the Credit Cooperative Associations Act, which is the legislation that we're under. That legislation already embeds the cooperative principles right in it, and it has the ability to have full retail powers because here I am, and that's what we have. So I think I was disappointed by that because I think that if the government starts treating the credit unions more like banks and moves them too far under that system, you're going to lose that stability because it is, in fact, a system. So if you start peeling away the layers of that system, you could affect the stability of the credit union system nationally, even at the provincial level.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Archer and Mr. Lapointe, following up on questions from Madame Brosseau, she was, I believe, just getting to the part where you guys were talking about some of the preventative initiatives that you're engaged in, because we know as time goes on, if we can prevent people from getting sick and showing up at emergency rooms and going to visit doctors, that's going to save the system a whole lot of money and give us more flexibility to actually provide more programs and services, and maybe actually move to the next phase where we might offer prescription drug programs, dental coverage, things like that. Could you expand a little bit on the preventative component that your co-op health model offers to help keep people from being sick?
Well, I can give you an example related to diabetes. Like, we assess whether there's risk factors for an individual to have diabetes in our organization. And if in your regular contact with your doctor, you start to ring the bell on the risk factors related to your blood sugars, your activity level, and those kinds of things, and it looks like you may potentially in the future be at risk of diabetes, then we get you hooked in with a nurse practitioner, a health educator, a dietitian to work with you on developing a plan to manage your risks. The same thing can be true for can be said for instance, cardiovascular disease. If it looks like there's some kind of family history, then or some indicators now that your health may you may develop cardiovascular disease, we want to work with you early to address those issues.
Great. Thank you very much, and I'm going to try not to look at the chairs, see if I can get another question in.
Well,
thank you very much for your answers.
It was a nice try, but not this time.
We will move now to Mr. Lemieux for the next 5 minutes.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank you for being here today. As I mentioned in our last group, this has been a really valuable couple of days where we've been able to really focus on co-ops, their role in Canada. And I must say, it's really encouraging to see the strength of co-ops on the ground. And we've heard this from numerous co-ops who have come in front of us, just in terms of their growth and their strength and how well they're doing and how they're contributing to the economy. And I'm glad to hear that this is continuing in the discussions we're having now. I did want to make a comment just about the financial co-ops and the federal regulations, just to Jody, that there is the regulations have been gazetted. There's a 30-day comment period, so your comments, I think, are welcome. Of course, they'd have to be filed through the gazetting process, but the point is that there's a 30-day window open as of July 6th when they were first published, and I think all feedback is welcome. I am interested in the Concentra model or co-ops basically that have that offer more than just financial services. So financial services, groceries, gas, and a number of different things. What's the general business model that they're using? In other words, is it just one co-op offering a number of different services, or is there an umbrella co-op and there are sub-co-ops underneath, each one specializing in a particular area? Particularly given the difference between, let's say, financial services and providing goods and services like gas and groceries. So could you just comment on business models and what you've seen?
Certainly. Thank you for the question. One of the models that I'm a little more familiar with would be the Arctic Co-op model, and I believe they might be one of your witnesses.
Yeah, they were here.
Okay, so that's one model where there's an umbrella organization, and what they do then is underneath them there's the hotels, the gas, telecommunications, grocery stores, and so forth. They don't have a financial co-op model up there and are looking for ways to do that, but unfortunately there are some legislative restrictions that make it difficult for credit unions to get up and running there. I believe it's that they lack the credit union legislation up there at this time because of the way, because they're new, right? They're new regions. So there's that type of model where it's an umbrella organization that oversees a number of different co-ops in different areas. The federated co-op is another model that's been very successful in Saskatchewan, and that model's been around for about 90 years. And in that one, the individual co-ops are managed under general managers in various areas and have their own governance schemes. But then the federated co-op provides the wholesale distribution of whether it be fuel or groceries or whatever. So
right. So basically, do you never see a co-op model whereby goods and services and financial services are offered under the one single co-op? What I mean is their membership is not other co-ops, each one providing a service. Their membership is people, and you've got one co-op offering financial services and goods. Do you ever have that kind of a model?
Well, that's one thing that I had suggested that Arctic Co-op consider doing, because they were in such desperate need of financial services up in the northern areas. And the model that I suggested was that they have a fund and create that into a retail association so that the money flows in and out and through their own retail association, which would have federal powers, and you wouldn't have to wait for legislation then because it exists now. Right. And then you could provide, so when they do their grocery shopping, you could have ATM machines located right in their co-op store, and that way they don't have to deal manually with a lot of cash, which was one of the issues for Arctic Co-op every year is dealing with the cash inflow and outflow.
Right.
So that's one model that could potentially work.
Has it been used elsewhere?
Not that I'm aware of. That's not to say that it hasn't been, but I'm not certain that it has. I'm not aware of it. So. Right.
Okay. And then in terms of the state of financial cooperatives in Canada, certainly the impression we're getting is that we've been receiving from the witnesses that have come in front is that financial cooperatives, first of all, are successful, and secondly, that they seem to be responsive to financing requests from other co-ops. Partly because they're a co-op and partly because they try to find innovative solutions to perhaps barriers, I suppose, that might exist to co-op seeking. Would that be the experience here?
Well, I see a lot of the work, like the work that we've done in Concentra Trust, offering for example, corporate trustee services, whereby you have a new co-op that's starting up somewhere in the country and they need to issue debentures and they need a trustee, that kind of thing. So we will offer a helping hand, expertise, helping hand, and reduced rates usually to our cooperative partners.
Right.
Our fees are usually reduced just because they're part of the cooperative system. In particular, we look at our registered plan program in Canada. Our credit union partners get a significant discount in the fees that we charge as compared to the market rate.
And that has been my sense, that financial cooperatives help other cooperatives.
Thank you. Time has expired, so I didn't hear a question in there. Maintenant, nous avons Madame
Blanchette-Lamotte. You have 5 minutes. Thank you, and I'm going to be asking my questions in French, of course. I heard my colleague say that he was happy to see how strong the co-op movement is, and I find it very interesting, but we must not take it for granted. The purpose of our committee is to ensure that the federal government is proactive and ensures that our co-op movement remains healthy and solid. Mr. Lapointe and Mr. Archer, can you identify any obstacles that are facing health cooperatives in particular?
I think if we talk about our own federation and our own individual cooperative health centers in Saskatchewan, they are actually very strong financially, but they've been around for a long time and kind of built that maturity over time, and through very strong relationships with provincial health the ministry, basically Ministry of Health, as well as the local regional health authorities. But I foresee that is those relationships are low. Ours we consider them strong because of the provincial nature of health funding. I think initiating new health co-ops and forging those relationships, building and forging and nurturing those relationships is a difficult task indeed, because health ministries are basically the largest ministries in all the provinces. They're highly complex, and grassroots organizations that are trying to fill cracks in the health system to address a community-based need face a significant obstacle in navigating those organizations, and I think could use additional support federally and provincially to actually kind of get rolling and get initiated.
Yes, and the other part of this is that provincial governments, which have the mandate for health care, have been forming health regions or health districts, and they have a tendency to want to own, operate, deliver their own health services. And so,
I just want to make sure you answer my question. At the federal level, is there something that we could do? Are there any obstacles that you have to overcome at the federal level in order to support the health co-op movement?
Not at the federal level. It's mostly at the provincial level that is challenging to get to support, because it is the provinces that have the mandate to deliver healthcare services. And in fact, the federal government has had less and less of a role, as you can see in the paper, the Globe and Mail this morning.
But I think the federal government does have a responsibility to support co-op development by making sure that there's a model in place to support the education of, the awareness of, and to promote it even through startup grants and startup opportunities. So even though they don't directly control how the health dollars are spent, I think that they can be a model and or be good stewards of the co-op model.
And this federal support, what impact would it have on the co-op movement?
Well, I think it's really a way of showing leadership to say that this is an important model in delivering health care in this particular instance, and it's really a way of showing leadership to say this is important and you should be paying attention to that. Exactly the format of how that's governed and divvied out. I don't have the answer to that,
But the federal government has provided funds for the development of cooperatives, and they channeled them from the federal government to the Canadian Cooperative Association and then down to the provincial level. And that's been an advantage for young cooperatives to get access to funds to develop business plans, to put together proposals, to help them incorporate. And it's that initiation of cooperatives to kind of get their feet underneath them that requires the most support.
Croyez-vous que ces fonds seraient toujours pertinents ou est-ce qu'on en a plus besoin?
Do you think that these funds are still relevant? Do you think we still need them?
Absolutely. Time has expired for the round of questioning, but I'll ask that the response just be very brief.
Yes, we believe that is a critical part to the development of new co-ops especially. Once they get established, they are very much self-sustaining, but it's that initiation support to get rolling, to build the business plans, to get some startup funds to get rolling. That's the part that is really, I think, hampering new co-ops from getting established.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate you keeping that brief. And we'll now move back to the government side. Ms. Rempel, the floor is yours for the next 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll direct my questions first to Mr. Archer and Mr. Lapointe. In 2003, the Alberta government launched an initiative called the Primary Care Initiative, wherein the goal of this was to bring together primary care service providers that were operating in individual clinics, et cetera, to better deliver services for primary care, to coordinate care with some of the services you've mentioned already today, care that affects complex patients and chronic patients, so dietitian, mental health services, counseling, et cetera, because there was a recognized need that, primary care providers are frontline providers for health care. I think at this point, the Primary Care Initiative, through its, I think there's over 40 primary care networks in Alberta, encompass over 2,500 primary care practitioners in Alberta. So this is a model by which physicians have come together to deliver services in a coordinated way that doesn't utilize a cooperative model. Perhaps you could speak to some of the advantages that you see that outside, because this is a model that's working, where the differentiation would be with that model.
I'm not as familiar with the primary care development model in Alberta. Certainly there's been a similar push in Saskatchewan towards development of primary care teams. Historically, they have tended to focus on physicians being paired up with nurse practitioners, being really still quite physician-driven, and the cooperative model is somewhat distinct from that in that we are the physician is an integral component of that model, but it's only one of several. It doesn't have any higher hierarchy in the cooperative model than other disciplines such as nurse practitioners, RNs, community mental health nurses, counselors, outreach workers, physiotherapists, and on and on. So physicians are important, but only one of a number of different team members that are integral in providing the whole circle of care that is.
It might be interesting for you to look at the Primary Care Initiative model, because it does, at its core, have the principle of integrating different service providers. There's chronic care clinics that have been established, urgent care centers, to bring together those specialists, but also reduce the burden of administration on some of these providers, be it physicians, et cetera. So just of note that there is another model that's being developed in Canada, which I think is quite innovative and worth attention. The rest of my questions to Ms. Stark. Perhaps you could very briefly, as I don't have a lot of time, describe some of the key points that your organization uses in underwriting loans to your clients.
Thank you for the question. Our loans are basically now facilitated through the credit unions themselves.
Okay.
And so the credit union may have a client that is interested, whether it be a cooperative or a commercial client or whatnot, that is interested in having a loan put in place, but it's a loan that might be, say, $50 or $90 million, far exceeds what their regulatory capacity will allow. And so what they'll do is come to Concentra and we'll offer the additional funding, or we'll coordinate the effort between other credit unions, or we'll fund it and then syndicate the loan out so that we can actually spread the risk among various credit unions across Canada.
Would you say that the credit unions that are utilizing these principles favor credit union governance? They would use that as a criteria in evaluating loans more preferably over other perhaps small businesses using different models of governance?
I don't know. I don't think I can speak personally to what the credit risk policies are of the specific credit unions, since they are all individually managed. But I mean, one thing that I can say is that they would understand the cooperative principles and the governance principles. I don't know how that weighs in their factors as looking at risk and possible default on a loan. But they would understand.
As a generality, it wouldn't be accurate to characterize the credit union governance as a across-the-board preference in funding or allowing loans to businesses.
I think cooperatives probably would be able to communicate their programs and the way they're governed much better to a credit union than they would to a traditional bank.
Right. I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that governance structure, while there are merits to different ones, it's perhaps not a key factor in assessing loan viability.
I would agree with that.
Great. My other question would be the growth of your clients or your members over the last few years. Obviously, we've seen some recessionary times in Canada. We're starting to recover from that. Do you feel that those that operated without government assistance still saw that growth that you spoke about earlier, that credit unions have been successful in this country over the last few years, that growth was consistent across the board?
I think it really depends on probably which pockets of Canada you're looking at. I mean, speaking from what I've seen in Saskatchewan is yes. I mean, in 2009 there were a lot of success stories with credit unions, but it depends on it, because if it's a farming community and grain prices are high that year, you're going to see the credit unions having a lot of deposits. Same thing we have potash and the natural resources. So when those prices are high and things are going well in the economy, you're going to see more deposits in credit unions in that particular region. So I don't know that I can speak nationally overall what it would be, but generally we saw an influx during that time, and also we saw people leaving banks to become credit union members just because of the publicity of banks in the United States capsizing and going into bailout positions. People were angered by that, the movement, the consumer movement, and quite often they would take their money and go to a credit union instead and keep it local.
Thank you very much. And we'll now move to Mr. Allen for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for being here. If I could start with Mr. Archer and Mr. Lapointe. The health networks or health teaming or cooperative teaming, or as Ms. Rempel has said, in Alberta they actually have a team approach to healthcare, which might not be a cooperative per se, but it takes on another form. Has been tried across the country in numerous provinces, and you're correct, it's a provincial mandate in the sense of who runs healthcare dollars. Can you give us a sense of how, in Saskatchewan specifically, how you've attracted healthcare professionals to give up fee-for-service, in the sense of accept the salary and want to do that, and what's attractive from your perspective? Have you heard anything from healthcare professionals that they say that's an attractive model for them to come into rather than staying in a traditional model? Because I believe Saskatchewan still has healthcare professionals who are fee-for-service, and they aren't all in cooperatives, I would assume.
You're absolutely correct. I think we've actually had some great success in recruiting physicians into our model of care. And I think one of the great attractions is the actual opportunity to work in a team environment, to work with a number of other professionals of similar and different disciplines to address the whole person, and not being driven by the number of patients that you're seeing in a given hour to make sure that you can actually bill what you need to do to pay your bills. So they can actually spend more time with patients to address the chronic disease issues which are becoming paramount in our country, and address the whole person and make referrals appropriately without feeling that they're losing revenue. And we don't we don't solicit that a cooperative way of doing that is the only way, and there's certainly other models. There's community health centers, many community health centers in Ontario that provide an excellent model of care with salaried physicians as well, that provide comprehensive care and in multidisciplinary teams and in Alberta as well. So we're not saying that we're the only way to provide that care. We're just saying that it is an effective, efficient way that engages members, is very client-centered, and works, so it should be supported.
Two other points to that. One, our physicians are salaried, and so they don't have to worry about generating enough of a volume of business to make sure they have an adequate income. The second piece of it is most doctors want to deliver services to their clients, and the business of doing it by hiring staff, etc., is something they're burdened by. So we can offer them in a cooperative environment where that's what they primarily do, is provide care to clients, and they don't really have to worry about the business piece of it. We do that for them.
And Ms. Stark, listening to and reading through with your presentation, I would have to say you're unabashedly a fan of cooperatives, it seems, and from a very young age, it would seem. I, like Mr. Belanger, was also interested in this piece that talked about federal regulators having concerns about credit unions because they place primarily, I think we've heard, one of their primary financial functions is placing mortgages to their members. It's a big chunk of their business. I live in Niagara. It's one of the hardest hit manufacturing sectors in the entire country for job losses. I haven't heard of any credit union go out of business. Even some of the very smallest ones, which are still basically one branch. Certainly some have moved on because they've decided to and their members decided to, but none of them went out of business. So I'm curious about this piece, the way Mr. Belanger is, if we could, perhaps with the analysts as well, whether we can find out where that thought process came from the regulators. Maybe they've just mixed up. Maybe they were looking at, J.P. Morgan and some of the folks in the States, perhaps. So it seemed to me they wouldn't be looking at credit unions in this country, not based on the stats I've heard, right. And that credit unions have been growing. In fact, their asset sheets, I know my own credit union, First Ontario, just surpassed the $1 billion mark in assets like 2 months ago, right. Which was a one branch place at one point in time. So from your perspective, as you see, because you're not all credit unions are members of your organization yet, do you see that type of growth, or are they looking to you as they get somewhat bigger and say, you know what, we may need to syndicate some of this work, some of these loans that we're doing? Are you seeing any uptick in the last couple of years as to the number of folks who want to come and join your organization?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for the question. One of the comments I can make is the systematic approach that we have, that if a credit union starts to run into problems, what will happen is they'll be absorbed by the system and another credit union will come in and assist, and that's sort of the cooperative nature of the system. So that doesn't exist between competitive banks to the same extent, because it's more of a takeover, a hostile takeover or something of that nature. It's more of a cooperative, a joining of an association when the credit unions run into difficulty and they join and become a bigger credit union. We've seen a lot of that consolidation, not because of financial problems, but just because the system, in order to be able to have a competitive balance with the banks, they're finding that they need to join forces with neighboring credit unions. So the role we play in that is just basically we do see credit unions of all sizes coming to us for help with syndicated loans because of various factors, whether it's their own internal credit risk policies or whether it's because of their provincial insurer or because of laws and regulations in their particular province. So whatever restrictions they face, we try to overcome those restrictions by offering them a partnership so that they can still do the business that they want to do and still be able to compete at the same level as a bank without stretching any of their boundaries.
Okay, thank you very much. And time has expired, unfortunately, and we'll move now to Mr. Bowen for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to our guests for sharing your day with us and your information. First of all, Jody, with you, perhaps you could expand a little bit on Mr. Lemieux's question when he asked about is a credit union or a co-op over more than one operation. I'm thinking of rural Saskatchewan with co-op stores that handle hardware, fuels, liquor, local post office being situated in there. I mean, it's kind of the whole ball of wax. Yeah, can you expand on that a little bit for us?
Well, basically that falls into one particular grouping of co-ops, which is consumer, basically the consumer co-op kind of model. I don't know how much crossover there would be with, for example, between producer or work co-ops and that kind of thing. All the things that you're mentioning are all more retail products, so there's more retail co-ops. So you do see a variety of goods and services offered within that model, certainly, especially with federated co-op being from Saskatchewan. Yes, I'm a fan of co-ops, but it's the only model I grew up with. So that's why it's embedded in a lot of my history and my reality. So that's basically where I come from on that. Those are one type of cooperative, but I'm sure you've heard from lots of other types of cooperatives, like producers and things like that, which would be possibly treated separately or not in the same umbrella as those that are consumer-oriented.
Sure. Okay, and perhaps you could just share with us the thought or the statement you made, Jody. It said 164 members. Now, is that individual people, or is that other credit unions across Canada, or where does that 164 come from?
Well, we have the centrals that are members, including Credit Union Central of Canada, who all helped with our formation. As well, we have a number of credit unions across Canada, and again, we're adding more to the numbers in 2012 of people buying memberships and having a say in the governance of our company and what strategy we use to enable credit unions to service their members. So it is a wide variety then in that respect.
Okay, good, thank you. And Tim and Patrick, a question for you gentlemen. How do you meld into your operation the existing healthcare programs that are in the province? How do you bill for fee for service? How do you screen out potential problems? What's your mode of operation, especially when it comes to hospitalization?
So we're a primary care organization, so we have, in addition to all the other disciplines I spoke about, we have family physicians that are salaried. They're providing family physician services out of our 3 locations. And we do have a strong partnership, as I mentioned, with the local health region, with the Saskatoon Regional Health Authority, and we coordinate our care with the Regional Health Authority so that we're not duplicating, but that we're complementing the services that they offer. And we certainly make referrals and receive referrals from other practitioners, and our physicians have hospital privileges within our hospitals and admit patients as required and see patients in hospital as required. And so we provide that kind of comprehensive care. We also provide on-call services and obstetrical services. So we provide that full kind of comprehensive care gamut of programs in cooperation with the health region. So it's the services that we don't offer, but the health region does. We partner with them to make sure that it's as seamless a process as possible.
1 minute. Now, could you perhaps let us know where you see your operation moving? Is it going to find its way into other health regions and become the whole service in terms of pharmaceutical, optical, dental? What do you see in the future?
Well, at this point, the Federation has 4 different community clinics. They're 4 separate organizations, but that come together as part of the Federation. So there's the Saskatoon Community Clinic that I'm the executive director of. There's also a community clinic in Regina. There's a cooperative health center in Prince Albert, and there's one in Wynyard, which is a kind of a smaller rural location. In terms of the future, we have a great opportunity to expand to meet the growing needs of certain demographics that are underserved, both within our city, which I can probably speak to most eloquently, but as well as the other organizations. And I can tell you that the Regina Community Clinic recently got new funding for an additional physician to address new Canadians and immigrants and refugees that are flocking to Regina now that it's part of a have province. And we have a lot of new Canadians coming into the province that tend to be marginalized and struggle to get health services.
Thank you very much.
Other areas expand.
Okay, did you have just a brief addition to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to add another population groups. Okay, want me to go ahead?
Yeah, just quickly.
Okay, for Aboriginal persons, for instance, have difficulty getting access to the services they need. So particularly at our organization, we're expanding in that area. Disease groups like HIV that we have the potential to expand into to help prevent HIV and manage HIV in our community.
Okay, thank you very much. And that concludes the time we have for this panel. So I'll thank the three individuals that we have, the two groups. Much appreciated. And I'll now suspend the meeting until 1:45. So we'll call the meeting back to order. And we have for our first panel this afternoon, we've got two organizations with us. First of all, the Alberta Federation of Rural Electrification Associations. We have with us Mr. Merv Rockel, who's the president, and Mr. Dan Astner, the vice president. And we have also with us Mountain View Credit Union Limited, Mr. Robert Marshall, the president and CEO. So welcome to all three of you. We will, of course, now have opening remarks from each organization. And I will start first with the Alberta Federation of Rural Electrification Associations. You have the floor for 10 minutes to make opening remarks. And what I'll do with each of you is when you have about a minute remaining in your time, I'll just signal to you as such. And if you reach the full 10 minutes, I'll kind of give you a signal to wrap up as well. I will give you just a little bit of leeway, but not much. So if you can go ahead with your opening remarks. Is it Mr. Rockel that's going to be giving those? Are you the one giving the remarks, Mr. Rockel?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so I will turn it over to you then. You have 10 minutes to make your opening remarks.
Well, thank you, and I'd like to thank the chair and the vice chairs and the rest of the committee for this invitation here, and we really appreciate it. Rural Electrification Associations, known as REAs, are unique to Alberta, and the Alberta Federation of REA represents an entity that exists nowhere else in Canada. It is one of pride, but can also be one of specialization and sometimes uncertainty. The story of rural electrification was slow to develop in Alberta when compared to other provinces in Canada. Our story begins in the mid-1940s when 90% of the farmers interviewed still waiting for power. Grassroots spirit and passion for cause ignited the electrification movement. Public power was the force behind rural electrification in other provinces. But Alberta farmers had to find a way to work with the government and the utility companies. The government did not want to be labeled as a socialist government by providing public power, and the utility companies didn't see it as a way of making any money. Farmers just wanted what was an expected service by rural consumers. Electrification changed rural life. Leaders in electrification formed cooperatives to satisfy requirements. They pooled not only their financial resources, but also their human resources, working side by side in cooperative fashion to build the lines needed to bring power to the remote farms. Many things have changed over the years, but it remains that a farm still require the necessary power to operate and sustain their livelihood. In fact, in order to keep up with the growing market trends, power is even more crucial to the agriculture operations that exist today. Cooperatives have a long-running history in Canada, building our nation and building our provinces. They were formed because there was a need and nobody else came forward. There is a wide diversity in cooperative awareness, from those who patronized several co-op businesses over the course of many years to those who have never heard of co-ops. As we look ahead, not only as rural electrification associations, but as any cooperative business, our concerns involve sustainability. We realize our decisions of today impact generations of consumers tomorrow. When the REAs considered their sustainability plans, it is necessary to build our future directions on the foundation of pillars of society, social, economic, and environmental aspects. They create a solid base on which to build not only a business, but also a better community and a better world. The AFREA is proud to represent our member rural electrification associations across the province of Alberta. In 2011, we completed our own sustainability strategy document that encourages our member associations to get out into their community and create awareness, combine our promotional efforts to increase our community presence alongside the historic United Nations Declaration of 2012 as the Year of the Cooperative, and you have a formidable match. Replace any of the references to rural electrification in the REA Advantage Sustainability document with any cooperative, and you have a general plan that encompasses a business willing to incorporate community-building values. Sustainability is cooperatives getting back to their roots. It's also creating awareness that involves education, inclusion, and encouragement. It's also about offering services above and beyond without worrying a profit. Sustainability is the acceptance that it might involve redefining a purpose to ignite the passion that brought the organization to the forefront when the need arose. Rediscover that passion, and cooperatives will continue to prosper. This year, declared as the International Year of the Cooperatives, provides opportunities for cooperative businesses to shine while in the global limelight. It brings cooperatives together with a chance to create a common bond with themselves. It truly promotes cooperatives working together as defined in the 7 cooperative principles. The year provides a means to showcase a co-op business, a product, and or service, while exemplifying the cooperative business's model. The celebration encourages communities to come together as one, remembering those who led the way, but also celebrating those people who continue to make a difference in the cooperative world. The year is not a means to an end. It must be a renewed beginning. As a provincial federation representing member REAs, the Alberta Federation of REAs has a duty to explore and discover new ways to continue our own existence through the prosperity of our membership. The demographics of rural Alberta are constantly changing. The power industry is a dynamic one. However, we do not operate in isolation. It is imperative we work in unison with those around us, not only providing for today's consumers, but also looking ahead to the consumers of the future. It is our belief that International Year of the Cooperatives 2012 should just be a beginning to what needs to be a renewed campaign of cooperative support. A constant program with financial outlets, public awareness, and government support will go a long way to maintain a strong cooperative movement. Cooperatives give back to the communities where they exist, and their contribution to local economics through job creation and community investment sums up their value. We applaud the federal government for their committee mandate and the directives identified in the recent House of Commons motion. We are honored to contribute our input to this committee through this presentation, which shares with you the story behind REA cooperative businesses. We also represent the future of all co-ops by confirming sustainability issues, funding issues, and renewed regulatory considerations are required so that cooperative businesses continue to build a better community and a better world. On behalf of the Alberta Federation of REAs and our member REAs, thank you. Now, Dan is more than willing to answer any questions. I will too.
I'm pretty sure there's many members of this committee that wish they could get their...
I'm a little deaf today, and one hearing aid battery went dead, so here, I'll just put this on. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm sure there's many members of this committee that wish they could give a presentation and then let somebody else take all the questions for them. So lucky you, I guess. We'll move now to Mr. Marshall. You have 10 minutes to make your opening remarks as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members, for inviting me to be part of this important study into the opportunities and challenges facing the cooperative sector in Canada. My name is Robert Marshall, and I am the President and Chief Executive Officer of Mountain View Credit Union. As such, I will be speaking from the perspective of our credit union and more generally credit unions in Alberta. Please allow me to begin by spending a few moments talking about Mountain View Credit Union. Headquartered in Olds, Alberta, Mountain View Credit Union has assets exceeding $550 million. Our 11 rural branches, soon to be 12, provide service to over 15,000 members. Mountain View takes great pride in giving back to the communities in which we operate. For the past 5 years, Mountain View has consistently contributed approximately 3.5% of our pre-tax income in scholarships, donations, and sponsorships. Our employees also show their commitment to their communities by volunteering a significant amount of time to their various local events and organizations. In 2011, Mountain View Credit Union staff contributed over 4,500 hours in volunteer time to everything from 4-H to minor hockey. We also are very pleased to have paid our members over $15 million in profit sharing since 1988. I would now like to take this opportunity to provide the committee with further context on the credit union system in Alberta. The Alberta credit union system is an important provider of financial services to Albertans and a key contributor to the provincial economy. Today, 34 independent credit unions operate in Alberta, with over 650,000 Albertans as members. Province-wide, credit unions have over 200 branches and employ nearly 3,500 Albertans. During the first quarter of 2012, the Alberta Credit Union System's total assets surpassed the $19 billion mark, growing by over $740 million over the past year. Profitability for the Alberta Credit Union System remains strong, with net income of $33 million for the first quarter of 2012. Consistent with the national trend taking place within the Canadian credit union system, several credit unions in Alberta have chosen to consolidate in order to remain competitive. This consolidation is in response to several factors such as changing regulatory standards, increased competition from banks, insurers, and non-conventional financial service intermediaries, and significant technological advancements in the financial services sector. One notable example was in 2008 when 3 Alberta credit unions consolidated to form Service Credit Union, one of the largest credit unions in Canada. We expect the consolidation trend to continue in Alberta as credit unions strive to remain competitive in the rapidly changing financial services marketplace. As mentioned by Credit Union Central of Canada when they appeared before you on July the 10th, the consolidation and growth of our system has implications for the traditional scope of credit unions, which has always been provincial. For instance, Service Credit Union, which I mentioned earlier, holds almost 60% of the provincial system's assets. Similar situations exist in other provinces. For these credit unions, the greatest opportunity for growth exists outside their provincial boundaries. On behalf of the Alberta Credit Union System, I would like to thank the Government of Canada for introducing, as part of the budget in 2010, a federal credit union option. While Alberta credit unions are successful financial institutions under provincial jurisdiction, we view the option of a federal charter as another means for interested credit unions to achieve further growth opportunities and enhance services to their members. We were pleased to see that the complementary regulations required to bring the federal credit union framework into effect were recently published in the Canada Gazette. As you have heard earlier from Canadian Central, credit unions are very concerned about the extensive and unbalanced competition we experience from Crown Financial Crown financial institutions. In Alberta, we are subject to this unbalanced competition from both federal and provincial Crown institutions. This is particularly evident in the agricultural lending market in Alberta. Despite the fact that Alberta credit unions have thousands of rural members and play an integral role in many rural communities throughout the province, our market share of Alberta's approximately $15 billion in outstanding agricultural debt is only around 5%. Meanwhile, Farm Credit Canada holds approximately 25%, and two provincial Crown institutions, ATB Financial and the Agricultural Financial Services Corporation, combined hold close to 20%. The primary cause for low credit union market share in Alberta's agricultural lending market is due to the fact that the Crown financial institutions, such as FCC, are not subject to the same regulatory and legislative requirements as credit union and banks. This translates into market advantages for Crown financial institutions. For example, FCC completes their own in-house appraisals and then lends up to 100% of the value of the security, with which no private sector financial institutions are permitted to do. Given FCC's ability to access funds using the federal government AAA credit rating, they are able to offer lending interest rates below what credit unions and banks can offer. In Alberta, we have heard of instances where FCC has competed with credit unions beyond the agricultural marketplace by extending favorable financing to commercial ventures that have very little involvement in agriculture. Unbalanced competition from Crown financial institutions is such a significant issue in Alberta that many credit unions are questioning whether they will have a future role in providing agricultural financing or services to rural communities. Accordingly, we fully support Canadian Central's position that the government amend FCC's legislation and operating principles to bring them into closer alignment with those of Business Development Bank of Canada and Export Development Canada. Specifically, this would mean that the legislation governing FCC would be subject to a regular parliamentary review, and second, that this legislation be amended to require FCC to operate in a manner that complements rather than competes with the activities of private sector lenders. One last point I wish to raise is with respect to the ever-growing regulatory burden on financial institutions. As noted by Canadian Central, credit unions agree that a strong regulatory framework is important to protect the savings and security of Canadians. However, we are concerned that the regulations are being applied in the same manner for all financial institutions, whether they have 2,000 employees or only 110 employees, as is the case with Mountain View Credit Union. The result is much higher relative compliance costs for credit unions. The government's Red Tape Reduction Commission emphasized in its final report that a one-size-fits-all approach to regulation tends to disproportionately burden smaller businesses, like credit unions. We agree with this conclusion and urge the government to follow through on its commitment in Budget 2011 to require regulators to examine current and future regulation through a small business lens to ensure that new and existing rules do not adversely affect credit unions, while creating unintended advantages for larger financial institutions. Mr. Chair, on behalf of Mountain View Credit Union, I wish to thank this committee and your colleagues for undertaking this important study. Across Canada this year, cooperatives, including credit unions, are celebrating the 2012 International Year of Cooperatives. Cooperatives have played a vital role in building our country, and we hope that the insight provided in your final report will continue to promote and support cooperatives' contributions to our communities. I thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you today, and I would be pleased to respond to any questions you may have.
Great, thank you very much. And appreciate both of you for your opening remarks. And we'll move now directly to questioning from the members. In our first round, we have up first Madame Brosseau for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank the witnesses for being with us today. It's always a pleasure to hear the testimony, and I find we hear the 10-minute presentations, and 5 minutes is so short, but I'll get to it. When it comes to the Alberta Federation of Rural Electrification Associations, now Alberta has energy needs, and they're increasing. I was just wondering if the province is importing more and more energy than they are exporting. How do rural electrification associations addressing this issue?
Well, we're not in the production of energy other than micro-generations on farms and things like that. There are some farmers who have put solar panels up and windmills or wind chargers to produce their own or to supplement.
Do you serve just rural communities, or have you expanded out? How do you become a member? Are you a member because you use the energy, or?
I guess Alberta is kind of different than most other provinces in that they went through the deregulation process, which are often referred to as re-regulation, maybe be a truer picture, where they separated out the distribution wires, which is anything less than 25,000 kilovolts. Then they had the transmission wires, which is the high voltage lines coming from the generators. Generators is a separate entity there. And then it's the energy portion is another competitive area where they sell the actual kilowatts that you consume are handled by a separate party. So they really complicated the system. The Rural Electrification Associations own only the rural distribution sector of it and really are not involved in, well, I guess, companies prior to this re-regulation actually had to diverse or put up firewalls if they wanted to maintain their assets to totally separate all the segments, and they were supposed to be separate entities, and in a lot of cases they sold them. So we, as I guess originally as consumers, developed our own distribution system and deal with that, although there is room for each individual consumer to put up his own solar powers or micro-generation in those areas. And anytime any individual consumer wants to get into the small generation, we, as wire owners, put in the bi-directional meters where it measures how much they consume there, as well as when they're putting energy back into the system, it also measures that, and that's all balanced off on their month-end bill.
So like most co-ops, there was obviously a need for energy in rural areas, and you guys banded together and formed this association, or this co-op. Is it expanding? I don't know how, this is so new to me.
It is a unique situation, like Merv said in his original presentation there. But I guess going back to the 1940s, it was the only way that it appeared that power was going to get into rural Alberta. In 1941, less than 0.5% of rural services were served by the system, and they were only ones that were able to tap off the wires running from one town to another. So it became very clear that the provincial government did not want to get into Crown Corporation or anything along that line. So what they actually did was, rural co-ops are very common in the U.S. And so the government of the day sent a delegation down to the States of the two power companies, private companies that were in Alberta, and they viewed what was down there, came back and modified it, and came up with an agreement or a contract where these rural co-ops had to sign this contract in order to energize their lines with the private power company. So our system there, actually in any given area, is not a franchise area like the gas co-ops have. It is an integrated system where there's, in a given county, you'll have some wires owned by the investor-owned utility and some owned by the rural co-op.
Are you the only co-op, electrification co-op? Or do you have a lot of competition from other co-op?
Each co-op has their own designated boundaries.
Okay.
Okay. And I guess it's not only in our situation, but in any co-op, especially if it's a not-for-profit organization, if it gets involved in an industry where it can be very profitable to an investor-owned corporation, there's a strong desire, once the infrastructure is put into place, there's a very strong desire for the investor-owned corporations to try to access those assets.
Co-ops are very different from businesses.
I'm sorry, time has expired, unfortunately. So our second on our list here for the first round of questioning, Mr. Preston, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you for coming, and really, truly, again, thank you for all that you do and helping us learn another angle on what cooperatives do and how they work. Mr. Marshall, we've heard from I don't know how many credit union or credit union type or cooperative type lending institutions, and each time I learned something more. So you've grown from, again, a startup of one up to the number of branches you have. I see that at some point you consolidated some different credit unions to become Mountain View. What's your activity in the cooperative? You live in a province that has a lot of different cooperatives. We've heard from the gas cooperative today, the electrification cooperative in Alberta today. What is your credit union's involvement in cooperative businesses, startups or businesses that are cooperatives? And in a startup situation, do you treat a cooperative business different than you do any other business that comes forward looking for startup or for looking for guidance on certainly for lending?
From a provincial basis, we're very involved in supporting the other co-op models that you've been exposed to or heard about, particularly the lumber, grocery, and fuel retail distribution co-ops. Certainly with the gas co-ops and the rural electrification associations. And I'm speaking on behalf of the provincial credit union system in that regard. So we certainly look to obtaining their business and having them deal with us. In terms of do we participate or help facilitate startups? Absolutely we do. And I think we're probably one of the first choices for startups because we understand the model. But does that mean that we're any more forgiving on our credit risk policies? Probably not. I mean, we still have to make sure that they have a viable business case and our business plan, and that there is sustainability and permanency in that, and that they have the cash flow to repay debt, those types of things. So certainly understand the models, and we're there to support that. Whereas I think some other financial institutions may not have that same understanding. So that helps us.
You obviously do lending to businesses in that way. You recognize that our government, through Western Economic Development, has a series of different programs, some on microloans, some on business startups, and your credit union takes advantage of where you can of advising your clients to use those programs along with you being their lender?
Yes, we do, especially if there's a way that we can complement each other, and there certainly are examples of that occurring. Sometimes it's not as easy in smaller rural centers, but someone will have to go into a large urban center such as Calgary, Edmonton to get that type of expertise. But we're there, and we're there to help them and guide them and provide whatever best solutions there are for them in that regard.
I'm betting you're on the ground in Olds, and if someone came to you, you'd know where to look to find that type of information if there's a program out there through Western Economic Development.
Yep, and through Farm Credit Canada, those places as well, you bet.
Well, I was going to talk about Farm Credit, but you said some things about them, so we asked them that same question the other day. They said they're not cherry-picking the agriculture business, so I'll leave it at that. But
to the contrary.
Well, I recognize you're saying to the contrary, so I'll just leave it at that. That's something for our Ag Committee to look at a later date, I suppose. We've met a lot of cooperatives, a lot of cooperative businesses, a lot of cooperative enterprises. We've heard that they have a far greater survival rate. They tend to have a far greater ability to survive over longer periods of time. If we check 10 years later, some businesses won't have made it, but cooperatives would have. So I'm saying that they have some sort of an advantage. I kept calling it some sort of magic formula. I think it's the many brains process. One person, one vote, and you get a whole lot of people thinking about what you're doing right or wrong. But you suggested there's really no difference in how you'd look at a lending application. I'm suggesting that if I came to you with a history that cooperatives on their own will have a far greater likelihood to survive, I think you'd be better off lending to them than to standard businesses. Do you not take that premise and run with it?
No, we'd certainly consider that, and as you say, run with it. But it comes down to, do they have a viable plan in place? And especially on a startup. And once they've been in business for 5 or 10 years, there's historical evidence to support where they're going. It's the startup, and are the right people in the place, and are they committed? And have they done the research? Have they spent the necessary time, and in some cases funds, to put together that business plan? And I see that's where there's a real role, perhaps, for the federal government is in assisting those types of startups. We certainly do, too.
Isn't that truly what we're offering through Western Economic Development? I didn't make eye contact here. I don't know how you think you can speak.
No eye contact. You can talk all you want. I'm just going to talk over you. I'm sorry, my friend. But we will move now to Monsieur Belanger for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Mr. Ruckel, I hope that your words, that you say that you're hoping that the 2012, the International Year Course, will be the beginning of a renewal of enhancement and cooperative support. So I hope that those words come true. We certainly will do our best to make sure that happen. This morning we had the Gas Federation from Alberta, and they were mentioning that at a certain level of servicing, they can have competition in their territory from the private sector, and they can also compete in the private sector territory at that level of consumption of gas. Is the situation the same for the Rural Electrification Association?
No, it's not. Each REA has an area, which is the Alberta Utilities Commission has said you can serve people at, and you can only serve your members. And what we have a wire owner to wire owner contract with the utility companies, which defines who can serve what. Originally, when REAs were formed back in the 40s, late 40s, early 50s, the agreements were that we would only farm services, and only under 25 kVAs. Over the years, we have negotiated different agreements with the utility companies to increase what we can serve. We can now serve large farms. We can if a farmer has a little welding shop and he starts making corral gates and stuff like that to supplement his farm income, that's still an REA service. Okay. But if he were to build a welding shop across the road...
Can the private sector come and compete against you in your territory?
No.
You can't in their territory either?
There's only one other utility, and that's either ATCO or Fortis, depending on.
And the level of growth will go with the level of development in rural Alberta, presumably.
Yeah. Our latest agreement we signed with Fortis is we could serve subdivisions.
Okay.
And we are now serving subdivisions. We signed that agreement, and then shortly after, Alberta boomed, and all kinds of places were setting up subdivisions. So it was really a blessing to us.
Are there any clouds on your horizon?
Yeah.
Quickly.
Some of the smaller REAs are it's just like the ripest apple on the tree, and the utility companies want to buy them out.
Okay.
And then they're offering big bucks for it, too. So you know the value of it, and $25,000 because you have a transformer pole in your yard.
So now that you've set it up, they figure it's profitable enough to buy them out.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
but there's a fight over that.
Hang in there, if I may suggest.
Yeah, thank you.
By the way, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to, there was this matter of uniqueness, and I don't want to belabor the point, but I've been advised by someone that there is such a co-op in Ontario, of all places, a rural electrification one. So perhaps I don't know if our scientists, our analysts could dig that up. It would be useful, especially with the ongoing negotiations and discussions between the Premier of Alberta. I would like my Premier to have a little leverage, at least, on the energy front. Anyhow, FCC, I found it rather untoward that they would come to us without having consulted their board and respond to a July 10th comment similar to the one you've made. So I'm of the view that any solid association should welcome a review, and it was over 10 years ago that they were given the mandate they have. I hope that the Parliament of Canada will review their mandate, because we're hearing things here that I think need to be looked into. But I wanted to ask a question. I did a bit of digging, and I got to give these numbers because I find them astounding. In the top 5 banks in the country, we know who they are, in 2011 gave their senior staff $8.87 billion of bonuses, 8.3 in 2010, 8.2 in 2009, and believe it or not, in 2008, over $7 billion. That was the year we had How do the credit union world treat bonuses, sir?
SCO.
Yeah. They exist. I certainly wouldn't deny that. they're not as profound or substantial as I might suggest that our counterparts in the other charter banks may be privileged to receive. But they do exist, and it's based on, typically the performance of the credit union, how well it's done in a number of different areas, not just financially.
Is there a percentage where it gets capped?
Well, again, with 34 credit unions in Alberta, there are 34 different plans, and there may not be 34 variable plans or bonus structures. But I do know of my colleagues and my peer, similar-sized credit unions, we do participate in a bonus program or a variable compensation program. But in size, it would be maybe 15 to 35%, depending on performance of your base salary.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. We'll move now to our second round of questioning, and first up there we have Mr. Bowen.
Thank you, Chair, and let me say welcome to our guests that are with us this afternoon. We appreciate your taking time to share your knowledge with us because, as a number of my colleagues have said, this is a learning curve for all of us in terms of what's happening with co-ops and credit unions. Starting with Robert, and looking under Crown Corporations, in your handout, Robert, I see there's different percentages here, 5% for farm credit, outstanding ag debt, 25% to provincial crowns, another 20%, or close to 20% for ag financial services. That's 50% of the dollar. Where does the other 50 cents go?
I would have to suggest that the charter bank system has a piece of that pie as well. Probably the bulk of that, probably 40%, and then there might be private lenders as well.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
Good.
But just to note, it's 5% that the credit union system holds. 25% is Farm Credit Canada,
right,
and 20% are the other two provincial Crown corporations.
Thank you. You mentioned that the FCC is a competitor with your operation, and I'm sure there is some competition there. When we heard from the number of credit unions, they made the statement that people come to us to facilitate a loan when there's no one else to turn to, that other financial institutions aren't there for them, and the credit unions have been. How do you respond to that, given what is happening with Farm Credit Corp?
I think our experience with Farm Credit Corp or Farm Credit Canada is more that they are out there actively seeking new business, and they're approaching our members and offering. Pardon me. They're offering some incredible deals, 10-year terms, fixed rate, below market rates, 100% financing. Those are aspects that we just cannot compete on from a regulatory perspective and prudent business practices. And it's not a question of us turning a member or a farm member down. It's more Farm Credit Canada is approaching our membership actively.
Okay, thank you for that. Merv, when we talk about what's happening with rural electrification, what services do you supply that other operations in the province aren't able to supply in terms of electrical operations?
What we supply, well, some of the REAs buy and sell their energy.
Mm-hmm.
Others contracted with EPCOR or Direct Energy, and they supply the energy part. The other thing is the REA I'm with is also one of the partners in Corridor Communication. And we got into it with the hope that we could read our meters using that. But because we live in hilly country like that, it's very hard to do. So we were one of the first ones to do the airplane flyover, and we read our meters, 3,000 meters in 2 hours.
Wow.
And Gas Co-op beside us, they do the same thing. You know, we actually have working with them. So.
And how is the degree of accuracy?
100%.
Well, there you go.
It's the most accurate one. Other services, there's no, other than building the line to we own the line to the house.
Well, with this high tech and all these innovations, are you able to keep your cost per kilowatt hour down, or has that escalated somewhat? Dan's going to tell us about that.
Actually, the REA I'm in, which is different than MERS, but it was the first one to actually and first utility in Alberta to get in the wireless reading there. But they when it caught prior to that we had contracted a meter reader, and it was they would read a meter every other month, and we're about 85-90% accurate. Now we've replaced them with the new meters. We had a total payback within 13 months, and a major cost savings. It was rather than hiring the contractor, the cost of the meters, the investment in there, and the interest on that investment, and we read the complete REA, which is just over 8,000 services in just a few hours once a month. And so the members are very happy. The costs are down. Accuracy is there. They're getting billed for what they're using, and no estimating anymore. And it's probably one of the best investments made in that area.
So who says high tech?
Sorry, Mr. Bone, time has
the chair
elapsed.
says that.
Yeah, so I apologize.
Thanks,
but now nous avons.
We will now turn to Mrs. Blanchette-Lamotte for 5 minutes. Thank you. Mr. Marshall, you talked about your role in supporting startup co-ops in Alberta. I was wondering whether you thought that the federal government still has a role to play in helping startup co-ops to get off the ground.
So I think from the perspective of education, and then if there are grant programs available to assist some startup co-ops, I think that those are really quite two fundamental purposes that the federal government could review or look at.
Merci.
Thank you. What do you think about the fact that the CDI has been eliminated? Will that have an impact on co-ops, in your opinion?
I do, and to the degree I'm not quite sure. I'm probably not the right person to ask that question of, but I could certainly table that and bring back a better response for you.
Merci.
Thank you. That would be highly appreciated. You talked about subsidies that could help startup co-ops. Could you tell us how you see these subsidies being effective and what impact that these subsidies will have on startup co-ops?
I think initially, just in startup co-ops, understanding governance, proper governance, would be a first place that their understanding can certainly improve or benefit them in that regard. And then just as a case and example, if you look at a housing co-op, they're typically looking for some type of funding to assist in, even if it's over the course of the construction of the housing units. So it may be a repayable grant for that matter, or a repayable loan, but that's where the risk is up front until they sell all the units and have the people with their equity in place. And so perhaps there are some opportunities to assist the projects in getting off the ground, especially on a startup co-op. I mean, if it's a co-op that has been in existence for time, they typically have that type of capital.
Merci. Monsieur Rock.
Thank you. Mr. Rocco, I'd like to thank you for coming to this committee. You said that you were very focused on the sustainability of co-ops and on the environmental aspects involved. I was wondering whether you have any suggestions you could make to the committee with respect to government policy to protect co-ops and to promote startup co-ops.
Well, if you look at some of the 5 factors of success for co-ops, you have leadership, and I guess we have to make sure we have the right leaders in the community. And one of the ways of doing that is run board governance workshops for people that want to learn more about how to operate a meeting and how to operate a co-op. You have to help with clarifying the goals that people, what are you really doing with your co-op? Also encourage business cases. You know, you're going to borrow a bunch of money, you make sure you have a business case to do that, especially if you have to go to a credit union. They're very good at lending money.
But they want it back.
Okay. We had a real problem with borrowing money, because when any financial institute would look at an REA, there's a pole and a line. They really didn't classify that as assets. But because an REA can determine their own rates, you know, you can charge $20 a month today, but tomorrow you can up it to $40. So there is a way of doing that. But when the government comes, I think we have to make sure that the legislation does not change to the worse, to make them a little harder to get started. Whether it's loans or grants, most of the people can try to get their own money to do something. The tax status, too, for not-for-profit. Hopefully that doesn't change. You know, we hear funny rumors about that, so we don't want that to happen. So we want protection so we can grow and exist. And you know, sometimes the hardest person to deal with is the government, and sometimes it's the easiest. Okay? It's dependent on what they believe. Okay?
If I could just add to that, I think the government's role is not to do the work, but to create an atmosphere and a social environment which would stimulate consumers working together for their own betterment and helping themselves and virtually creating a better country and world that we all live in. So.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move now to Mr. Butt for the next 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Gentlemen, thank you for being with us this afternoon. I've quite enjoyed the week because I've learned a lot about cooperatives that I certainly didn't know about. I certainly knew about housing cooperatives, but I didn't know about, and credit unions a little bit, but I'm learning a lot and I'm really appreciating it. But the one thing that I am finding difficult to understand, and maybe from each of your perspectives you can explain it, we certainly have some cooperatives that have made deputations today that certainly view themselves as not being traditional businesses. And we've heard from others that I would suggest to you are really no different than what I would consider to be a regular. I was in the private sector for 20-plus years before I became a member of Parliament in private sector companies that were driven by lots of private sector motives versus what often the motives of cooperatives are around social enterprise and so on. But how do you identify yourself? I think certainly, Mr. Marshall, you talked about competition, quote unquote. To me, that's a private business. That's what we deal with, right? We compete, and if we're the best, we're going to get the customers. So how would you say your two organizations compare to traditional business versus how you are obviously uniquely different in what you are doing? So did you want to start, Mr. Marshall, and then Mr. Rockwell, Mr. Astor? After that.
Sorry, I guess from the one thing that I'd like to suggest where we're different from banks is we are locally owned by members in our communities. We're locally governed by several of those members. In our case, it's 9 directors on our board. We turn around and we invest, every dollar we make right back into our communities, whereas our counterparts as chartered banks don't have that same commitment. We actually are situated, soon will be in 5 communities that have no institution other than ourselves. We've seen banks actually pull out of rural sectors of throughout Canada just because for them it's economic sense. And so I guess at the end of the day, although profit is important to us because of sustainability, and if you want to eliminate tax for credit unions, that'd be wonderful. That'd be one more step in helping that. But we do pay income tax. But in having said that, we're not driven by earnings per share. We're driven by what is right for our community, as long as it's a sustainable venture in that regard. So I think that's a fundamental difference. And I say that from experience. I've worked in a small chartered bank, and believe me, every quarter there was a lot of pressure on producing the appropriate EPS. In a credit union environment, you do what's right 5, 7, 8, 10 years out, whatever's right in that regard. So that's a fundamental difference, if I may, Brad.
Okay, thank you. Gentlemen?
I guess the environment that we operate in is in a regulated world. I guess each individual rural electric co-op have their own board of directors, and under the legislature, we have our own control. We do our own regulation. But that's only because we serve only our own members, only our own. So our shareholders and our members are the same. The other parties that are in the industry with us are large international corporations, and they are guaranteed 9.25% return on their investment through the term. So, I mean, their incentive is to, I guess, they don't have the apprehension about in making the investment. The more they invest, the greater their return is. We operate on where we try to supply the service to our members, the owners of the co-op, at cost, and so we keep our rates on. So we're seeing quite a spread in the rates for our members and utilities. And then, of course, justifiably so, that gives them a little more incentive to eliminate the local co-ops as well.
So is the electricity system in the province of Alberta deregulated, or is it regulated by the province, as it is in Ontario, where I'm from, where the rates are regulated? The Ontario Energy Board, in the case of Ontario, sets those rates that I pay as a consumer, even though I can make a choice to have Direct Energy sell it to me, or my local distribution company, Mississauga Hydro, in the case where I live. So is it deregulated? Do you have to compete with that, or do you have to work within that regulated electricity environment?
Alberta is quite different than Ontario. Only the wires are regulated in Alberta,
okay. So
and that's to prevent duplication, so you don't get a wire running down each side of the road. Yep. So that remains regulated. The generation portion, that is deregulated, and the actual retailing of the energy is deregulated. Okay. So that's open. Our co-ops do have the ability to set up an arm's length entity of an affiliated retailer and retail to only their own members or to other REAs, but that's the only part that is not regulated there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maintenant, nous avons Monsieur.
Now, Mr. Ravenel, for 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Writing, and what has always impressed me with those co-ops is their resilience, and it seems like the fact that the way co-ops work kind of in a way allows them to weather storms that perhaps private businesses don't. So what I wanted to ask you, and of course thank you for your presence, is why is it that you think that your particular institutions have been, I mean, we're talking about quite a long time, have been so resilient?
I think the main reason is that the member owns, they're an owner of the system, and when they drive down the road they can say, I own that power pole. And also the rates, in most cases, they're less than what the utility company is paying. And it's investment in the future. And they look back, you know, some of these, their fathers or grandfathers or uncles, they actually helped physically build the system.
It's self-financed.
Pardon?
It's self-financed as well.
Yeah, and also self-financed. You know, a lot of people, farmers, put up money, their own pocket. They lent money to their neighbors in order to build it, to start it. And, you know, there's a lot of pride in it. The only thing now is, as I said before, you know, it's a plum. Somebody wants to buy them. Anything else?
And I guess the original generation not only spent the dollars in building the system, but they also built a reserve to operate the system. So if there was a severe storm that came through or something that required a significant investment, the dollars were already in place for them to spend it in their own account. They didn't have to go out and do the financing to access that.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Marshall?
I think from credit unions' perspective, and certainly from a smaller credit union's perspective, we're there just to serve our local membership. We're not out in world markets trying to be creative or what have you And we understand our markets that we operate in. We understand them very intimately. And what typically happens when you go through sort of a boom and a bust cycle, what we see happen is when things are going south and they're not doing as well, or when things aren't so good, and then other institutions start declining people within our communities, they tend to migrate towards the credit unions. And I don't want to paint the picture that it's a lender of last resort, but when times get tough, we're there. And we might not be able to help in every situation, but we do have that approach where we care about our communities and the people that make up our communities, and we want to see that existence and that everyone gets through it. So we'll certainly work with communities or what have you in that regard, but we typically, when times get a little bit tougher, we typically see a little bit of a surge in our membership, and we pick up a bit more business and so on and so forth. So it's just that perseverance and that understanding, that intimate understanding over the last 60 years that I think has put us in the position we are today.
Right. So you, Mr. Marshall, you touched on this idea of innovation and how maybe one of the differences is not always trying to be innovative, but in fact, I don't know if you're familiar with La Caisse des Jardins, which is an incredible, one of these incredible credit cooperatives in Quebec and across Canada really now. And it's actually quite innovative in a lot of the products, financial-based products that it offers to its clientele. And what I find interesting about that is that we think that the major driver of innovation is necessarily competition. And I wonder if you might have some thoughts on that.
I think competition will drive that creativity or the innovation. But with respect to Desjardins, they are a very significant credit union in Canada, and with substantial resources to be as innovative as they are, and they're very cohesive in that aspect. And I think that's one of the downfalls of the credit union system in Canada, with the exception of Quebec, is we may not be as cohesive in pooling our resources to try and achieve the same types of innovation, and that's a lesson that we're learning as we go along, but and we can do a lot better job of that too.
Let's dig deeper on that point, if you don't mind. Am I out of time already? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
We'll move now to Mr. Lemieux for the next 5 minutes.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to our witnesses for being here. Actually, I wanted to just, provide a little bit of a preamble on how impressed I think each committee member is here on the strength of co-ops. We've been receiving very positive message and a cohesive message from all different size co-ops involved in all different sectors of the economy. And I think that the growth has been impressive. I'm thinking of growth in balance sheets. I'm thinking growth in assets. I'm thinking growth in membership. I mean, we now have 9,000 co-ops, 18 million members across Canada. So it's very, very encouraging. And, of course, I think Mathieu mentioned that a co-op is more than twice as likely to survive an economic downturn or difficult economic circumstances than a business, which is also quite remarkable when you think about it, by a factor of 2. And I just want to touch on what Madame Blanchette-Lamotte was talking about. There was some talk about the CDI, or the Co-op Development Initiative. And, this is something, just to correct the record, it wasn't cut, it wasn't canceled. It just wasn't renewed, and it's important to understand the difference, because it's been running for 2 terms of 5 years, and it simply reached its natural conclusion at the end of its 2nd term of 5 years. So it simply expired, like all programming does, especially when it's achieved its goals. And this is, I think, what we have heard as a committee in terms of co-ops. They have grown in Quebec. We had a witness here just yesterday, I think, saying that in Quebec over the last 5 years, there's been a growth, like an entrance of 595 new co-ops in Quebec. That's astounding. The challenge we have as government is that we find ourselves in deficit, $23.5 billion in deficit, which is roughly 8 to 10% of the revenues of government. And this is a very important factor, because difficult decisions must be made. And I don't think anyone recommends running with a 10% deficit. And in fact, this is the question, I already know the answer, but I'll put the question to you, Mr. Marshall. Like, like, do you operate at a 10% deficit? And if you did, would your members demand that you rectify this situation, look at your expenses, and balance that budget?
From a regulatory perspective, we wouldn't be able to sustain our business model in a deficit position.
Right.
We have capital requirements that are actually increasing because of Basel III, and we're held to those same standards in most aspects. So, no, we wouldn't be able to run a deficit at all.
And I suspected that, and I think the same for Merv and Dan. Like, your association doesn't run at a 10% deficit, and my guess is that if you did, your members would demand that be rectified. Yeah. And as your membership has, one vote, one member, one vote, one Canadian over the age of 18 has one vote too. We're responsive to Canadians, and this is what they're demanding. So I think that is a very important, difficult decisions have to be made, and I think both of you probably know, or all three of you know, about difficult decisions that have to be made throughout the life of your particular groups and associations. I did want to touch on education, because I think this is really important. We've had a number of witnesses talk about education, and I'm thinking of education of the public now. Canadians, I think, have a concept of a co-op. It might not be as expansive as it should, and they certainly might not know the successes that I was just outlining and that we've heard from you. I'm wondering if in your work with higher-level cooperative associations, for example, the Canadian Cooperative Association, is there a budget for basically advertising, education, informing Canadians about co-ops, the success of co-ops, the strength of co-ops? And I'm thinking of this because, just to give an example, I'm in agriculture. I'm watching the Dairy Farmers of Canada. They're running a very strong campaign to educate people about farmers, milk production, all that type of thing. And I think it's paying off. I think Canadians want to know more about local agriculture. They want to know more about Canadian farmers. They're open to this, and I have a feeling they'd be very open to learning more about co-ops, what you bring to the table, what your strengths are, what your successes are. So I'm wondering, I'll start, I guess, with Mr. Marshall again. Do you have a budget for that, or in your discussions with higher entities, do they have a budget for that, and what do you think about that?
Yeah, locally at our own credit union, yes, we have a budget set up to educate our members and potential members within our communities about who we are.
Right.
It's a very difficult task, especially with non-members, to engage them and have them start to garner a better understanding. So it's a tough road. And as far as in terms of our provincial representation with Central Alberta and as well as with Canadian Central, I know that they have some funds set aside for that. To what degree and as such, I'm not. I couldn't recite any facts, but I would be happy to get back to you with that as well.
Okay, yeah, I'd just be interested in knowing, I guess, what the initiatives are. Perhaps to Merv and Dan.
Sorry, time has expired. If you do want to get back to us with that information, Mr. Marshall, I'd ask that you submit that through myself, through the clerk, and we'll distribute it that way. If you could get us that information. So we have now Mr. Allen for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. And I always love listening to my friend, Mr. Lemieux, explain about deficit financing and choice. But then again, it's about choices. And the CDI, if memory serves me right, the actual capital infusement into the CDI granting program was $4 million. Mr. Lemieux would make it sound as if it was $4 billion with a B rather than $4 million with an M. Quite frankly, not to be trite, but $4 million falls off the Minister of Finance's desk when he shuffles paper. So, to suggest that somehow this is a driver of the deficit, it's a bit extreme, I think, from my friend. But he certainly tried over the last 3 days to make sure that gets inculcated into this piece. Even though the credit unions, which are successful, are saying to continue to be successful. And I might add, and I looked to you, Mr. Marshall, I think you said earlier, you do pay income tax as a credit union.
Yes, we do.
So if you were more successful, would you pay more income tax?
Yes, we would.
You might actually offset his $4 million that he's looking for. So it seems that would be a small investment if he got 8 back, would help his deficit. I wasn't really sure about that. I'm an auto worker. I'm not a finance guy. But Mr. Rocco, you were talking earlier, and I used to be an industrial electrician, so I get the wire thing.
Yeah.
there's a couple times you were saying things about the apple. I think I just sort of crystallize that and make that clear for folks. You signed one heck of an agreement when, I think you said, was it Fortis?
Yeah.
You signed it with, who said you could actually do subdivisions.
Yes.
Which is really unheard of for a rural operator, if you will, in the electrical system to be able to get a subdivision, because the line between house to house in a subdivision is exponentially shorter than the line between farm to farm in a rural piece. And I think you started to say things about you were like a shiny apple. So if I could, are you telling me that basically what's happening now is the other utility companies are looking at you and saying, I'd love to pluck that subdivision back from you, and you can keep the wire out in the rural part, especially when you might be in areas that the customers are kilometers apart?
Well, we're in the process of negotiating. Now, there's two major utility companies in rural Alberta. One is ATCO and one is Fortis. ATCO have a different wire owner to wire owner agreement with their REAs. They can only service single acreages. They do not have the agreement to serve subdivisions. Okay.
Get your deal.
Okay, but some of these REAs are small. There's only 150, and some are down to 80 people. And they still been. And the utility companies have been actually, they do the services for the REA. There are some REAs that have bought their own equipment, they're diggers, and they operate just like a utility company. Others, they hire the utility company to do it. And right now, some of these smaller REAs, if ATCO or Fortis were to buy them, that increase their assets, and then they get a 9% return on it. If they have that money and you put it in the bank, you only get 1.5%. So it's to their advantage.
You were saying earlier, I'm not sure if it was you, Mr. Rockwell, or Mr. Astor, talked about if I have a microgeneration program on farm, whether it be solar, whether wind, etc., that you actually you actually have the meter that it goes in both directions to make it easy for those technically who don't understand it.
Yeah.
So clearly, you must have an agreement with your supplier, your generator, in the sense that because if you're allowing folks to get back in and feed the line. Because, clearly, if I have enough kilowatts on farm or on my property, I can be actually a generator. In fact, I am a generator, and I could be a net generator if I actually produce more than what I consume. Do you have a direct agreement? So in other words, if I bought property over in one of your REAs and moved to Alberta tomorrow and set up that system, can I automatically get in, or is there a longer-term process as a microgenerator?
I guess there's a restriction to the size of a microgenerator in that you cannot produce more than what you will consume over a given period of time. So, and in Alberta, all generation has to go through the Alberta Electric System Operator. So they're the ones that they are basically selling that energy to, unless it's contracted separately to a specific firm. But all agreements and all flow of electricity has to go through the electric systems operator, and it's dealt with from there. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. I'm not a net.
It's
beneficiary.
time is expired.
Do I get on automatically?
Sorry, time has expired. Is there a yes or no response to that?
I didn't quite catch exactly.
Okay. If there's a yes or no,
more than I consume. If I consume more than I generate, do I get on automatically?
You'll be billed for the difference that you're consuming. That's all.
Okay. Close enough to a yes or no. All right. Thank you. And we'll move now to Ms. Rempel for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again to our witnesses for being with us in Ottawa on a very lovely summer Friday afternoon while the Olympic opening ceremonies are taking place. Mr. Marshall, you spoke a bit about Budget 2010 and the new regulations that we put forward for charters and for credit unions. Can you perhaps speak to that a little bit more as far as what the anticipated impact is on your client base and how it will positively impact your business?
For Mountain View Credit Union specifically, it's not something that we're considering at this time. We serve members in 12, soon to be 12 communities in central Alberta, and we have a lot on our plate just to for the next 4 or 5 years. So becoming a chartered under the federal regulations is something that we're not contemplating at this time.
For other members that you might have, or other credit unions that you might interact with, what's the word on the street been with regard to these regulations?
I haven't heard a lot, other than one particular credit union in BC. I think for the one credit union in Alberta, a service credit union that possibly would entertain this, one of the things that they cherish quite significantly is a 100% deposit guarantee by the provincial government for any depositor in the credit union. And if they were to move into the federal jurisdiction, they would be governed under, or the deposits would be under CDIC, which has a maximum of $100,000 per instrument, basically, or plan. So that's something that they are struggling with, I think, in that regard.
You also spoke about your asset base and your profitability. I think one of the commonalities that we've heard from the various financial-based credit unions that have appeared before this committee is the strength of assets, the strength of growth in light of some of the economic challenges that we've seen globally. Would you say that, for the most part, or would you characterize this statement as correct, that your growth has really occurred without federal intervention?
I'd say that in a system basis, but as a specific credit union in central Alberta where we're in 12 rural communities, we're not experiencing growth right now.
Okay.
And the unfortunate part of that is we serve 5 communities that have no institution in town, and we're finding it more and more difficult to justify the existence in those communities because they're earning a below average rate of return that we need to sustain our organization over a long term. And it's really coming down to our competition in those areas isn't the chartered banks or other credit unions, it's the 3 crown corporations that we're facing. And that's the unfortunate part. I mean, if crown corporations would complement as opposed to compete, I think the benefit on a long-term basis for our rural constituents would be a lot better.
Your assets, you noted in your presentation that your assets did grow in 2012. Is that correct?
They grew in 2012, but only in deposits, so they were not in loans. And loans is our most productive asset. Okay. And in fact, our loan portfolio has been diminishing. And
your income that you stated in your presentation of $33 million for Q1 of 2012, is that about average for your cooperative?
Yeah, that's a system provincial basis. That's not ours. I wish it were ours.
Okay. Yeah.
No, as a system.
So you might say that $4 million is something of significance then?
Yes, it
Excellent.
is very significant.
Just moving on, you talk about loans being a key part of your business. When you're looking at your underwriting process or the process by which you're making an assessment on risk associated with a loan and whether or not it's a viable business opportunity for you, would you characterize the governance structure of a business as a key determinant in that assessment? I'm specifically referring to, do you give preference to those that have organized in a cooperative fashion?
Yes, we would give preference to that. I mean, again, we understand the model, we understand the direction, we understand that it's member-owned and that there's some continuity on a long-term basis versus a single-owner business that, the governance is one person basically or a family in that regard. So no, there is consideration in that aspect. Again, one of the most fundamental things we look at, though, in assessing credit is, do they have the ability to repay the obligation? And we have to take that approach because it's our members' deposits that we're turning around and investing in these companies or cooperatives. So that's probably one of the most key criteria is the ability to repay the loan in the time.
So
thank you. I'm sorry, your time is up.
Looked at you. That's the problem.
Yeah, never look. So anyway, we will now move to your friend to your right, Mr. Payne. You have the floor for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank the witnesses for coming. It's important that we hear your testimony, and certainly we've heard a lot of really positive testimony, as my colleagues have said here today. And so I do have a number of questions. First of all, Mr. Marshall, just to let you know, I happen to be a member of Service Credit Union. I was quite delighted with the expansion, and I see that they have some almost 60% of the Alberta market. And do you see further expansion of, say, a Service Credit Union or other credit unions to merge with some of the smaller ones to become bigger and stronger?
That's a great question. And yes, I do see that in time. For some credit unions, there are probably one or two a year that may occur in Alberta. Typically, small credit unions that just one or two person employees, or they're open 12 hours a week, that type of thing. I know there was one credit union that experienced some difficulties that merged with Service. So certainly those will continue. I'm not sure at what rate. The other interesting aspect, though, that we've worked on with, again, with three credit unions that are similar to our size, we're $500 million, Service is $11 billion. So what we've done, rather than merge, is we have set up a subsidiary that all three of us fund, and we run starting to run all of our back office aspects through that. So it's a collaboration initiative as opposed to a merger in that regard.
So the other question is, do you co-share loans with other credit unions or other financial institutions?
With other credit unions and then with Concentra as well. So we'll get involved in either buying tranches of mortgage pools, or we'll participate in a syndication on a large funding arrangement.
Okay, and I did note you did talk in your opening remarks about your contribution to the community. I wonder if you could give us a little more information in terms of your investments in the community and how that has helped. And I don't know if it's all of the communities that you serve or just portions thereof.
We have a number of different initiatives that we'll get involved in on an ad hoc basis. Small town of Bicycle, for example, we donated $25,000, I believe, to part of a building project that they were doing for the community. Every year we commit to funding or sponsoring and bidding on 4-H sales. So we'll be there and we'll pay double what a calf is worth, but that's okay. We're doing it for all the right reasons. We have an annual charity golf classic where we were just the other day able to donate $18,000 to a local hospice in one of our communities. So it's those types of things that we're continually doing each year. Some of it's ad hoc and some of it is certainly planned and prepared for.
Certainly, we've heard those kind of things from other credit unions and cooperatives that really, I think, helping all the communities that they serve throughout the various parts of the country. And I'd just like to go to Mr. Rockler or Mr. Asner in terms of you did say that you can only service farms, so there's no small hamlets or villages or anything that might be part of your district that you can serve?
You're right. We do not, and in our agreement, we cannot serve hamlets or small towns, but we can serve subdivisions, and hopefully they don't become a hamlet or town. Then we might lose them.
That's a good way to get around that, I think. So potentially you can grow your business.
Yeah, to some extent, yes, we can.
Okay, so what percentage of the grid does the federations own or operate overall?
Well, we're 3% of the people, it's in 1% of the consumption of energy.
Okay.
According to the number of miles of line, I haven't got those figures.
Okay. And I know that there's some bit of controversy going on around expansion of the grid, so to speak, in Alberta. And just wondering, are you folks involved at all in that process or having input into?
We did a presentation to the transmission committee, and our philosophy is we have to have a reliable system. And it's really important. In rural Alberta, if a storm comes through, the last people that will get hooked back up will be rural Alberta. So therefore, we rely much more on a reliable transmission system than maybe the people in the cities.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just further to that, the Federation has asked for representation on a lot of government committees, and currently we sit on the Cost Monitoring Committee of the Transmission System on the new expansion of that. The Alberta government looks at the Federation for input from a consumer's voice, and the rural electric associations have a voice that has probably a more knowledge of the electrical system than the average consumer. So even though we're a fairly small number, they recognize that we are the end users, and they listen to what our impact is on us.
Knowledgeable end users.
So.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And that concludes the second round of questioning. We do have just a little bit of time remaining, so I can move into a third round. And first up there, I have Mr. Preston, and you have the floor for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I don't often get 2 chances. This is great. I'm going to talk a little bit about governance, and I'll leave it open to both of you. Mr. Marshall, you said you have 11 units and are about to have 12. I take it you're opening in a new community? Or?
Yes, we are in Langdon, a town of 3,400 people just outside of Calgary, and they have no financial institution today.
And when you go to make an expansion like that, and I'm sure it's relevant to even your group, but when you go to make an expansion like that, you're a one-member, one-vote type of group. How do you get to a new place? You probably don't have many members in Langdon, or do you have members in Langdon who are driving to one of your other or members somewhere else? How do you convince the people in Olds, for example, to say, you know, that's a great idea, let's open up in Langdon and spend a whole pile of money building a new branch?
Well, and this is where we come back to our governance model, where our board of directors, which represents our members, that's really who we sit down with, and collectively we build out our strategic plan, understand where our growth opportunities are, and how do we, are they something that we really want to go after, and then if it is something that's near and dear to our heart and we see it as a good decision, then how do we go about doing that? So.
I would assume occasionally you get no, though.
Pardon?
I would assume that occasionally the answer is no.
Yes, it is.
Sometimes. Those of us, obviously, the one man, one vote, or one person, one vote system for us, there was enough yeses, so we're here. But one day maybe that will be the opposite, and we might not be. The same happens in your business decisions. Mr. Rocco and Mr. Aston, the same thing in your business? How often do you put forward something that just the membership just says, you know what, that's just too big of a risk for it, or we're growing too fast, or it's a...
Well, I'll tell you about an incident. We got involved in the meter reading.
Right.
And we thought we'd have opposition to it. And people come to it and say, thank God we don't have to, the member would read the meter and send the information to the office. Card, yeah. You fill out the little form or whatever you have. Thank God we don't have to do this anymore. It was well worth the 800,
But I bet there was some resistance to change when you first brought it up. You're going to read my meter by an airplane?
Yeah. Well, we did the airplane after it. It was going to be drive by. The other thing was corridor communication. We got involved in that. We were assuming that. And we had an annual meeting, and we had people mad because they couldn't get it, because they lived in a valley or a subdivision in the valley. And that's how they were really mad. It was very hostile. Why don't I have it? You have it.
Well, tell them to get a shovel and we'll take the hills down.
Yeah.
But I think it goes on, too, that it's a level of due diligence that the board has demonstrated over the years, and we'll get the members saying, if the board has looked at it, you've done a business case study on it, if it's a good move, we trust you. That's why you're there.
Well, I was going to move to that one next. Mr. Rocco, you talked about that leadership training. How do you train the next person? Well, I bet I'm sitting here looking at 3 people who've done a lot of training with the next set of board members or the next group of persons in an associated co-op or on boards of directors on governance and that type of thing. I know that's how it happens in rural Ontario. Whether it's the manager of my local credit union and the other boards he may sit on, and the training that happens because it happens. But I bet I'm looking at 3 of you that have done a fair bit of that. It may not be organized, and I bet in some cases it truly is, because I know we have mentoring programs and stuff for business and for not-for-profit boards, and I bet you've done the same thing. Would that be true?
In our situation, we have an excellent resource with Canadian Central. And they have a very good program, I think, for a director that's just coming into our system. So really commend them for the effort that they've put into developing that program over the last, I'm going to say, 10 to 15 years.
Rural Utilities in Alberta has taken a leadership role, and they have brought in a guy by the name of Rick Brown. Have you ever read the Imperfect Board Member book? Okay. And I guess it's one of the best-selling board governance books. And he's done workshops, and he comes to our AGM, and he'll spend a whole number of hours talking. But Rural Utilities is the one has really, and we've had workshops all the way across the province, and we get the number of people. So I really commend the Rural Utilities for doing that.
I commend you, all of you, for what you do, because I'm sure the knowledge that's shared is invaluable.
And it's our job to make sure our board members and directors go to these meetings.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We did start just a couple minutes late, so I think we've got time for just one more round of questioning. And that will go to Mr. Allen for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to get back to Mr. Marshall around the FCC, because one of the things you said that was unsaid before, we've heard the other pieces about FCC and credit unions and the competing part. But one of the things that you said that struck me was that because of the competition in some of the areas that you have a branch and you're the only institution in that particular town, is because of the lending going away, you may actually have to leave. And if memory serves me right, when FCC was here, and they stated they don't do other financial products. In other words, they're in the business of lending in the agricultural field, so they're not a service provider. They don't take checking accounts. They don't, so it strikes me, if that's the case, and let me just sort of say what they said to us, was they don't poach your customers, and that's my word, in paraphrasing them. They said if it was your customer and you offered them a deal, they wouldn't undercut you. So I guess the first question is there truth to that? Or is it, farmers are a pretty cagey bunch. If they know the FCC offers a better deal than you do, and they know that if they ask you first that FCC won't give them a better deal, they'll go to FCC first and not ask you first, even though they might be your customer as a member. Is it, so is there any truth to any of that, or is it completely different than that?
No, I'd suggest there is some truth to that. To give you for instance, farmers, KG, they're very astute business people, absolutely. And in our rural community, there are no businesses. There are some streets have 3 businesses on it, and that's it. The local petroleum dealer and a restaurant and maybe a hardware store and a grocery store if they're lucky. That's not enough to sustain our business model. We need small business and agricultural lending. But what will happen is in the farming community or the agricultural sector, the farmer will approach 2 or 3 institutions, including Farm Credit, at the same time. So in that situation, we're competing with a number of institutions where we always come up short, and the deal is competing on rate or the ability that we require an appraisal to validate the value of the security. FCC can always beat us on the rate and doesn't require an appraisal. They use their own land value system, which is an average across the province. And I can certainly say that there's risk to anyone if you're using an average, because of one section of land adjacent to another section of land can be completely different in value. So they tend to always win the business based on rate, on term, and 100% lending value, and no appraisal requirements, where that we just can't do that in our world. Our regulators will not allow it. And I don't think prudent business would dictate that either.
The other thing you talked about as well, you talked about when there's a bit of a downturn in the general economy. Quite often folks will move to you as a lender because they're being, the traditional lender, if they're using a traditional bank for a long period of time, might now be saying no. And, and I agree with you, your comment, you're not the lender of last resort. I mean, folks just go, oh, where else can I go? And they finally find you. Do you have any sense of how much you keep after that? Like, do you keep that client longer term after they've come and seen, boy, I really like the service here, or I appreciate what they've done for me, and I now become a longer term client?
Absolutely, that's exactly the case. And in those situations, they're actually a really good ambassador for their credit union, because they're out there telling people of their situation, and then we'll have others that'll come in, not necessarily within a month or two, but over the time it pays benefit, or it pays dividends in that regard.
How am I doing there, Chair?
Got about 45 seconds.
Whoa, smokes. No bell yet. So so from your perspective, you'd like to see us take a look at FCC, whether, whatever committee that happens to be, whether it be the Ag Committee or someone else, and more so from the perspective of the damage that's doing to not just your institution, because you could probably pull back a bit and still do okay. In fact, forcing yourself out of a place you might actually be better in the sense, because there's an inherent cost to being in a small place that's beyond maybe what you, other than your members want you to do it, which is different than what I'm hearing from the others. So,
okay, so Mr.
Would
Allen,
you suggest we do that?
I think
make the response brief if you can.
You bet. To iterate, I guess, reiterate what Canadian Central is saying. What we'd like to see, which is similar to BDC and Export Development Canada, is that there be a parliamentary review of the mandate on a regular basis, and that they complement our business rather than compete with our business. I think we exist well with those other two Crown corporations. I guess that's the point we would really like to, the message we'd like to send is we'd like to see FCC in the same aspect.
Okay. Thank you very much. And with that, we will now conclude this panel. Thank you all very much for your testimony today and for taking the questions from members. It's all very much appreciated. You're very helpful to the committee in our work, so thank you all very much. And I'll now suspend the meeting until 3:30. Got a fairly full panel down there, I see, for our last panel of the day this afternoon, so we're looking forward to that. We've got with us United Farmers of Alberta. We've got Mr. Bob Nelson, who's the president and CEO, and we've got Mr. Bill Dobson, who's one of the directors. We have the Canadian Worker Cooperative Federation, Ms. Hazel Corcoran, Executive Director, and Mr. Peter Huff, Financial Officer. And then we have with us also the Manitoba Cooperative Association, Vera Goussard. What is it?
Or in English, Goussard.
Goussard. Okay. All right. Thank you. And so what we'll do is give each of you an opportunity to present opening remarks of 10 minutes. What I'll do is, because we do have a full panel, I'll try and signal to you when you've got about 1 minute remaining, and signal as such when it's time to wrap up. So I will give it first to the United Farmers of Alberta. Who's making the presentation? Mr. Dobson, you have 10 minutes to make your opening remarks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Special Committee on Cooperatives. My name is Bill Dobson, and I am a member of the Board of Directors of United Farmers of Alberta Cooperative Limited, also known as UFA. With me is Bob Nelson, President and Chief Executive Officer of UFA. I will be skipping over some of the things that were in the original that may have been sent to you, so it'll cut some of the fluff out to make the 10-minute timeline. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address this special committee. We consider your work critical, and we both look forward to answering your questions after our presentation. The Government of Canada has always taken a keen interest in the role of cooperatives. Co-ops are supported and utilized by people from all parts of Canada, regardless of their political interests or economic status. Those of us who spend a lot of our time in the cooperative sector greatly appreciate the relationship that has existed for so many years. This year has been a time to celebrate and showcase cooperatives and credit unions around the world, as the United Nations has designated 2012 as the International Year of Cooperatives. It has also been a time of reflection and self-assessment. It is very appropriate that the federal government also take this opportunity to examine their role in assisting the cooperative sector to flourish. Cooperatives and credit unions provide economic activity and employment throughout all of Canada. Having the most effective and efficient business environment ensures the financial health of the sector. UFA Co-op. UFA is a well-established cooperative that today serves nearly 120,000 members through an extensive network of 113 petroleum agencies, 35 farm and ranch supply stores, and 25 outdoor adventure stores operating under the Wholesale Sports banner. We have grown from a small-scale local cooperative into a comprehensive enterprise with $2.1 billion in sales in 2011. Improving the economic and social well-being of our agricultural owners and their communities is our core purpose. Every day we work toward enabling rural success by supplying agricultural products and services, by protecting our members' investments in the cooperative, and by championing and supporting local causes, rural programs, and job development. Currently, UFA proudly employs almost 1,200 people and 65 independent petroleum agents. Approximately 500 people are further employed by the UFA petroleum agents. UFA probably has the most interesting evolution story of any business in Canada. A look at our history provides living proof of the agility and endurance of a cooperative enterprise. We take great pride in learning from our heritage, but we are cognizant that we will only be viable in the future if we are relevant to the needs of our owners and customers. We say that we have been around for over 100 years, which is true, but we have not actually been a cooperative for over 100 years. Formed in 1909, the core purpose of UFA was to improve the livelihood of farmers in the province of Alberta. That purpose remains much the same today, although it is met in a much different manner than at that time. Originally, UFA was a rural social and lobby organization. In 1918, UFA began to purchase farm supplies collectively to distribute through community locals. As a farm organization, United Farmers of Alberta was seeking the most effective way to lobby the provincial government. They felt it would be a good idea to elect some members of the legislature to have direct access to the governing Liberals. Thus, in 1921, UFA ran candidates in 45 out of 61 ridings. Before they realized what had happened, they'd elected 38 MLAs and they formed a majority government. So I'm sure everyone would like to get a hold of their campaign manager. UFA governed Alberta until 1935, at which time they were defeated. During this period of time, UFA's farm supply business was also flourishing. In 1932, it was felt that the formation of a centralized cooperative would be the most effective way of serving the needs of agriculture in Alberta. Today, the political involvement and farm lobby efforts are long gone, but the cooperative business continues to grow and improve the livelihoods of rural Albertans. Areas of focus. UFA really sees three areas of focus quite distinct from each other that should be of significant interest to the federal government. One, the business environment for larger existing cooperatives, support in rural Canada for emerging cooperatives, and cooperative-based foreign aid. Of most significant interest to UFA is the business environment for larger existing cooperatives, and therefore today's comments will be largely directed towards this point. However, we'll make a few observations on the other two at the end of our presentation. The business environment. It is certainly our belief that being a cooperative should neither provide an advantage nor a disadvantage to a Canadian business. Co-ops have a unique way of operating that needs to be recognized and respected. UFA operates through its own specific provincial charter, but federal taxation rules have a profound influence on our business. Also, the raising of capital in the cooperative structure continues to be a significant challenge. Historically, cooperatives have started small from a common need and gradually grown over a long period of time. In today's corporate world, it is vital that a business quickly be of a certain scale to be competitive and relevant. This is true in the cooperative world. We would like to see the federal government reestablish a permanent interdepartmental cooperative committee. The unique nature of cooperatives needs to be understood and leveraged for rural communities to succeed. We would also recommend that a small group of financial experts be assembled to determine if there are areas of inequity that could be rectified to ensure that cooperatives and corporations operate on a level playing field. Our Chief Financial Officer offered us the following suggestions as to how tax rules might be modified to simplify and clarify reporting. Exempt cooperators from Part 6.1 tax. Part 6.1 tax tends to be an additional tax burden for most cooperatives who are carrying on business in limited or constrained jurisdictions. It is based on an assumed combined federal and provincial tax, which deviates from the specific provincial tax rate where the cooperative is doing business. In addition, paying out this extra tax reduces the ability of the cooperative to pay out more patronage dividends to its members for whom it is mandated to serve, and it is an added burden when co-ops are operating at a loss. Classify cooperatives as a unique business model for tax purposes. We would recommend cooperatives be uniquely defined to avoid having to amend sections of the tax laws where there is an intention for a cooperative benefit. And finally, extend the tax-deferred cooperative share, the TDCS. TDCS was set up by the 2005 budget reforms to assist agriculture cooperatives in their capitalization needs by deferring patronage dividends paid by way of TDCS to the members. This program is scheduled to end in year 2016, but we believe it is worth extending as capitalization remains a crucial challenge in the coming years. We also request that other measures be considered to ensure there are no barriers for cooperatives who are seeking capitalization outside of their member base. Hopefully, these ideas could be given consideration and discussed with other cooperatives across Canada. UFA is concerned not only for the cooperative, but also for our member owners as well. The third of 7 International Cooperative Alliance principles is entitled Member Economic Participation. We feel it is vital that we live up to that obligation. It is very important that our members receive fair tax treatment in regards to patronage allocations and also the ability to invest in their own cooperative. The third bullet above regarding co-op shares is advantageous both for the cooperative and the member. We would recommend working with our national cooperative associations to ensure that together we create the optimum environment for member support and investment in the co-op sector. Emerging cooperatives. USA has not always been a large, successful co-op. Like any other business we had a beginning, that start was at many times challenging and difficult. Through experience, we are confident that the cooperative business model is a very effective way of doing business. It creates a good working atmosphere for owners and employees. There is a sense of loyalty by members who are also customers. There is certainly a public interest and benefit in maintaining a strong rural Canada. We would hope that your committee will examine ways that the federal government can assist in stimulating growth in rural communities through the development of the cooperative system. Although the Cooperative Development Initiative, CDI, was designed to foster this type of partnership, we understand the need for fiscal restraint and the efficient use of tax dollars. We're not here to complain about the end of that program, but rather to encourage an examination of just what the role of the federal government should be in the future. We would be pleased to further discuss ideas on how government and industry could partner in the development of emerging cooperatives, especially in rural Canada. Also, our membership in the Canadian Cooperative Association is an avenue we utilize to forward our ideas for such initiatives. Cooperative foreign aid. Although this may not be the primary focus of this committee, we feel that it is worth briefly mentioning. Canada has a proud history of providing foreign aid to those who are born into circumstances beyond their control. We are probably all in agreement that the wisest use of aid money is to help people help themselves. Canadian cooperatives and credit unions fund several international development programs that partner with others, including CETA, to provide funding for people who face extraordinary challenges. Cooperative enterprises definitely help people help themselves. We are willing to do our part, and we invite you to work with us. We encourage you to continue partnerships which will provide cooperative-based foreign aid program. In conclusion, we thank you for the opportunity to address this special committee on the future of cooperatives. We are pleased to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. I think you must have practiced that because you were pretty much bang on 10 minutes. So we'll move now to the Canadian Worker Cooperative Federation. Who's giving your presentation?
I'll
Ms.
start.
Corcoran? Okay.
We both will present, though.
Okay, so that's fine. It's 10 minutes, and you can use it as you see fit between the two of you.
Okay.
But I will turn the floor to you now for 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting us to appear before the Special Committee on Co-ops to represent the worker cooperative movement. Merci beaucoup de nous accueillir devant ce comité.
Thank you for inviting us to this committee.
And I am Executive Director of the Canadian Worker Co-op Federation. Worker cooperatives are employee-owned businesses and generally small businesses which operate according to the cooperative principles. Worker co-ops are a form of collective entrepreneurship whereby people come together to become entrepreneurs in a co-op framework. They are present in many different industry sectors such as forestry, IT, food production and services, fair trade, and more. Examples include taxi co-ops, the Multicultural Health Brokers Co-op of Edmonton, the Big Carrot Natural Food Store in Toronto, La Siembra Co-op in Ottawa, who make Coco Camino chocolates, one of our most popular members, I guess, Promo Plastic of Saint-Jean-Port-Joli, Quebec, and Just Us Coffee Roasters Co-op in Northville, Nova Scotia. Today, there are about 350 worker cooperatives in Canada employing over 13,000 people. An estimated two-thirds of these are in Quebec. The Canadian Worker Co-op Federation is their national bilingual federation, and we include many members in Quebec. CWCF provides services including support for startup and ongoing management, a small worker co-op investment fund called the Tenacity Works Fund, research, and an RRSP program that allows our members to invest in their own businesses. We have 4 main points to present. 1, the distinction between the established and emerging sectors. 2, the challenge of capitalization. 3, the problematic changes in the RRSP rules. And 4, worker co-ops and succession planning. So, the first point. The co-op sector is neither monolithic nor homogeneous. There are the large, well-established parts of the sector, such as the credit unions, the large consumer co-ops, agricultural co-ops, UFA, etc. In contrast, worker co-ops and other emerging sector co-ops are basically small business startups or conversions which have no operational ties to the established cooperatives. These two broad categories bring completely different sets of needs and present distinct opportunities to Canadians and warrant a different understanding by government. To become involved with a credit union or large consumer co-op, one simply has to take out a membership and start using their services and buying their goods. To start a worker co-op, one must develop a market-driven business, develop the legal structure, and help develop the worker members all at the same time. This is not an easy task and is best accomplished with support of an experienced co-op business developer. It's also important to note that many of the larger and very successful co-ops did receive this kind of support at their startup stages 40, 50, or even more than 100 years ago. The challenges for emerging co-ops are exacerbated by the fact that lawyers, accountants, and others are usually not familiar with this business model. In parts of the world where knowledgeable support is made available for worker co-op startups through direct government support or favorable regulatory environments, the sector has hundreds of thousands of employees and tens of thousands of worker co-ops. So although our sector has been one of the fastest growing co-op sectors in Canada, we think it still has huge potential for employment creation in the future. I would now like to have our financial officer, Peter Hoff, present about our second point, capital.
Thank you.
One of the key differences between cooperatives and conventional corporations is the role of capital within the enterprises. In a simplistic but accurate description, in a cooperative, the capital serves an instrumental function. It is one of the many tools required to achieve the goals of the cooperative. Under most cooperative acts and in conformity with cooperative principles,
Sorry, we have a point of order here.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir, but in French it's a bit longer. So if you could just, maybe the chair will give you 1 more minute just to make sure that both languages are accessible. Thank you.
You're just having a little trouble keeping up with the. Okay. Okay. So if you just try to, try to slow down just a little bit, that would be appreciated.
Okay. Under most cooperative acts, and in conformity with the cooperative principles, capital receives a limited financial return, and most shares have a par value. That is, the value of the share is the same on the date of purchase and on the date of redemption, so there is no potential for capital gains. In a corporation, the primary goal is to maximize the return on capital for the owners and to generate an increase in the value of their shares. In many cases, on the selling of these shares, the small business owner is eligible for the capital gains exemption, which encourages them to invest and retain earnings in their enterprise. In seeking capitalization, emerging cooperatives have 2 barriers which conventional corporations do not face. First, the democratic structure of 1 member, 1 vote, and the limited returns on capital mitigate against the usual sources of venture capital, which require high returns and significant control of the enterprise. Second, because co-op par value shares do not generate capital gains, members do not receive the same tax incentive from the government to reinvest in their enterprises. There are various approaches which are designed to address these barriers. The Canadian Cooperative Association is currently leading an initiative to develop a national co-op development fund to invest in cooperative expansions, conversions, and the emerging cooperatives as a legacy project for the international year. The fund, to attract co-op sector capital, is designed to provide a market rate to its investors. Hence, it will have to manage its portfolio risk carefully. This means that it will have to limit its involvement in emerging co-ops and focus primarily on expansions and conversions. Because of this limitation in the fund's ability to address the needs of the emerging co-ops, the CCA had discussions with the Government of Canada requesting a $70 million contribution, which would give the fund, in combination with its sector investments, the capacity to meet the needs of the emerging co-ops in Canada and in the long term to generate a constantly growing pool of capital. With the wish to return to a balanced budget after the recent recession, such a large investment is now unlikely. However, I would urge this committee to recommend to the government a more modest investment of at least $20 million. This contribution by the government would eventually be returned to the government through Treasury through increased employment via personal and corporate taxes. As one of the key legacy projects for the International Year of Cooperatives, this is an opportunity for the Government of Canada to invest in the future of cooperatives all across this country. Another opportunity to support the development of co-ops is to balance the capital gains exemption with a cooperative investment program. This would be essentially an investment tax credit for the investment into risk shares in the equity shares in the cooperatives. Hazel will now speak about the RSP issue.
Thank you. Unfortunately, there has been one recent change which has hurt the capacity for worker co-ops to capitalize themselves through member investment. The measures regarding self-directed RSPs in the 2011 budget have rendered co-op shares ineligible for RSPs for members who hold more than 10% of any class of shares issued by the cooperative. This has eliminated a pool of members' capital which used to be available to help capitalize their co-ops. Many worker co-ops have fewer than 10 members. Whereas it used to be perfectly fine to hold more than 10% of a class of shares in a co-op within an RSP if under $25,000, it is no longer acceptable. If an individual is affected, there are very high penalty taxes, even higher than for deliberate fraud in some cases, and we believe that these provisions are putting jobs at risk. CWCF objected strongly last summer with the Ministry of Finance regarding these changes, as did CCA, CCCM, the Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants, and the Canadian Bar Association. We implore the federal government to revoke these measures enacted in the 2011 federal budget. Our fourth and last point, business succession using worker cooperatives. As we are sure you understand, there is a wave of business owner retirements coming. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business has estimated their number at 200,000. Although the process is already underway, we are currently witnessing only its earliest beginnings, and retirement should reach their peak between 2017 and 2020. This phenomenon will also likely manifest itself earlier in rural areas. The social and economic risk is substantial, and many companies risk closure, as a result of which tens of thousands of jobs could disappear. However, we also know that a solution is available that the employees of these companies can mobilize to save their jobs and communities by creating worker cooperatives. In Europe, this process is already well underway. The European Commission, and particular countries within it, are actively encouraging the cooperative solution in the transfer of companies to their employees. We strongly feel that the Canadian government needs to develop programs and approaches similar to those elsewhere so we can maintain locally owned jobs and services. Specifically, any development in this area should ensure that employee-owned co-ops are included and supported as one of the key options. I will now turn it back to Peter Huff to give an example of a conversion and to conclude our presentation.
Careforce Home Healthcare Worker Cooperative is a good example of the potential in rural areas for worker co-op successions. This small business provides market-based home health care services in the Annapolis Valley region of Nova Scotia. At the time the owner decided to look at options for succession, it was providing modestly paying employment to about 20 people. With support from the owner and resources provided by the CWCF, the Co-op Development Initiative, a worker co-op of employees was formed to purchase the business. I would like to emphasize the importance that this co-op received from the Co-op Development Initiative. It is now over 3 years since the transition was completed. As well as being profitable every year, the co-op now has 65 employees and has received a number of business awards, including the East Kings Chamber of Commerce Outstanding New Business Award. It is also close to being debt-free, having repaid most of the debt financing required to purchase the business. This is an example of how employees with little or no ownership experience, but with the right supports, can not only take over an enterprise, but make it grow and thrive, benefiting themselves and their community. In closing, we would also like to say that we support the submissions of the CCA and the CCCM, and we appreciate being invited and the work of this committee. Thank you very much.
Wow, that is 2 presentations in a row, bang on 10 minutes. The pressure is now on you, Ms. Goussard. You have 10 minutes, give or take a second or two. So the floor is yours for 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and members of the Special Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I do compliment you for your efforts to review and explore the important role of cooperatives in this, the International Year of Cooperatives. My name is Vera Goussart, and I am the Executive Director at the Manitoba Cooperative Association, or MCA. The Manitoba Cooperative Association is a provincial association of cooperative organizations created by our members to enhance and support the development of a united, growing, and influential cooperative movement in Manitoba. MCA has been around informally since the 1970s and 80s, when a small group of cooperators would meet and discuss issues of importance to the cooperative movement. However, MCA formalized in the late 1980s and early 1990s with the creation of 2 key programs that are still in existence today: the Manitoba Cooperative Youth Leadership Program and the Manitoba Cooperative Awards Program. While MCA has been around for a number of years, it was not until 2005 that the organization was able to hire its first full-time executive director and begin delivering cooperative development services. This was thanks to the Federal Cooperative Development Initiative advisory services funding received by our association. With the increased capacity at the association, in 2007, MCA entered into a partnership with the Government of Manitoba and the Conseil de développement économique des municipalités bilingues du Manitoba, or as it's most commonly known, CEDEM. Along with this partnership, the Government of Manitoba announced $1.25 million to be spent on cooperative development over 5 years. What followed was the co-creation of a vision and strategy for the cooperative community in Manitoba. The implementation of this strategy is ongoing today, but we are very proud of the work that we have already accomplished. Some of the initiatives include, for one, the introduction of resources on cooperatives for high school teachers in both French and in English. These resources, known as the All for Each program, were developed by the Ontario Cooperative Association in partnership with provincial associations across Canada. We've also been successful in the introduction of a Management of Cooperatives course at the University of Winnipeg's Faculty of Business and Economics. We are continuing to work with the university to strengthen our relationship and pursue other activities to enhance cooperative education at the post-secondary level. We also have been successful in the creation of an interdepartmental co-op group within the provincial government, recognizing that cooperatives operate in many industries and within many sectors of our economy, so that they do not just fall within the responsibility of one government department. We have seen changes to our Manitoba Cooperatives Act to allow for the creation of multi-stakeholder co-ops, as well as some other changes to our Act that have made it easier for existing cooperatives to operate. Finally, one of the more notable initiatives that has resulted from the strategy was the creation of a first-of-its-kind co-op development tax credit. This allows co-ops and credit unions across Manitoba to make contributions to a fund managed by MCA, and in turn, they receive a substantial tax credit. MCA then uses the funds that we receive from these co-ops to deliver technical assistance and offer small grants to new and existing co-ops. MCA has been actively working with groups and providing technical assistance to co-ops since 2005. In that time, capacity at MCA has increased, and we now have a full-time co-op developer on staff who works with groups to help them develop their co-ops. MCA also delivers small grants for co-op development through 3 pools of funding. The first is through the CDI Advisory Services funding. Secondly, the co-op tax credit funds. And finally, through the co-op assistance funds, which we receive from the province of Manitoba. These grants assist with things like group development, technical expertise, incorporation fees, the development of business plans and feasibility studies, as well as small capital expenses. Through our work, some of the groups that we have been able to assist include the Peg City Car Co-op in Winnipeg. This co-op has been operational for just over 1 year, and they received grants and technical assistance from MCA, and also received a large grant through the Cooperative Development Initiative's Innovative Cooperative Projects program. Peg City currently has over 80 members and 3 vehicles on the road and employs 2 people. This co-op is growing, and it has visions of operating across Winnipeg with numerous cars and serving numerous members. Another example is the Western Manitoba Seniors Nonprofit Housing Co-op in Brandon. They received small grants and some technical assistance from MCA. They are currently under construction and are building a 34-unit mixed-income housing complex for seniors. Another example, the Mondragon Worker Co-op in Winnipeg. They received small grants from MCA to expand their business into a restaurant, bookstore, and organic grocer. This co-op has been operating since 1996 and employs 16 to 20 youth in downtown Winnipeg. Finally, another example is Compostage Manitoba Services Co-op out of La Broquerie. They received small grants and technical assistance, and they are currently in development to provide composting consultancy and services to livestock operators and municipal waste departments. As you can see, there's a variety of different areas in which these cooperatives are starting. Working with groups trying to start and grow cooperatives, we encounter many challenges. First and foremost, there is a general lack of understanding of the cooperative model. Economic development officers, lawyers, accountants, and the people who generally assist in business startups are not familiar enough with the co-op model, and often discourage groups from pursuing that model of incorporation, even though it might be the most suitable for the project. Also, given that co-ops are groups of people working together for a common purpose, typically a lot of time needs to be spent on group development, and this can take a lot of patience and resources. Finally, access to capital has been a long-time struggle of cooperatives, and we have seen some co-ops dissolve in order to meet the capital requirements needed to grow their businesses. Moving forward, we would like to build on the success and momentum that we have achieved in Manitoba. This work has been a direct result of working in partnership and having ongoing and open dialogue between government and members of the cooperative community. Working in partnership, we can develop strategies to address the needs of the co-op sector as well as the needs of government. We also need to see that co-ops can access relevant programs at all levels of government. Co-ops are often excluded from the vernacular of government programs, and even if they are included, sometimes they are discouraged from accessing programs due to lack of understanding and awareness of the co-op model. Finally, we would like to see the creation of a national co-op development fund by the sector in partnership with government. This could address some of our access to capital needs. I want to thank you again for giving me this opportunity to be with you today, and I am certainly open to any questions that you might have. Thank you.
All right, so there you go. Thank you very much for all of your presentations. Very informative, and we will move to questions from members. In our first round, we have up first Madame Brosseau. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everybody, for being here this afternoon. Ms. Goussart? Perfect. What programs do cooperatives have access to at the federal level?
Well, I mean, certainly there's a lot of programs that co-ops can access in terms of business development programs and things of that nature. However, it's not commonly known that they are accessible to co-ops. And that's when I spoke about the vernacular. Co-ops are not included in the language of these programs, and that is seen as a big barrier.
So the government has, I guess, an opportunity to, raise awareness about these programs
Absolutely.
and make them more accessible. So it'd be, a red tape issue, kind of reduction, kind of advertising.
Perhaps yes.
Okay. So the justification of the end of life of the CDI is because it has fulfilled its mandate, and that the cooperative sector is healthy. And I think for the last few days we've heard that it's very healthy, it's thriving, but I don't think that's a good reason to just end it. I think there needs to be either a renewal or something on the horizon. What do you foresee?
Well, I think there's a lot of opportunity within our economy to grow cooperative enterprises. And I think because of the track record of cooperatives, and we've seen their success rate and the strength that the movement has, we know that it is a successful model that works in our economy. That being said, co-ops take a lot more support to start up. So if we want to, in fact, grow the sector, we do need to see ongoing support to support the development of new cooperatives. So that's what we would like to see.
I know in my riding, it's a rural riding, very agricultural, and we see a lot of students leaving, young people leaving, and I find, we want to try to keep them here. It's very expensive to take up a farm. It can be complicated. You do a lot of education with youth?
As an organization, yes. So we've been running a cooperative youth leadership program since 1985, and historically, most of the youth who attend our program are from rural Manitoba. Basically, it's a leadership program, so promoting leadership skills. We also teach, of course, about the cooperative model, but working in groups and things of that nature, because we recognize and have recognized for years the importance of having leadership within our communities who are able to take on the governance of our cooperative organizations, because our cooperative organizations will remain long after we are gone. That is the nature of the cooperative model, as long as there are new members able to fulfill the roles and the governance roles within that organization. So youth leadership has been a very, very important thing, and we've strengthened our youth leadership activities, as I said, with the launch of the strategy, with launching the All for Each program in high schools, and also having a relationship with the University of Winnipeg in their Faculty of Business and Economics.
Now, the province of Manitoba has clearly shown its appreciation and, support of cooperatives with the Co-op Development Tax Fund. What would you like to see from the federal government to show their commitment on the International Year of the Cooperatives?
Well, I think this committee is a good start in terms of opening up dialogue. I think it's important that that our federal government hears from the cooperative sector and understands the needs of emerging co-ops. From my perspective, I think I named a few things in my comments about ongoing support for startups and the special needs that they have in terms of group development, bringing awareness to the cooperative model, and making sure that co-ops are accessible to all programs. And I think capitalization is another big issue that needs to be addressed.
Bill Dobson, I was wondering if you could add on what you would recommend as key steps. I know you have it listed. I think you have about 6 bullets here, but what would be like your top 3 most important, I guess, key steps for the federal government to play in supporting cooperatives?
Well, I think the dialogue that we discussed about having dialogue together about what's the best business atmosphere, not just maybe for our cooperative, but for beginning cooperatives as well. That there's not a disadvantage to being a cooperative, in the understanding. So I think that's certainly that dialogue is quite important. We made the point of. I guess the taxation is quite important to us, and not saying that we have all those answers, but taxation is always interested to every business. So we just want to make sure that the taxation is right, fair. We need to pay our portion, and we also have that the capitalization needs are certainly important as well. I guess those would be probably just to examine those to make sure that they're, in the best interest of us as a cooperative, I think would be, and to be fair to other corporations and the government as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll move to Mr. Preston. The floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and it's thank you all for coming. It's great to have you here today too. And as I've said to other panels, I'll say it again. I'm learning something from each panel. So thank you again for helping an old guy like me still learn. Ms. Kozak, you mentioned about teaching high school teachers and teaching from a knowledge point of view, even at that level, preparing kits, and that you said it was the Ontario cooperative group that brought that together. Geez, I would love to see one of these. If you have one of those kits, and I honestly would love to see it, because we really have been talking a lot, and I'm not going to hand it out to high school teachers. I think we'll go hand it out to banks. Because really we keep saying that the knowledge of what a cooperative is or why this structure is the way it is what's maybe getting in the way of some of this working. I guess I might also suggest in your case the Western Economic Development that the federal government offers to business from a micro loans or even from a startup point of view. You are right in the vernacular not always being in there in the program sense. And we need to make sure that cooperatives are included and recognize that they are that's available to them too. And that would be a huge part. So some of that education is also whether it's the Federal Development Agency in Ontario, FedDev, or Western Economic Development, or any of those. There's programs out there for business startups. We don't have to put a new head on this horse. We already have this. We need to make sure that people know where it is and where to go get it. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, but I'd also comment that in addition to having the business element of a co-op, there's the whole other piece around the governance and stuff.
At this point, I'm talking about
business development, absolutely.
That part, absolutely. You've hit on another great one in the youth leadership model, having to do with cooperatives. I recognize it's probably happening in each of the other groups too, and other groups we've talked about. But you've hit on it today. Certainly in the other world, if you will. I hate comparing cooperatives to everything else, but it seems to be happening today. We have things like junior achievement. Mm-hmm. We have some youth mentorship programs for entrepreneurial pieces in the summertime, funded by our government and other governments. Right? They're out there. Those programs are out there. You've hit on something that's directly about cooperatives and the building of that. That's a fantastic piece that should be added to groups like junior achievement, because Absolutely. It isn't only about individual entrepreneurship. It could be that way, and I sure would like to see I'm coming to visit. I guess that's going to be the easiest way. No, but that's the right answer. Mr. Dobson, your cooperative group very big. Right? You weren't always big, I bet you. I mean, and good to see you again, by the way. But the real answer is, so is it different? Is a big established co-op need to be treated different than I mean, obviously, startup businesses need to be treated a lot different than big businesses that are well established too. So we're really talking about a wide range and a wide scale of things here, are we not?
Well, I mean, that was the reason we have the 2 points in there, the business environment for the existing cooperatives and then the new we recognize that there's new emerging cooperatives. this is personal, but I think you have an obligation when you've reached success, whether it's as a business person or an MP or whatever you are. I think you have an obligation to mentor someone and to try to assist them. And it's certain that we need to look after our own business. There's no doubt about that, and we do. We want the proper environment for that, and we have that stewardship. I also think there's an obligation to the other 2 points that I brought up as far as new emerging cooperatives. They have special needs, and we're willing to do our part. We're willing to do our part on international development, but we certainly think that there's a public good in that too that we need to partner with. I think that would be, to me, that would seem suitable. But there's no doubt there's difference. But we started very small. The UFA has been through the history. I brought that up on purpose because you learn so much from your history, and we were a struggling small cooperative at one time. But over the evolution, we learned that the cooperative model was what really was going to bring the most benefit to our members. So it's different, but we all start somewhere.
Here's where I'm afraid to look at the chair.
Well, you know what, you can right now. You still got about 30 seconds.
Oh, fantastic. There's at least one question in there. We also talked, and I think, Vera, you talked about a research chair or something at the University of Manitoba. We've heard from the Saskatchewan group earlier today where that's happening there. Is anybody approaching the business schools too? Not just on a straight cooperative level, but some well-known business schools across Canada, Ivy, those types of things. Are we approaching them too, and to make sure that they're understanding this model and helping throw their expertise behind helping this model?
Certainly, there's a number of educational institutions that do offer cooperative education. The relationship we've forged with the University of Winnipeg is in their Faculty of Business and Economics. So it is within the business school. But we've also established relations with the Asper School of Business at the University of Manitoba, where they've introduced some cases in their MBA program on cooperatives. So there is some of that happening, certainly.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And for the next, we have Mr. Belanger for 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Monsieur President, since this is likely my last public, or chance to speak in a public session, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of the witnesses that we've seen this week and the July 10th, those I've had a chance to meet privately, and also my colleagues from the House for having supported the motion that led to the creation of this committee, and I hope that we will continue some level of cooperation and to come out with a report that will prove to be useful, just as the hearings have by themselves. Manitoba. Could I ask our analysts, Mr. Chair, to look into 3 of the items mentioned: the interdepartmental committee, its makeup in Manitoba, the changes to the Cooperation Act in Manitoba, and I think it'd be useful to have a bit more information there, and the co-op development tax credit. I think that might be useful in our deliberations. Mardi, il y a des gens...
On Tuesday, people told us categorically that for official language communities and minority situations, such as those in Manitoba, that the co-op movement and co-ops are even more vital than in other communities where they speak the primary official language. Is that true? And can you give us some examples?
Municipalities in Manitoba. Our partner, CIDEM, does the work in the Francophone communities. That being said, certainly some of the Francophone co-ops do come to MCA for some of the grants that we administer in partnership with CIDEM. Okay. And so one of the examples that I gave, the compostage co-op, that is in a Francophone community.
I'll follow up that.
So, yeah.
Get a sense from them. Madame Coquerin, premièrement, félicitations.
First of all, thank you, Mrs. Coquerin. You should get the Order of Merit. You received this back in June, this Order of Merit from the Council of Cooperatives. I've noted that.
Large versus small, the capital, and the RSP 10%. It's come up a few times, and I hope we'll look at it. The one item you brought up that perhaps has not been delved into at any great length, and which I suspect is an important one, is the ability of using the worker co-op model to transfer the ownership and not lose the ownership of small businesses in the next few years. I'm not going to ask you to elaborate in great detail, but if you could send us material, either in Canada or abroad, because I believe in Italy, for instance, when a company is looking to be sold, one of the rights that its workers have is to perhaps consider acquiring it through such a co-op model. I'm not sure if it's Italy or another country, but so if you have some literature that would help us ascertain the importance of that and how it's done elsewhere, that would be quite useful.
Yes, we have a lot of literature. In fact, we've been involved in a research project. Actually, it addresses your prior question because it was focused on official language minority communities and using business succession in those communities. But we've also got access to other things going on in Europe through our international collaboration. So, yes.
Well, I'll be interested in hearing on the minority language communities as well.
Okay.
Finally, the UFA, I want to thank you for your very specific recommendations. I think those will be, I hope will be very useful. We'll have to debate them. I want to thank you, Mr. Nelson, for the book. This is the centennial book, and I've just gotten to the chapter of 1921 where the UFA became the government, and I'm looking for nuggets of information that might prove it.
They have no aspirations.
If any of them that do prove useful in and providing the results that I'm hoping for, I'll only give you credit if you want. But sorry, I just couldn't resist that. One thing that has not been mentioned also quite often, or very often, I think I brought it up once or twice, is the federal government has a program for executive interchange or exchange. So they have people in the higher echelons of private sector corporations exchanging positions into the public service and vice versa. So senior managers in public service going to work in the private sector. Would the UFA have ever participated in that program?
Knowledge, we have not participated. In fact, again, my experience with UFA has been about 8 years, and we certainly haven't in that time frame. I wasn't aware of the program, nor was I in my past publicly traded organization life. So,
I invite you to perhaps we could, as a committee in our report, include that, but look at that, because I think it might be a way of bridging the chasm between, or the misunderstanding or lack of understanding that there seems to exist in the federal public service of co-ops.
Okay. Would very much like to participate, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll now move to our second round of questioning. And up there we have first Mr. Bowen. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the panel for appearing this afternoon and sharing your thoughts with us. You heard the Chair. We have 5 minutes. You each had 10 minutes. That gives you 30 minutes. I and you have 5 minutes to work out some questions. So you'll pardon me if I cut you off and trying to move on. Bill, you talked about startup funds, the idea to get credit unions or co-ops up and running. What are you thinking about in terms of dollars? Are you thinking in terms of X number of dollars, a percentage startup? Are you thinking of whether it should be a grant or should it be a loan to be repaid to the feds? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I should come clean that I'm actually the vice president of the Canadian Cooperative Association as well. So I don't. In my remarks, I said we're not here to talk about the CDI, but I understand the theory that these programs come to a conclusion, and it's time to assess whether it's a good idea to start a new one. I think the numbers of money. I don't think that we really would be asking for the type of funds that would, capitalize a cooperative. That's not the issue. The issue is that when you start a business, and someone mentioned that maybe a cooperative is even more difficult to understand, because first of all, you have to have the entrepreneurial spirit of someone to actually lead the cooperative. And quite often, those people, if they've got that ability, they go and have their own businesses somewhere else. But so you need some money at the beginning, and I think it's where we can play a role. Your question was bang on. What we're talking about, mentorship, business to business, or personal mentorship, we could play that role. We can put some money into capitalization. But I mean, the kind of money that CDI, I mean, realistically, it's a lot of money. Sure, it's anytime you talk about $1 million, but overall, it's just seed money to give people just that little boost to get started. So I think those kind of dollars, I mean, I don't know whether to say they're small or large, but whatever. I mean, it takes some money. I think some of those grants were like $75,000, or maybe they were loans or whatever. But it's whatever. It's small numbers, that gives people at least a little bit of a start because so many of these cooperatives that tried to begin, by the time they get their business plan and they get their structure in place, they're so burnt out that, it's hard to raise, and then raising all the capital. So I think it's not just about money. It's about a program that cooperates, and if we can come up with something together that's better than a CDI, I'd certainly be in favor of that.
Okay. Thanks, Bill. Turning to Hazel and Peter, when you talk about putting together a new organization, an organization already exists in the trades. It's the unions. How do you see the blend of your operation, the idea of a co-op interfacing with the existing unions that are there in various trades and occupations?
Okay, you're talking about starting of a new cooperative.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess a couple of things. The vast majority of the worker co-ops in Canada are not unionized. But where there's a conversion to an existing entity, most of the time, whatever it was before, it is later. So if it was a unionized entity before, typically it stays unionized, though every now and then either the union or the co-op says, we don't need you, and they part ways. But in any case, that's the sort of quick answer to your question.
Mm-hmm.
Is that enough? Or
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And Vera, we're talking about new complex in Brandon, 34 units. Are you looking at that as a co-op housing project, or can you help us understand where that is starting from?
It is a nonprofit cooperative housing project, primarily being financed through with help from the province of Manitoba. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, I believe, I'm not up on all the details because it is a bit of a moving target, there's going to be a portion of mixed equity. So some will be equity units and some will be non-equity. Mm-hmm. So to have the mixed income, so a variety of seniors could benefit from those units.
Okay, thank you. How are we doing, Chair? 25 seconds left. Time to reconquer the earth. Or do so. Bill, maybe you can just tell us again, what do you think is reasonable? Is a percentage reasonable, or is a number reasonable? I know I'm kind of putting you on the spot, and I knew your involvement with CDI before we started, so I got a level with you.
Well, I don't really have a number. I mean, I think the number that was $4 million or something a year, I mean that's to me a very reasonable number. I don't think, in reality, I don't know whether it's really going to break the budget one way or the other. But, if that's the type, I'm putting it back down to the project rather than the overall number that would be required from the government. Because I think for a project, it needs to be enough money to help them get started in their seed money. If it's $20,000, $25,000, $50,000 or whatever. I think those are reasonable numbers that just it's about as small as you can have and still get that start. So, I mean, we could certainly forward a recommendation, but I don't think that was the purpose of being here talking about CDI. I mean, it would be a CDI-like program, and something along those lines would be what I would see.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
To the rest of the panel.
Thank you very much. Maintenant, nous avons...
Now, Mrs. Blanchard-Lamotte will have 5 minutes. Thank you. We've heard from a lot of people over the past week and today as well. In the report, we may be able to report that the co-op movement is flourishing. There are a lot of co-ops that are created. They're being very successful. So perhaps the government could justify opting out of supporting co-ops. What would you think about such a statement in a report, that is, that the government should opt out of helping startup co-ops? And if you have any other comments that you wish to make, please go ahead. I have an answer.
One of the things that goes on as well is certain of the provinces, Quebec being by far the strongest, but Manitoba as well and Nova Scotia, are actually doing quite a bit to support co-op development. So if you see the co-op emerging sectors doing well, I mean, a very big percentage of the new co-ops are in the provinces where the province is doing something. I think, by and large, the other 7 provinces are not doing very much. So that's part of the answer. And, of course, To some degree, I think we've seen some failures in the other more conventional business models, and so people are tending to look for different solutions, and so they're finding the co-op model, even if the government isn't doing what it could be to meet them as well along the way. So those are a couple of responses. There might be others.
I think, sorry, go ahead.
If I may, I'm actually going to go back to one of the recommendations that we talked about, and it was in a tax implication, but I want to extend it more broadly. And it was in relation to private versus public treatment in terms of tax. And cooperatives fit nicely in that category called other. Neither here nor there, with a lot of ambiguities, et cetera, et cetera. And to your question, as I understood it, in terms of the opting out of support of cooperatives, I would actually come right back and say that would be, in my view, very much the same as saying we as the federal government would wish to opt out of creating an environment to stimulate growth and development, or growth and development in rural communities. And I would almost make those two statements in parallel. So I certainly would have significant difficulty with that.
Just from the Manitoba Cooperative Association perspective, and we do have a very supportive and good relationship with our provincial government, where we've seen increased support for co-ops at the provincial level. That being said, that only came about because of the increased capacity that the sector saw with the announcement of the CDI and the launch of the CDI back in 2003, and subsequently funding being flowed to Manitoba in 2005. So that was really critical to the growth of our movement in Manitoba. So, I mean, it has given us the capacity to mobilize on a lot of initiatives. So it is critical, I think, if we wanted to see continued growth, that there is support in some kind of way from all levels of government. I think all levels of government need to be at the table.
Thank you. Earlier, we talked about support programs for small businesses that have been enhanced by the government. Do you think, for instance, that a loan program for small businesses that's enhanced justifies perhaps that we abandon programs that are aimed at co-ops? Do you think that co-ops could benefit from small business support programs? Is there a shortfall? Is there something that we should be looking at? Are there other programs that could help you specifically?
I think co-ops are businesses at their core, so they need to access the same programs that businesses access. But in addition to the whole business element that co-ops have, they also have this whole governance and social development and community development aspect. And that's where we need to see supports that are specific to cooperatives to help support that kind of development. We've talked about it. We've heard from all the panelists, that there's needed extra supports in startups, whether it's because, there's burnout, you need to find the right entrepreneur, the right champion, to champion your project. And, there's all kinds of dynamics at play when you're working in a group and trying to develop a collective enterprise. So that's something in addition to what I think co-ops need to be able to access existing business programs as well. Absolutely.
I'm a farmer and I live in rural Alberta, and I certainly see the stress that there is in rural Canada. And I think everyone in this room, regardless of other thinking, we need to think of ways that you're going to sustain rural Canada. And we just happen to believe that the cooperative model, I don't have any problem with making the same things available to other companies, but we just happen to know that cooperatives are the ones that will survive in those rural communities where others won't.
Thank you very much. We'll move now to Mr. Payne. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to thank the witnesses for coming today. It's more and more information. It's getting to the point where some cases it's almost an overload. But we really appreciate the input that you're providing us. First of all, I guess, Bill, you talked about challenges raising capital, and I'm assuming you're a bigger organization and obviously requiring bigger dollars to raise. So, I'm not sure what that looks like in terms of numbers. Is it like $1 million, or is it 10 million, or is it 100 million? And sort of what are the difficulties that UFA is having?
Okay, well, we just actually went through a capital structure review that I was a part of the committee, and part of it is internal, maintaining your cooperative identity and going outside of perhaps a traditional model, finding something that preserves your your cooperative identity, and yet you access capitalization. I'm going to turn it over to Bob to talk about the one specific item, but when you talk about magnitude, I mean, it's all about the magnitude of the cooperative. For our cooperative, depending on what our strategy would be, our movement, to be competitive in the future, we could be looking at $100 million, $200 million, $300 million. Other cooperatives are bigger; they might need $1 billion. But, there's lots of money. We hear these billion-dollar figures and being invested in private companies, and cooperatives need to have a way of accessing that type of funding as well if they're going to be competitive. So I'm just going to turn it over to Bob about the one item that I think is important, and that was the tax deferral item, because I think we want to make sure we drive that point home.
Yeah, I think we simply just wanted to add on that, and this is the TDCS program that is scheduled to end in 2016, and it does reference patronage to our members, and what it effectively does is enable the issue of eligible shares that defers members' obligations to the time of the actual cashing of those shares, which could be, in our case, any time subsequent to 65 or exiting the business or any number of other triggers. But it would actually better ensure or encourage our owners, our members, to leave their capital in the cooperative rather than simply pulling it at first opportunity. Now, we obviously, as a business, need to be generating returns on that on those invested shares, and that becomes a management challenge to that. When you talked in terms of size and order of magnitude, just to jump in terms of Bill's comments, we're actually in a very unique position as a large cooperative, as an in excess of $2 billion cooperative. We're too large to be small and too small to be really large. We're kind of in a no man's land and looking to try to compete with some very large global players, which requires some very significant investment. So the past investments we've talked of $20, $30 million annually is just the tip of the iceberg. We're thinking in terms of multiples of 10 of that now.
Okay. Just in terms of, I'm assuming you've got machinery and equipment that you have tax rules that you can write off as any other organization?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I guess one of the things I'll maybe touch with all of the organizations here is you did talk about training and talk about investments in terms of training and helping out other organizations. And I think, Bill, you said that your organization is prepared to step up. What about the central credit organizations throughout Canada in each of the provinces? Are they putting any funding into training programs to help in governance or startups? And I'll just kind of let maybe Bill start and work our way down.
Well, just very quickly, we certainly invest in cooperative management programs, in the CMEC program in Dalhousie, I believe it's in, and we have a co-op chair in Alberta. So we have a Gold Eye program for youth. I mean, we have been doing that on an ongoing basis, always trying to develop at that level. That's one of the things that we certainly invest in all of those programs. I'll turn it over to somebody.
No, Peter, you should speak about the co-op zone training.
Well, I mean, one of the things that we've developed in the past couple of years is actually one of the things we've emphasized, a number of us at the table here, is the need for supports in terms of the development of cooperatives. And one of the key people in that development is actually somebody that's got the background and skills and knowledge of how to do that. And so one of the things that we've done in the sector, and actually through the support through CDI, is develop an online training program. So we actually trained 17 developers across Canada in the past year, and we expect we'll have somewhere between 20 and 30 people in our training program again this year. So that's an aspect of training co-op developers to work with groups. In terms of training, the challenge, I think, for small groups in training, it's again, large organizations basically focus on the training that's going to move their cooperative forward. And in the same way as we don't go to your typical small business and say we should all get together and you should provide funds to train other small businesses that you're going to compete with, we shouldn't, I believe, expect large cooperatives to be funding the development of new businesses that basically don't directly benefit them any more than we expect other large corporations to provide that kind of funding for businesses that they're not related to. So although we share a very common value and principles, I think sometimes there's a misunderstanding of the cooperative sector as seeing it's monolithic. Each one of our cooperatives are autonomous, independent businesses that are responsible back to our members. So our training is often focused on our membership, on that management side, and we do collaborate, like with the master's programs and those kind of things, to enhance management training, but there still is a huge gap in terms of resources to the kind of training needs really at the startup level that is required.
Thank you. Next up, nous avons Monsieur Ravenel pour 5 minutes.
Mr. Ravignon, 5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I must say that we have spent a very pleasant afternoon with you. We've learned a lot of different things about your associations.
Questions directed to the Canadian Worker Co-op Federation. I guess I'd like to dig deeper a little bit with you about, we're here, all of us here are in the business of improving public policy, and when public policy gets in the way of actions that might help local workers and local industry, I think we all need to kind of ask ourselves some questions about why that is. And I'm particularly interested in getting your opinion with regards to the legislative framework which discourages the formation of Canadian Worker Co-op Federations. And I'm thinking particularly about bankruptcy rules. I have a number of sawmills in my writing that have been bought by foreign companies with seemingly the only interest of stealing pensions from workers, taking off and selling the assets and opening sawmills somewhere else. So what are the built-in impediments from a legislative and a policy point of view?
I think the biggest impediment is actually being capital, because we've been involved in a few cases of attempted buyouts of sawmills by the workers. The legislative environment is actually reasonable. I would say 20 and more years ago it wasn't, but that's one area we have done quite a bit of work with government on. And so, at least the cooperative legislation is reasonable for worker ownership in a way it wasn't previously. So really the stumbling block we most hit on is capital. And that's not legislative. But so this doesn't directly answer your question. The other issue is, frankly, it's so much easier to deal with orderly business succession transition to worker cooperatives that we've begun to focus more on that than the sort of crisis save the plant sort of situation, although sometimes that does work. As long as you can make the business at least break even, sometimes you can't do that, and so it's not a good idea for anybody to own it. It's just going to have to go under. So anyway, I'm not sure what else to say on that. Do you have anything to add?
Not on that. I think what you're alluding to perhaps is the fact that, if the workers had some sort of rights within that context, then they could actually look at the worker co-op as an opportunity. So I think, legislative changes that would relate to workers having more rights within, those kind of bankruptcy situations may encourage that kind of, at least the exploration of, employee ownership in those situations.
Let's talk about the access to capital issue then. Is that a risk adverse? Is it because there's risk adverse reactions from providing capital to this kind of initiative? Or?
There's a number of reasons. Okay. Is that basically initially you're not starting with a large corporation with a capital base, which is what, if we're talking about buying a significant enterprise from the beginning, that's who buys them. So if you're on the financial end of things, you suddenly have a group of 100 employees in a sawmill in front of you that want to take over the business. Their personal assets are probably relatively limited, certainly in the scale of what the alternative would be. And so they have to be able to, find some of their own resources, and there's not that kind of pool of capital that's sort of backing them up. And so from a risk profile, from a conventional financing, that really becomes a problem. One of the things that we've talked about when we're talking about creating a national co-op development fund, the point of the fund is not to provide 100% financing for any enterprise. The point of that particular fund and the kind of proposal that we've talked about is we basically would create sub-debt, which is basic quasi-equity for those kind of employees. So the employees would come up with, say, 15 or 20%. The fund would be able to come up with another 20 to 25 to 30%, and then you'd be able to get the rest of the financing in a conventional way because there'd be enough assets to actually mitigate the risk so that whether it's a credit union or the Royal Bank or wherever it happens to be, they would come to the table. So really the gap in terms of those kind of situations, and the same with startups, is really helping people have enough equity at the beginning or patient capital at the beginning of the development process so that they can get over that, so you've got positive cash flow so that, then you've got your business rolling.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll move now to Mr. Lemieux for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here and adding to the great story of co-ops that we've been hearing. Certainly, financing, just to follow up on what Mathieu was saying, financing has certainly been a key issue that's come up over the past 3 days. And certainly, I think we've been trying to probe that a little bit because there's a difference of information depending on who's giving the information. I'll just give you, for example, like sometimes when we're talking with co-ops, we'll hear that startup co-ops have difficult accessing to financing or access to financing, which I believe to be true. I think, yep. I also think, though, small businesses have the same types of challenges. They have no, they're high risk. Access to capital is very much a challenge for them. And really collateral is, they're in their infancy, really. I'm sure there are many, many small businesses that are just ready to launch, but they can't get the capital funding. And we've had a number of financial institutions here. We had the Bankers Association, we've had FCC, and we've had a number of credit union and credit co-op type of financial institutions too. And certainly the answer because I've been asking this question also consistently throughout our days of meetings, and the answer we've been receiving from them is that although co-ops have certain challenges, certainly when it comes to a application for financing, that they're not really, whether they're a co-op or whether they're a business, isn't part of the decision making. It seems to be the more general type or more specific type, I guess, of risk analysis that a lending institution does. Whether you're a small business, whether you're a co-op, you will be evaluated based on what you're asking for, based on what you're offering, and that plays very much a factor in whether they can access credit financing when they're in their infancy. So I'm wondering if you could comment on that. Barry, you're working, I don't know if you see the business side of it, if you can make that kind of comparison. Is that accurate, what we've been told by financial institutions, including co-ops?
For sure. I think that certainly they get when you go to a lender, they're going to look at the business case and they're going to analyze it based on the business case. Right. Certainly that does exist. Yep. What I think where the difference lies is when you have a conventional small business starting, you'll have, either whether it's a single entrepreneur or a collection of entrepreneurs, will put all their assets into it. Sometimes in a co-op setting, it's a small group of people who, for instance, when you look at rural communities, maybe they want to build a hotel in their town and they want to own it as a community enterprise. All the farmers from the nearby communities are not going to put their livelihoods on the line, if you will. So there's a need for this equity financing. I think that's the key difference, and that's where co-ops have a real struggle accessing that equity financing.
Okay. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Just make a comment as well. In terms of from the straight sort of getting a loan, the process is somewhat the same. I mean, if they look at the financials, one of the difference comes to the fact that they're actually collective entrepreneurships. And bankers and credit union managers as well, so this happens in the credit union system as well, are used to dealing with one individual that will put a personal guarantee and sign off their house to take that risk. When they start dealing with a collective group of 5 or 10 people with a startup, they are not used to doing that. And the other thing is that within that circumstance, I've seen some situations in which, a bank will accept everybody to basically take a portion of the guarantee, but generally they want everybody to sign for everything. Right. And so you're in a collective situation in which now you've got 5 or 10 houses on the line.
What we've heard from the co-ops, though, like from the cooperative lending institutions, is that they do understand the co-op model better, so they understand what you're proposing to them, and certainly the information we received is that they are more willing to find solutions. So you're pitching one solution that might not have, or presenting a solution that might not be palatable, but they seem to be more dedicated to finding other solutions that would work. And let me just ask one more thing, because I'm just running out of time here. I know in my riding, we have a Community Futures Development Corporation. So it's sort of it's not a great big regional development agency. It's a small thing, and a small but effective organization in my riding. And they do provide funding for things like, I think what you're talking about, a business case, a business plan, something that defines their mission statement and what they're all about, so that they can actually hire some help to get those fundamental documents that they would take to seek access to funding. So I'm assuming it must be the same in your areas as well. Like there is federal funding available to both businesses and co-ops who are seeking help with those primary steps that they would then use to go seek funding.
Yeah, yes, there is.
Okay.
But again, it comes back to that whole vernacular thing. It's not in the language of often business developers. They don't understand the co-op model, so they won't recommend it. They won't advise people that it might be the most appropriate model for them to use. So then they get swayed or pulled into a different direction, and co-ops do not get formed because of that. So, you go to the lawyer in town, the lawyer has never worked with a co-op, doesn't understand the model. He's going to say, it's much easier for us to incorporate this as just a conventional business.
Okay. Okay.
The community futures aren't in the cities, so you can't go to community futures if you're in Calgary like me, so,
All right. Thank you. Did you have something to add?
Yeah, I was
very
just going
quickly,
to say,
Mr.
just regarding the community futures, I used to be on the board of a community futures in Nova Scotia and the local business development corporation. And we did make some loans to cooperatives. Now I forgotten what I was going to say.
It was a good thing.
So some are good and some don't.
Well, then I guess we'll have to leave it at that.
No. The point was that each community future designs its own programs. We didn't provide any grants to anybody out of our community futures. So there was no grants whatsoever for anybody to come to us for anything. In our community futures, if you wanted to, you came in, you could borrow money from us, but there was no grants being provided for anything. Yeah. So my point is simply that it's not the same across the country. It's quite different depending on where you are.
Okay. Thank you very much. And we'll now move to Mr. Allen for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chair. Let me thank folks for being here this afternoon. It's and of course to be on the record to thank all of the folks who have come over these 5 days of testimony, because indeed, as many of my friends across the way have said, it's been a learning experience for some, less for others, depending on one's experiences with cooperatives and credit unions, etc. Some of us have been around them a lot longer. But Mr. Nelson, if I could, you have some rather specific things that you and Mr. Dobson have in your package, and I know my friend Mr. Lemieux has been talking about the financial end back and forth and trying to find, well, aren't they just the same? It seems to me, as I look in, it's near the end of your piece. It talks about classifying cooperatives as a unique business model for tax purposes. And let me just read the entire paragraph, because I know Mr. Dobson, when he was doing it, realized the 10 minutes was coming, and he paraphrased some of it. So let me just so it's on the record. Cooperatives are currently not defined as private corporations for tax purposes, but are allowed certain deductions and credits available to private corporations. We would recommend cooperatives be uniquely defined to avoid having to amend sections of the tax laws where there is an intention for a cooperative benefit. Currently, when tax rules change, there are significant uncertainties for how these rules are intended for cooperatives. If I'm reading that correctly, when I listen to myself say that, you're suggesting that cooperatives don't quite fit exactly the same way, in the tax code at least, as someone who would define themselves as a corporation, per se. Okay. So if you could speak to that, because there's some significance, at least for me, in what that piece says.
That is absolutely correct. As I mentioned earlier, co-ops are neither public nor private by definition, and there's certain exemptions that take place. And I think really what we're talking about there, so certain parts of the Tax Act are applicable or exempt, and the waters are really quite murky. And what we're really just talking about there is simple, calling it out as a distinct business model, and take out the ambiguity. Because where that ambiguity exists today actually creates opportunities for us to misinterpret or be offside totally unintentionally. The other thing it does, too, just by that simple clarification in the Act, if it was to take place, actually raises the awareness and the relevance of the cooperative business model right there in that one singular thing without changing anything within this is contemplated by the Tax Act as it exists today. So it does remove ambiguities and creates clarity for us.
And I think one of the, if I can be so bold as to say, one of the things that, regardless of the size of the business, I don't, whether you be a small startup with, a couple of folks, 10, 12 members, or a large cooperative similar to United Farmers of Alberta and others at Federae and others that are very significantly large, one of the things they do need when they're planning is clarity. It's very difficult to figure out what you should plan if you're taking all of the aspects into consideration. If you're uncertain what indeed those pieces are, it's, as you said, it can be murky. It's, it's like putting mud in the water and waiting for the mud to settle to the bottom to see if there's any clear water on top to drink from.
Again, absolutely right. We've gone through tax audits in past, and as you work your way through those audits, actually you can talk to 3 different people in a tax department and get 3 very distinct and different interpretations of what's there and being stated. So again, it's anything that can be done to clarify, to eliminate that murkiness is hugely helpful.
Just to add to that as well, like for us at UFA, I mean, we have dedicated accountants at a accounting firm that certainly understand cooperatives. But in some of my farming other life with other cooperatives, some of the accountants, that you might have in a local accounting firm, for instance, they struggle with some of these interpretations of exactly how cooperatives could be. It just seems to me it would make sense to just have a distinct set of rules and regulations and identification of a cooperative would certainly simplify things for them as well. Because I think there's lost opportunities.
It certainly seems so, because, clarity helps planning. And to Ms. Gussard, and you talked earlier, but I agree with Mr. Preston on this one. You got this training program for high schools or for kids from the province of Ontario, and I haven't seen it in my local high school. As much as we run cooperative programs in the sense of kids enter into co-op programs, it really is go work for someone. So do you see a need to find a way to have a co-op program that actually deals with a cooperative?
Oh, absolutely. And that's that awareness raising. And we feel that if we can educate our young people from a very early age about what a co-op is, maybe they'll pursue careers in cooperatives and learn about cooperatives. They might become lawyers and accountants who know about cooperatives. Or tax experts that know about, the whole realm of things, right? And they might become leaders within their own cooperatives or politicians. So certainly, I think there's definitely value. It is a standalone program, and at the end, it's a series of sort of 5 lessons, and at the end, they've actually built their own co-op. That's sort of the process that they go through. So it's a really great program to engage young people.
Thank you very much. And we now go to Ms. Rempel for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question to Mr. Hoff and Ms. Corcoran. Perhaps you can very succinctly summarize the difference, if there are any, between a worker cooperative and a regular cooperative.
Well, I guess cooperatives are generally defined by who their membership basis. So when we talk about a consumer cooperative, basically the consumers are the members of the cooperative, elect the board of directors, and the board of directors then manages on their behalf. A worker co-op, if you looked at a grocery store, there's a grocery store in Cape Breton, which is a worker cooperative. The members of the cooperative are the employees in the grocery store. So basically a worker cooperative is an employee-owned enterprise that is democratically operated following the cooperative principles and incorporated under the Cooperative Act.
Out of curiosity, does that, again, because we're talking about raising awareness, does that create any issues with regard to governance or hiring or management issues? Like how does a cooperative model deal with hiring and firing employees?
Oh, well, one of the first things you learn when you join any cooperative is that you're there based on responsibilities and obligations to the cooperative, and anybody in any kind of cooperative, whether it's a credit union or a worker cooperative, can be kicked out of the cooperative. And so you separate out the governance functions from management functions and your work functions. But, I might be working as a meat packer in the grocery store. I might actually be the chair of the board of the worker cooperative. So within that cooperative development process, people really have to learn how to take hats off and on, understand the roles and responsibilities, and those sorts of things. So that's when we say it's a more complicated structure. We all know it's simple. It may not be pleasant, but it's simple to work with a boss that tells you what to do. But in terms of in a worker cooperative, you're going to have bosses, and you'll have very different kinds of management structures within worker co-ops. Some are very horizontal, and some are very conventionally hierarchical.
So in that situation, if someone was going to exit, either they're terminated or whatnot, do they retain their membership in the cooperative, or does like the cooperative buy it out, or how does that work?
Essentially what happens is that when you join the cooperative, you make an investment into the cooperative, and you basically do that, as I say, with par value shares. Then you get your profits built up over the year, which I would note are taxed as earned income. So unlike a corporation, when I get my profits from the worker co-op, I'm actually paying earned income tax on it. It may be retained as shares in the cooperative, and then when I leave the cooperative buys back all of my shares that I've built up through my initial investment and my profit sharing. But there's no, as I said earlier, no capital gains because they're par value shares when they're issued to you.
Okay.
So you purchase them after tax and you receive them without any tax benefit.
Right, I was going to just add that if you were fired, essentially, then you would be removed from the membership at the same time, or if you quit, then you would also be removed from the membership. So you have to be working in the worker co-op to be a member.
And I'm not sure if you spoke to this already. Do you see examples of unionized worker cooperatives?
There are some. They're not a very high percentage, but there are some. In Quebec, there are paramedic cooperatives. I think there's 11 of them around the province, and they're all unionized. They were previously a different kind of enterprise, and they were unionized, and now they're unionized worker cooperatives. Are there any others we can think of?
There's not many in Canada.
There's not very many in Canada. In the U.S., there are more. It's more common there for some reason. Here, I don't know if I can think of other examples, but they are.
Just curious, because I think it's a business model that not a lot of people are familiar with. So,
definitely.
Ms. Goussard, you had spoke earlier about group development being sometimes an impediment to the development of cooperatives or its ongoing maintenance, and the patience and resources that are needed to do that. How do cooperatives overcome that barrier when they're being formed?
Well, I mean, there have been a lot of resources available through, supports through their co-op associations or co-op federations sometimes will assist. It's a lot of the, setting up your governance model, training on what it is a co-op, what are your roles and responsibilities. And I think Peter talked about it really well in terms of separating the functions. Often co-ops will start in small communities where, you have somebody who owns one business down here and another business, they're all on the same board, and how do you reconcile for the betterment of the co-op as opposed to your own personal interests, right? That's what it is to govern, right? So that's the piece that takes a lot of time, and it is a time thing, and that's where co-ops perhaps have not been as quick to move on a lot of initiatives because they have to take the time to build the group dynamic before launching.
So just in closing.
I'm sorry. That expires your
But
time.
everyone else got 2 minutes. Come on.
Unfortunately, that
it's my neighbor
also concludes our time.
There's no love.
So I have to thank all the witnesses now for your contribution, and the meeting is now suspended.
Thank you.